you can use throughout the school year that will help you in your everyday life. So we're finding Etsy. You go to Etsy and you can see how many teachers are actually selling there. So what better platform than to target exactly your peers? So it's not a throwing of a dart and hoping to hit a bullseye. You're hitting a bullseye every time.
That's so awesome. I love it. I'm so excited for you guys. Is there anything else that you want our listeners to know about?
Well, hopefully you go to teachitpro.com, you sign up, you engage us, you engage your peers, go to Chalk Chat, talk. Let us know what we can do better. Let us know what products we can bring to you. Let us know if the resources are actually working and how we can make it better.
That's awesome. It sounds like a great group of peers and people that understand exactly what teachers are needing. This has been Lizzie chatting with Devendra Ramdahal, talking about Teach It Pro here at 2022 Sun Fun Aerospace Expo. Thanks so much for coming and joining us.
Thanks so much for having us.
Since 2016, Piedmont Airlines has been a proud sponsor of Sun and Fun. As a premier regional carrier of American Airlines, they have unprecedented pilot bonuses, a maintenance tuition payment program, industry-leading benefits, and free travel on the largest airline in the world. Piedmont has something for every aviation enthusiast interested in seeking a career in the industry. You can visit a recruiter in Hangar A, booth A42. Piedmont can't wait to meet you and share the exciting career opportunities they have to offer.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba from Health Quest Radio Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Sun and Fun 22, the 48th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association. And as you heard as we came into this, Sun and Fun Radio is sponsored again this year. Thank you, Lord, by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport, flygrb.com. And our next guest is the Marketing and Communications Manager. I think that's what it says. You took pre-med, didn't you? Our Miss Susan Levitt. Hello, Susan. How are you?
I'm good. I'm happy to be back with you guys this year.
Oh, we are so happy to have you back. And actually, we have last year you were in and out and around and here and there all week. This year, tell me about what you guys are doing over here. I see some cool stuff just off the side of the deck.
Yeah, so last year, after kind of observing the area that's right next to Sun and Fun Radio, it seemed like we could create a fun place to have people hang out, watch the show for a little bit, listen to the radio station. And so we created the Hold Short area. And the Hold Short area, we've got some beanbag toss, we've got some comfortable chairs, a little bit of shade over here. So invite everybody to come over and hang out, chill out, listen to the radio.
And rumor has it that there might be some cheese curds, too.
I might have put a bunch of cheese curds in the refrigerator this morning.
You know, a Sun and Fun waffle for breakfast and a big old handful of cheese curds for lunch.
That's going to be brunch.
So, you guys are here promoting. Now, you're doing a huge giveaway. Tell us about what you're giving away.
Yeah, so we're giving away the ultimate Oshkosh adventure. So you get 2 weekly wristbands to Oshkosh, which is your credentials to get into the air show. Week of camping. We've got a $500 gift card that you can use towards one of our FBOs, Jet Air or Executive Air, or you can use it as a Delta Airlines gift card to fly into my airport. And 2 passes to the Green Bay Packers Hall of Fame.
Wow, that's a great package. That's really cool. Now, how do I enter?
Well, Dave, I don't know if you're qualified.
No, but I never get to enter the contest.
Sorry, Dave. You're out of luck.
That's why every time we do a contest drawing live on air, I'm known to pull out. And the winner is Dave Shellbitter. Oh, I won! They're like, no, you didn't, Dave.
No.
No. So how do we enter?
So we have a number of ways that you can enter. You'll see some signs in the Hold Short area where you can scan the QR code with your phone and fill out the form and enter that way. You can go to our Facebook page, which is the Austin Straubel Airport Facebook page, and enter that way. Otherwise, we have some old school paper slips that you can fill out, and I'll take them back and throw them into a giant bin with the rest of the names.
Paper and ink. Wow. So now tell me, I'm in my airplane and I'm planning my flight to Oshkosh. And how far from Oshkosh is Green Bay?
Approximately 50 minutes.
50 minutes by air or by drive?
By driving.
Okay, by air?
By air.
Well, I guess that
20.
would depend on what
Yeah,
if you're an ultralight, it's a week.
Right. We're talking a Cub or what?
Mileage?
It's about 48 miles.
Oh, okay, so you're really close.
Yes, absolutely.
And so why, but I'm headed for Oshkosh. Why should I go 40 minutes away to Green Bay?
You know, something that we hear often when we're in Oshkosh for the show is the trailing partner or the trailing spouse is tired of looking at airplanes after a certain amount of time and are looking for something else to do. And we can offer that in Northeast Wisconsin with Green Bay Packers, if you're a sports fan, shopping, spas, wine tasting up in Door County, which is just north of us, and a number of other things that can give a more varied experience for those that are looking for it.
And that Door County, such a beautiful place there. I flew some friends with me to Oshkosh one year because they were going to a wedding at Door County.
Oh, awesome.
They landed with me when there were almost no airplanes on the field at Whitman. Left, did the wedding, and came back the day before opening day, and the field had filled with airplanes.
Yes.
I mean, it was just wall to wall, and they asked, where did all these planes come from? I said, well, most of them flew in.
Others, the mommy told them the stork brought them.
Just dropped them right off. Now, you've got the advantage here on the field as far as everybody parking. Coming straight from general admissions, how do they find you once they come in the main gates?
The easiest way is to walk straight down. I'm sorry, I don't remember this.
Voyager Path.
Voyager Path is the easiest way to get here. You'll see a bank of porta potties on the one side. You'll see us on the other side. Porta potties are important. It's good to know where those are.
Of course, now she's forgetting the most important landmark. Sun and Fun Radio.
Okay, you owed me that one for not being able to register for the contest. Yeah.
If you've seen the Honda generator location, turn around, come back, do the registration.
Exactly.
Exactly. After you visit with our sponsors from Honda, of course.
Oh, absolutely.
So Green Bay, Austin, Straubel, you have a beautiful airport. I'm not flying up in July for Oshkosh. What else am I going to do there? We've got about 4 minutes left. We got about 4 minutes. What else is there to do the rest of the year? I mean, obviously you fly in for Oshkosh and you don't want to be in the insanity of the pattern at Osh. Well, what else brings me to Green Bay the rest of the year round?
Sure. So the main airport has service from Delta, American, United, Sun Country, and Frontier.
Yep.
So there's a lot of different options to get you there. Once you're there, there's some interesting things, everything from a World War II submarine that was built in Manitowoc, which is just south of us, to, waterfalls situated close to the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Again, Door County is a great place to visit, often referred to as the Nantucket of the Midwest. Green Bay Packers, spas, an automobile museum that just recently opened, as well as, full venues for entertainment. And typically, Oshkosh is around the same time that training camp for the Green Bay Packers is. And you can actually, as a civilian, go and watch training camp.
So this will be an event for the entire family. You don't have to be a pilot and just want to get out of the air, land, and just do something. This will be the family event to come and enjoy it.
Exactly.
Good.
Exactly.
You forgot to promote what your T-shirt says.
Cheese curds.
Say cheese curds.
Squeaky cheese.
Exactly. Put them in the microwave 5 seconds and it'll restore the squeak.
Okay.
I'm not being paid by the Cheese Council.
No, we should get them to sponsor us again next year because if the Wisconsin Dairy Council sponsored Sun and Fun Radio, that we would take payment in cheese curds.
Oh, absolutely. And ice cream in the afternoon.
There we go. Okay, so you're here, you're on the field. This is a Green Bay meets Florida. We got some Adirondack chairs. We got a little mock campfire going on. You're also hosting the people for years, that was the Airline Pilot Association check-in. And I actually saw a couple gentlemen there this morning looking through the books. We don't have the giant bulletin boards with the papers on them that we've had in the past, but you have check-in books for people. So if you're looking for the Airline Pilots Association check-in area, you stop by and see Miss Susan. here at the Hold Short area, and you'll be able to check in. She'll have the books there to do that stuff.
Yep.
And now you sponsored us last year, and you decided, hey, this worked out pretty well, and we can't thank you enough. And I understand that we're tied in for a 2-year sponsorship.
Oh yeah, you're stuck with me.
Man, we
no complaints.
Cannot
complaints
be
at all.
happier about that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sponsoring us. If they're here again, right next to the radio station on the internet, FLYGRB.com.
Correct.
FLYGRB.com. And we're glad you're here. You'll be here all week. We've got like you said, we've got the beanbag toss. I think we might have some ladder golf and some washer toss that we're going to be able to set up as well. So something to do. You get the kids are getting a little bored. You want to keep them active. We got some stuff to keep the kids happy. If you're one of the first 6 people to show up, you get to get a nice Adirondack chair around the campfire to watch the air show with. So Susan Levitt, and I go look at her, Marketing Communications Manager for Austin Straubel Green Bay International Airport. We thank you so much for being our sponsor and for being here, and welcome to our family. Glad you're back again. I got to ask, though, do you have any dispatchers? Jack is feeling left out. We're talking about pilots, so we got to talk about flight dispatchers. So you have flight dispatchers there, too?
Sure.
There you go, Jack.
We'll get with Polk State and send a couple your way. How about that?
That's perfect.
They even use dispatchers in business aviation.
Yeah.
So you don't have to hang your hat at a 121 or 135 carrier to get a job in aviation and dispatching aircraft.
Absolutely.
And I remember talking to a friend a few years ago. He was just about to leave the Air Force after 20 years, and he'd been flying tankers. And he wanted to know if there was any jobs out there. And I said, "You're asking that in Wichita?"
Like anybody can find a career in aviation in Wichita. We're going to go to break. We will be back in 5 minutes. Thank you for listening to Sun and Fun Radio.
Hi, this is Gail Agnew reporting for Sun and Fun Radio from Sun and Fun 22, the 48th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association. Today we're going to try something a little different. I'm going to ride the tram at Sun and Fun and talk to some of the people on the tram and see where they're from and what their interests are. I thought it'd be something different and have a little fun. Well, here we go on the tram. And today, I'd like you to tell me your name first.
Alan, Bobby.
Alan, what is your main interest here at Sun and Fun?
Experimentals.
And you have one? You're going to buy one? You just want to look at them?
Just look at them. I already have two airplanes.
Aha. Well, would you like to say who you are?
I'm Tammy, and I'm here with friends just looking around.
Well, are you enjoying this?
It is fun, and it's a beautiful day.
Absolutely. You're enjoying our Florida sun. And what can we ask you for it? What's your name?
My name is Karen.
Okay, perfect. And Karen, why are you here?
Karen is here because her husband made her come.
But aren't you having a good time in this beautiful day?
Of course I am. Of course I am. But I only come when he comes.
Hi, I'm Jeff. I'm from Fort Myers. Here for the Warbirds.
Ah, so we all have really different interests. It's interesting to hear where people are from and what their interests are. So I'm going to continue going around on this tram and find out what everybody wants to say.
My name's Jonathan Walrath. Hello.
Hi, I'm Gail Agnew. Why are you here today?
Nice to meet you. Here to look at airplanes.
Any special kind?
I love them all. The Thunderbirds is going to be the highlight, though.
I'm sure it will be for many people.
Yeah.
And how about you?
I'm John Fulmer from Mississippi.
Aha, and John, what is your main interest here at Sun and Fun?
Airplanes.
What kind?
Ones that fly.
Are you into experimentals, the warbirds? Or?
Yeah, and experimentals.
Aha. Well, if I could reach these guys behind you, I would.
They're probably glad you can.
Oh, Lord, no. Greenville, South Carolina.
And why are you here today?
I spend time with my dad.
Yeah.
It's 35 miles to the gallon.
Dick.
Jim Schaefer, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, 26th year for volunteering.
Well, it's great to hear from so many different people, and it's really interesting to see all the different people that ride on the trams and what their interests are. So I hope.
Hello, this is Russ Rosleski from the Stuck Mike Avcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 and 10 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
The destination mountain community of Mountain Air embraces the timeless appeal of the surrounding Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina. It's an inviting, year-round lifestyle designed for today's families, a lifestyle that is both new and familiar. We invite you to experience it for yourself, where the higher altitude offers a cool respite from the summer heat. Take in the view, breathe deeply, embark on adventures, and discover the magic that is mountain air.
A big shout out to Aircraft Spruce and Specialty for their continued support as the hosting sponsor for the Hangar B exhibit hall. The Aircraft Spruce team is here to provide friendly service and help place orders for all your aircraft parts and supply needs. For over 57 years, customers around the world have counted on Aircraft Spruce to keep them flying. They invite you to stop by the Aircraft Spruce booth in Hangar B or visit them online at aircraftspruce.com.
Sun and Fun visitors can attend any of our educational forums at no charge. The Sun and Fun educational forums will be held on the event grounds at the Central Florida Aerospace Academy that houses 11 classrooms, each with a different forum every hour. Over the course of the week, you will have a choice of over 250 forums with topics ranging from international flying to sheet metal construction to how to buy your own aircraft. You will find everything you need to dust off the wings and polish up your skills and ratings. You can check out the Sun and Fun program or www.flysnf.org for a forum list and schedule.
Veterans Florida helps military veterans transition to civilian life. Florida works hard to be the nation's most veteran-friendly state by providing powerful tools to take advantage of Sunshine State benefits. We connect veterans with employers eager to hire veterans in jobs using their particular military skills. We assist veterans in creating a winning resume and preparing for job interviews. Employers receive veteran recruiting assistance and may apply for our workforce training grant.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Textron Aviation. If you like trivia, you can put your Cessna and Beechcraft knowledge to the test. Tell us the year any of our display aircraft were certified, and you'll receive a special edition giveaway. Only at the Textron Aviation booth east of the FAA building while supplies last.
Aeroshell has one of the most comprehensive and proven ranges of aviation lubricant products. This includes aircraft piston engine oils, jet engine oils, greases, and hydraulic fluids. We combine this with what is among the best technical support in the industry. Our Aeroshell brand has been trusted for generations for use in aviation throughout the world. We are located in Hangar C, and we look forward to seeing you soon. For over 100 years, TECO has been powering West Central Florida. Over 800,000 customers in Hillsborough County and parts of Polk, Pasco, and Pinellas counties depend on TECO. As Florida's current top producer of solar energy per customer, TECO is expanding its solar power generation to be about 14% of its energy generation, enough to supply more than 200,000 homes. TECO, keeping the lights on now and in the future.
Sun and Fun offers many services for our handicapped guests. Handicap parking is available near the registration building. Please let the parking attendant know so they can wave you onto the lot. We have a golf cart that will shuttle people from the handicap parking lot to the ticketing window or the scooter rental. You can bring your own wheelchair or scooter, or we have them available for rent on a daily basis near main registration. Please visit the Handicap Services office located on the west side of the admissions building in the Main Gate Plaza, or go to flysnf.org for more information.
Come have some fun at Sun and Fun Radio.
Good morning, Sun and Fun. Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 a.m. is on the air live. We are coming to you from the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo 2023, hashtag SNF23. I am Sun and Fun Radio's volunteer chairman, Dave Shellbitter. I am the one that herds cats all year to make this stuff happen, and I am so glad that we are here. I am joined on deck this morning. I actually have my entire volunteer announcer contingency with me. First, I'm going to introduce my co-chairman of Live Air, Mr. Carl Valeri from the Aviation Careers Podcast.
Dave, it's awesome being here. It's been wonderful watching everybody fly in, show center, and it's going to be one great year. We're off to a great start. I'm so happy to see you again.
It's good to see you again, too. We live a few miles away from each other now. We never get to see each other.
We never do. We never do.
And to Carl's immediate right, the beauty portion of the Beauty and the Beasts radio show, Robin Lamar. Hello, Robin from California. So glad to have you back.
Good morning, Dave. It's Sun and Fun.
What else can we say? You do a review online and say, well, what do you want to say? It's Sun and Fun. What else do you need to say? So you came out from California. Where are you, Van Nuys?
Ventura, near Santa Barbara. On the beach.
Do you live on the highway, Ventura Highway? No?
Yeah, very close, actually. Very close. We have sand about 600 feet from my house.
Nice.
And so the dog and I go to the beach and, romp.
Yeah.
And here we're romping, too, with all the creative people who fly in and who arrive from all over the world at Sun and Fun.
All right, so you're going to be here with us on the air all week long, all 6 days?
All 6 days. Couldn't be happier.
We're going to be loving it. Now, and next to Robin's immediate right, is Mr. Bibb. Not to be confused with the Bibendium man from Michelin. This is Mr. Randy Bibb. Hello,
Hi there.
Randy.
I hear that. It's great to be back. Sun and Fun 2023.
It's great to be here. Now, where do you hail from? Where do you actually live?
Well, I bounce around. I fly a jet, so I bounce around, kind of a vagabond, kind of a gypsy. But home is Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Sooner than later, right?
Right.
Sooner state.
Weather here is great. I'm excited to be down south because it's really cold just that far north.
Well, I follow you on we're Facebook friends, and I see your exotic places shot. So I'm being forced to overnight in Cancun. Oh no!
Well, it's good work if you can find it.
There we go, Mr. Randy Bibb. And to my left, and Randy's right, is the one, the only, the original Joker. No, Mr. Jack Mason.
Oh, I have many titles, but I'll take that one any day. But good morning, Dave. Good morning, Sun and Fun. Good morning, Ace. Welcome back to Blue Skies and Blue Angels this week with many other good performances coming up.
And you live here in Lakeland.
I travel
local.
very far, a very whole 7 miles to get to the radio station. But, of course, seeing the traffic this morning is a great sign that we're going to have a great turnout this week. So a little bit of traffic. The fog is gone, but typical Florida, it's going to be here early, gone by even, mid-morning.
Well, now that I'm living 15 minutes off campus, I'm actually going home at night a lot of nights. We have a puppy that's not feeling well, so I go home to my puppy at night. But I got up this morning, and I blew out of the house at 6 o'clock on the nose, and I was passing the main entrance. We're at 6:08 a.m. There were cars lining up to get in. And I made it here. I made it here in 9 minutes this morning, which is like half of what it normally takes, because at that point, the roads were empty.
Nope, little jealous. We saw the amount of traffic and brake lights already this morning, which is a great sign.
It
Again,
is.
if we're having that many people come in for opening day turnout, bring it on. It's going to be an outstanding week.
And all of the indications are that we are going to have, all of our pre-sales and number of vendors and number of aircraft, we're already breaking records in pre-sales. I mean, we're talking like 25 to 50% or something higher than we were at the volunteer meeting. They're saying at this time last year we were here. Robin got her finger up. She wants to say something.
Yeah, and I was lucky enough to fly in yesterday.
Oh, wow.
In a flight of 2. It was glorious.
And you were in that super sexy South African sling, weren't you?
South African sling. And she built it herself in South Africa.
That's cool.
And flew it in a flight of 3. It's a high-wing sling.
Now, you flew it from South Africa to the U.S., or she flew?
She flew in a flight of 3 high wings from South Africa to Oshkosh last year. And they'll be, of course, they're here now with a display, probably 4 or 5.
All right. Well, we have a 5-minute warning, and Sun and Fun Radio's opening day first interview has traditionally been this guy that ran some college aerospace program, but now he is the executive director of the Aerospace Center for Excellence. It is my great pleasure to welcome back for our traditional opening interview, Mr. Eric Crump. Now, Eric, executive director of ACE, what does that mean?
I mean, I think it means I'm important, Dave. I don't know. What do you think, Carl?
You sure it's not Las Vegas and we're playing cards?
The kids said it's definitely not that I'm important. No. So my job, interestingly, is the other 51 weeks of the year. So I think everybody here knows, but if you're listening and you're unfamiliar, Sun and Fun is a lot of fun. It's a great event, but it's really a huge fundraiser. The point of Sun and Fun is to raise funds that provide for our educational programming throughout the other 51 weeks of the year, and that's what I get to do. This week is an interesting sort of open house version of that, though. Through our Junior Aces youth workshops, kids can come in and actually get to build an airplane, experiment with airport design, fly flight simulators, and everything in between. So we have tons of activities for kids, and new this year, kids 10 and under get in for free. We raised that age up because we wanted more and more people to be able to come to enjoy the show. We wanted it to be easier for families to get to come and hang out with us. And we have right now, I think, about 1,400 kids coming for field trips. So this is kids who are in school this week.
Cool.
It didn't align with our local spring break here, but that's okay because they're getting the day off from school this week to come out and play with us at ACE and at Sun and Fun.
And now the Junior Ace. Tell me about, we've got about 2.5 minutes here. Tell me about the Junior Ace program.
So the Junior Ace program is the youth version of our really popular and awesome adult workshops. So we actually have a Zenith fuselage in the Bueller hangar right now. Kids are actually going to buck rivet and build that fuselage over the course of this week, which is really kind of cool. All sorts of other things for them to do, but they're going to receive a little passport document that has space for stamps in it. So when you complete 8 activities between our Bueller Restoration Center and the Skylab Innovation Center, you're going to go back to Bueller, turn in your passport, and get a really awesome toolbox.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so you get to go home with a really cool tool set.
And what's in that tool set?
So it's a multi-purpose screwdriver. We got a micro screwdriver in there. There's a ratchet set. And some needle nose pliers. I mean, it's a legit. I have it in my office. I've actually used it. It's a real toolkit.
It's not little wooden things.
No. It's not play. This is something you can actually use. I have, in fact, used mine in my office.
No fun. Now, is this for children of all ages, or is there an age limit on this? Because I could use another toolkit.
No. Child by age, not by maturity, Dave.
I was afraid
sorry.
of that.
Look, I had to take a shot. It's my one opportunity to take a shot at Dave. But so Junior Aces is really set up for 7 to 17, sort of that age range. However, there are plenty of activities that are also going to be good for little kids. We got coloring sheets, we got balsa gliders, we got
So Dave
everything.
is invited.
So Dave would be invited. He can only use the 8-pack Crayola crayons. We can't give him the 24. That's too complicated. But yes, Dave, come and color something.
6 years old, 60 years old, I get confused.
It's all the same thing, right?
So that is the Junior Aces program. Now, we have about a minute left. Tell me about what you do the other 51 weeks of the year, because you're actually a volunteer this week, just like every other staff member.
It's wild. Yeah, I've been up since 5 this morning, and that's not going to change for the rest of the week. And I honestly, to be totally honest with you, I absolutely love my life. It is literally living the dream right now. But, so the other 51 weeks of the year, we conduct field trips, we do outreach, we have a portable planetarium we take to schools and groups and community centers to teach kids about science. I mean, our goal is to help kids understand that there's an opportunity for them in this field, whether it's something they want to do as a career or it's just something they do because they really like it. But aviation's available to everyone. That's what we do. We share the message and the beauty of aviation with everybody.
So you get off this property and go to other schools all over the Florida area.
All over Florida, yep.
Marvelous, thank you.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Now, do you personally or representatives or both?
I go every time I can.
Great.
Yeah, I love it.
Mr. Eric Crump, Executive Director, the Aerospace Center for Excellence, otherwise known as ACE. We appreciate you coming out and chatting with us this morning. If people want to get hold of you, they just call Sun and Fun, go to...
Just call my personal cell phone. I'll give you that number right now. Our websites are all connected now. So if you go to aceedu.org, you're going to find the same information you're going to find on flysnf.org. So you can go either place and still learn about what we're doing this week and what we do year-round.
All right. Thank you, Eric Crump. We're going to take a break, and we will be back with you with some Green Bay Austin Straubel International information, our radio sponsors this year.
Hello, this is Piper Rose Lusky from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
It's more important than ever to quit smoking. Tobacco-Free Florida, sponsor of the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, offers tools and services that are free and proven to help you quit. Quit smoking on your own terms with its Quit Your Way program. Quit Your Way offers phone, web, and group quit services to Floridians in every county, regardless of insurance status. Free nicotine replacement therapy, like the patch or gum, are also available. More information is available at tobaccofreeflorida.com.
CQ, 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 radio, electronics, and avionics fans. The pilots of the Lakeland Amateur Radio Club are running a special event demonstration radio station next to the Florida Air Museum gift shop. They are ready to share with you the excitement of amateur radio, and if you're a licensed operator, you can be on the air. As you walk from the food court to the museum, you'll see the big antennas on your left. 73 from Whiskey 4 Sierra.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Flying Eyes sunglasses and prescription eyewear are designed by pilots with comfort and functionality in mind. The temples are millimeter thin and flexible for headset compatibility with shatterproof, non-polarized lenses that offer a clear view of your instrument panel. Experience the comfort and clarity you deserve with Flying Eyes, available at booth NE40 or online at flyingeyesoptics.com.
Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun and Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to flysnf.org.
Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of quality avionics from name brand manufacturers to keep pilots, aircraft owners, and operators flying. With a comprehensive inventory and its helpful and knowledgeable avionics experts, you're sure to find everything you need in avionics, ADS-B solutions, instruments, headsets, pilot supplies, panel design, avionics repair, and more. And their lowest price guarantee means you'll never overpay. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar Delta or on the web at gulfcoastavionics.com.
Aeroshell has one of the most comprehensive and proven ranges of aviation lubricant products. This includes aircraft piston engine oils, jet engine oils, greases, and hydraulic fluids. We combine this with what is among the best technical support in the industry. Our Aeroshell brand has been trusted for generations for use in aviation throughout the world. We are located in Hangar C, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Honda Generators, the official generator of Sun and Fun. You can visit the Honda display directly across from Sunset Grill and register to win a Honda EU 2200i generator. Or you can scan the QR code on one of the Honda Generator banners throughout the Sun and Fun grounds. You can also visit Honda Jet on the east side of Runway 5 near Taxiway Echo to see the latest innovations in aviation. More information is available at powerequipment.honda.com.
Every day from 10:30 a.m. until noon here at Sun and Fun, we have a great opportunity for manufacturers and individuals to exhibit their aircraft in action in the flyby pattern at Show Center. Each aircraft or group of aircraft has exclusive use of the flyby pattern for 6 minutes while a representative extols its virtues over the PA system. These free showcase flybys are one of our most popular attractions and are a great opportunity to show off your aircraft. Please visit flysnf.org to register and for more information.
Higher Power Hydraulic Doors is a family-owned and operated business with over 30 years construction experience. They are the premier hangar door manufacturer on the market today because of their proprietary design. While traditional hangar doors put additional stress on the building, our hangar doors are engineered to eliminate this significant and expensive problem. Stop by to see us at booths 22 and 23 in Hangar A. Visit the Bahamas' vibrant and immersive booth at Hangar D, booths 20 and 21, to see how easy it is to fly to the islands of the Bahamas. Representatives from tourism, customs, and civil aviation are available, making the Bahamas booth your one-stop shop for planning your next fly-in to the 16 islands of the Bahamas.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And we are back live at Sun and Fun 23, the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, broadcasting live from the grounds here. Sun and Fun has its very own radio station. We are loving it. I have got a great crew with me. We are all volunteers. There is no paid staff at Sun and Fun Radio. We are all volunteers, and we count on our sponsors heavily to get things done for us. This year, as last year and the year before, I believe, Sun and Fun Radio is being sponsored by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport, FLYGRB.com.
Yes.
And it's my great pleasure to bring back to the deck again. And if you were listening earlier, our interview from last year aired like an hour ago. Yes. Miss Susan Levitt. Hello, Susan.
Good morning,
How are
Susan.
you?
Good morning.
Good morning, Sun and Fun Radio. And the sun's coming out now, too.
And it is. It was pretty foggy this morning. It was actually it was nice. It kept it cool.
It's not good for an air show, though.
No, not a whole lot of flying. That song, Ain't It Foggy Outside? All the planes have been grounded, you know. You know about that.
No, a little before my time. Sorry.
Sing
it, Dave.
That's pre-70s.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, you don't want that.
Okay, all right.
I've got a face for radio and a voice for singing in the shower. Now, you are the marketing and communications manager for
Correct.
Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Tell us about Green Bay Airport? Why should we want to go to Green Bay Austin Straubel when there's that other place that's a whole lot busier that 1 month out of the year?
Right. So we have 5 airlines: American, Delta, United, Frontier, and Sun Country that can get you to AirVenture. I also have 2 world-class FBOs, Signature Select FBO, Jet Air Group, and
the other one,
Executive Air. Sorry, I felt like my mic was cutting out for a minute. Over 100,000 square feet of heated hangar space. Not that you should need a heater in July,
No.
but yes, 100,000 square feet each of hangar space, and nice hotels. 2 of them right across the field. We've got a couple others very close by, and it's a short 50-minute drive down to Oshkosh every day. Plenty of restaurants. We're the closest airport to Door County, which is that peninsula that sticks up into Lake Michigan, often referred to as the Nantucket of Wisconsin. So if you're tired of looking at airplanes, there's plenty of wine and shopping and restaurants up there as well.
So you guys you're an alternate if somebody doesn't want to fly into Oshkosh Whitman International during the fly-in, during the AirVenture fly-in, because as my friend Jeb Burnside, a famous quote from Jeb is, you start to enter the traffic pattern and every fiber in your being is saying, run away, run away. It is incredible.
It's true.
Oshkosh is incredible. It's the busiest airport in the world for that week. I mean, just like Lakeland is the busiest airport in the world this week. Oshkosh is the busiest AirVenture. I believe they're EAA.org if you want more information on AirVenture. But flygrb.com is your website. And you guys, so you're a destination to come to instead of flying in. Do you guys offer, like, during the week of AirVenture, is there shuttle services to AirVenture? Do you do anything like that? Or are people kind of come in, fly in, rent a car, and make your own way?
Yeah, we have in the past. We're still discussing that for this year. I would say if you're planning on coming in, make sure that you rent your car early. Last year and the year before, rental cars were sold out about a month ahead. And if you're an airline pilot trying to non-rev in, I wish you luck.
Uh-oh.
Maybe come in a day or 2 early if your schedule permits. But yeah, typically the FBOs will offer a fuel discount if you're flying in with your tie-down fees, etc. Plenty of space, and again, we can't forget the green elephant in the room. We do have Lambeau Field and Titletown that you can visit as well.
Yeah,
And I guess you have to be from that area to get the whole green elephant, Jack.
Yes.
Do you?
It's over my head, completely over my head. I apologize.
It's amazing.
knows
Yes,
it.
I've
Okay.
been up there a few times, and
Carl's
what
a
a
man of the
beautiful
world.
airport, by the way.
Thank you.
Wow, it's a step back in time. I think it's gorgeous, and it's like being in Nantucket, like you said. Hey, how about the rest of the year? Not just Oshkosh. I'm bringing a group in there. We're flying in, 15 of us in May. How about facilities to get down to Oshkosh from there? Recommend renting a car?
Yeah, I would recommend renting a car. There are a couple other options. Uber, I believe it's about $40 round trip for Uber. You can also there's black cars and a number of other options that shuttles and that sort of thing that you could call ahead and schedule, and they'll take you down there.
I'm bringing a lot of teenagers. What can they do?
A lot of teenagers. Even if you're not a Green Bay Packers fan. I've taken a lot of people that aren't fans to Lambeau Field, and generally they love it. In the wintertime, there's also a tubing hill that's located behind Lambeau Field and sponsored by Aaron's, which they manufacture snowblowers. So they have, I think you pay a small fee and you can go tubing on the giant hill.
I haven't done that for years.
Can't imagine you have, Dave.
I was born and raised in Minnesota, so I did tube up until the time I was 15 when we moved to Florida.
Yeah.
Tubing in Florida is just a little bit different and a little bit wetter and warmer.
If they are interested, we also have the National Train Museum that's located in Green Bay, and there's a beautiful automobile gallery with some really rare autos that are from a private collection.
Absolutely. How about parking fees for those coming in single-engine aircraft?
Right now they're talking about offering a discount. Last year it was a 25% discount on fuel, and then you paid for your tie downs per night.
Absolutely. What type of airspace is it for those pilots coming in, Class Charlie? But I'll look it up on my chart here. But
yeah,
it's actually a lot easier to fly into than Oshkosh. That's for
It
sure.
is.
And I think a lot of folks that want to go to Oshkosh, this is definitely a great destination.
Yes.
And for those folks that are maybe wanting to take their spouse or an adult for a weekend out, lots of different options.
Yes,
and the water's
absolutely.
gorgeous. I couldn't believe how clear it was.
Yes, absolutely. And, speaking of that, a lot of charter fishing on Lake Michigan as well. Very close, so it's about a 20-mile drive to get to Kewaunee County, and you can get out there and catch some large salmon.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things too, we see a lot of you snowbirds here come down here for this show here, but then they go back up and enjoy the nice cool weather this time of year. What is the temperature up there right now?
We got 10 inches of snow on Saturday when I flew down here, but that's not my problem.
Not this week. Not this week.
I'm sorry. There's this little part of me that just giggles when I hear people from that area saying, yeah, we had snow on the ground. And I'm actually wearing, which a lot of my staff was shocked when I showed up in shorts and chinos this morning. They're like, I don't think I've ever seen you come to the deck not wearing jeans and boots. And I'm chuckling when I'm hearing you talk about 10 inches of snow, and my division co-chair Dan Coyne of Greeters talking about 17 inches of snow in Wisconsin, and I'm just like, okay, I'm sorry. I've lived here for 45 years. I guess I've forgotten what's that. It's hard for me to grasp the concept.
Yep.
I grew up in it.
Yep.
I went and waited on the bus in snow up to my butt. I mean, when I was going to school up there. But it just makes me giggle when I hear people talking about there being snow on the ground in Wisconsin this week.
It's been good, though, because for the folks that like snowmobiling and cross-country skiing, downhill skiing, the people that I'm not one, but, if you like ice fishing, that happens as well. So the cold weather has extended some of that season.
Absolutely. One of the other things about flying in there that I think people don't realize is that you are in the country fairly quickly. I mean, it is amazing. And one of the things I love about going over there is the fact that you have that diversity in the environment, which I know that Austin Strubles really is a steward of the environment. There's a lot of programs going on, especially water management, et cetera.
Yes.
I don't know if you can speak towards that at all.
Not very well. But yes, we've worked hard to work with the DNR and with other governing bodies to make sure that we're being good stewards of the water. When you live on the Great Lakes, these are natural bodies of water that we need to protect, and making sure that we're not doing anything at the airport that's going to harm that quality water.
It is very important. I'm going to segue here because we're under a minute before we have to go to our next break. You are a radio sponsor this year. We can't thank you enough for being a radio sponsor and a Sun and Fun sponsor. Tell me about what people can see right here on the corner of Leanhouse Way and Clubhouse Path behind the big Honda display. Your display is out here. What do we got going on?
Yeah, so we're inviting all of the airline pilots on grounds to come over and make sure that you register in our Airline Pilot Oasis. And don't forget to come over and register for a dream trip to Oshkosh. We're giving away $500 in either airline or FBO gift cards. We've got wristbands and camping, and some other fun things like a helicopter ride for 2 people during AirVenture. Easy to sign up. Scan the QR code, or we have the old-fashioned paper slips if you prefer those.
All right, Susan Levitt, marketing communications.
Ooh, I got a promotion. Thanks,
Congratulations.
Dave.
You're the executive director of the airport now. Tell that other guy I promoted you.
I'm sure he'll be thrilled.
Flygrb.com, FLYGRB.com. They're right here by the radio station. Stop by and tell Susan you heard her on the radio. Got some really cool Adirondack chairs and a mock campfire, cornhole game. We're all set to go. We have to cut to a break. We will be back in about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba from Health Quest Radio Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
AOPA is eager to get the airshow season started and get back out there and mingle. Along with Sun and Fun and AirVenture, AOPA will be hosting a new kind of regional events in 2022 with a more casual and laid-back feel. These events will offer educational seminars, aviation displays, and aerial entertainment at a local airport near you. Stay tuned for locations and dates to be announced soon. You can visit AOPA.org and stop by the AOPA tent at Sun and Fun and find out more about how AOPA continues to work hard and to protect and promote general aviation for you.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the flight line for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
Aeroshell has one of the most comprehensive and proven ranges of aviation lubricant products. This includes aircraft piston engine oils, jet engine oils, greases, and hydraulic fluids. We combine this with what is among the best technical support in the industry. Our Aeroshell brand has been trusted for generations for use in aviation throughout the world. We are located in Hangar C, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor LiveATC.net, the worldwide leader in live rebroadcasting and recording of ATC radio communications. You can listen to aviation radio on any device, from the busiest airline hubs to your small local airport. It's aviation in action at LiveATC.net. You can even volunteer to be a part of this unique network, helping to bring new airports and frequencies online. LiveATC's pre-configured compact receiver systems make it easy to add your local airport. You can follow them on Twitter at LiveATC or like them on Facebook. LiveATC.net, live air traffic from their headsets to you. If you love a great fish fry, you won't want to miss the Vintage Fish Fry this Friday. Tickets are on sale all week, but they go fast, so don't wait. You can get more information or purchase tickets at the Vintage Headquarters building located near the East Exhibit Gate. Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor Moto Art. If you're looking to own a piece of aviation history, plane tags might be just what you're in search of. Each collectible plane tag is made from the skin of a real decommissioned aircraft. Would you like to own a piece of an Airbus or a Boeing? Maybe a Grumman Goose, Convair or MiG, Chinooks to Hueys, and Bonanzas to Starships too. Each oval plane tag is handcrafted with respect for the aircraft that it came from and the stories it carries with it. You can see the whole collection of plane tags at the Moto Art booth, N49 in the North Exhibit area, or online at planetags.com.
Veterans Florida Entrepreneur Program provides all the knowledge to successfully launch and operate a business. As soon as their business is up and running, we keep them connected with mentors and resources. Our mission can be summed up in our theme, your pursuit, our power. We recognize military veterans are incredibly focused and will succeed in achieving their goals. We provide the tools and resources for success.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to the deck here at Sun and Fun Radio. You can listen live on liveatc.net/SNF, and don't forget, you can also, 1510 a.m., listen to us online in AM. I'm here with Randy Bibb and Robin Lamar. Guys, this is great. I'm so excited because we are looking at the weather, not just behind us, but also on this really cool piece of art that's actually practical art.
Sometimes I wish we were TV because this is really visual and informational. Richard, I am so glad to say hello and hear about your map.
Well, thank you very much. I'm absolutely honored to be here. This is my, I don't know, fourth or fifth time in a row, well, except for COVID, of course.
Yeah, right.
And so this year I said, you know what, I stand here and I describe it, and it's like, okay, I want you guys to see it, and I want to get your reaction. I'll be happy to answer the questions that you have on the map. So what we have here is Meet Our Map's Great Lakes. And for the most part, the half of the map is VFR, and then as you go east, we're in marginal and IFR and a little bit of low IFR.
And how do I know that?
Well, what we have here, is the typical FAA 4 colors of the flight conditions. So green is VFR, blue is marginal, red is IFR, and purple or magenta is low IFR.
And what I see is a plain map.
Yes.
With all the details, the general details, and then they're like LEDs in those different colors to give me information.
That's correct. Now, you can have it in FAA colors, or if you are of the Garmin religion, you can have Garmin colors, which are different.
Oh.
And that is on the Legend, not this one.
And this one is about 36 by
24. And that's my standard size. We come in 24 by 24 and 12 by 12 as well.
So where do most people put these?
Well, half my business is FBOs and commercial.
Yeah.
And the other half is normal people that are in the aviation or weather industry. National Weather Service is one of my customers.
Well, this thing looks like a piece of art. It could hang.
Absolutely.
I would hang it in my living room. It's a beautiful. It's art.
It is. It's aviation living art, and it's always changing. It's better than fish because you don't have to feed them. It's better than a dog. You don't have to walk it, and yet it's just as live as anything else.
Well, you know, we as pilots, all pilots have hopefully looked at this sort of forecast or actually real world conditions, and this is live and depicted right in your living room or your game room or wherever you hang this thing. It's amazing.
It's framed under glass. It's quite elegant looking. I think anyone would be happy to have it in their den, certainly in a hangar.
Absolutely.
Well, in an FBO on the wall there, it's spectacular.
There are some families I know that would hang it in the bedroom.
Yes, in fact, so do I.
And how does it get information to it?
So when you plug this thing in, you saw me do this just before we started the interview. It takes about 30 seconds to connect to the network. It uses your Wi-Fi network and connects to our servers in the cloud, where we get information from several sources, and then we just send it to your map. So each map is individually serialized, so when it goes and asks for information, we know exactly what map it is, and then we send only your information to it.
So is it a subscription like ForeFlight or something along those lines?
Currently not, but there will be, because the cost. I just want to get everybody in. I want to get this out there.
Certainly.
And then you're going to hit us with a subscription? Come on.
Yeah,
Richard.
well, you get a year free, and
All
it's going to go to like $24 a year. So.
Oh, maybe we should ask the price.
Well, that's a good question. They run between 550 and about 700, and then you can option it beyond there. So I can do logos, I can do custom maps. That's an upcharge as well.
Only $550.
Starting.
Starting. All right.
At 550.
But I could have imagined 5,000.
Yeah,
you know, it's aviation.
But therein lies the reason why I need to do a subscription, because I want to be able to get this out into my pilots' hands and into the industry, and there's costs involved, ongoing costs. So.
What's the most important thing you can tell us about your product?
Okay, so flight conditions are two things, and two things only: ceilings and visibility. To me, the most important, the third most important thing is winds. This map shows you winds. And unfortunately, it's fairly calm here in the Gulf.
There's
Great Lakes
thousands of
area.
people who would say, fortunately.
Well, for this purpose.
For this demo.
So if the light dims halfway and back up, that is sustained from 15 to 29 knots. Why is 15 knots important? That's when this windsock is straight out.
So conceptually, I'd be, if it was flickering, and so how...
So let me finish.
Thank you.
So we do halfway dim and back up. That's sustained 15 to 29. If it dims all the way off and on slowly, that is sustained. It's gusts of 30 or greater. If it does it quickly, sustained 30 or greater.
Would I be able to see a hurricane coming towards me on...
Absolutely. You can actually watch the fronts march across the map. And it also has a lightning indication, which we don't have any lightning, unfortunately, where it flashes. So you see winds, gusts, lightning, and newly is a new thing we have, a new feature, is called geodimming, which is civil twilight, sunrise, and sunset.
Oh, excellent!
And
Because
it's done by location, so it's mathematically correct, and you can set your watch by it.
So my friend who wanted to get current on night flying would be able to know when it is.
Oh, absolutely. Now, also understand that the information presented is for
legal disclaimer
There's
coming.
a disclaimer, right? You need to get a real full weather briefing. If it looks iffy, you're going to want to get a weather briefing anyway. So, entertainment purposes only.
And how do you program it? I noticed there's a red...
No, that's just the battery.
Okay.
So do you have a website? Our listeners can go and look at this thing, because we're giving all these glowing, no pun intended, references here. Can someone now log on and go look at this thing? Do you have a YouTube video or?
Well, I actually have a website called metarmaps.com. And metarmaps.com. And
now, can you spell that? Because
okay, Mike, Echo, Tango, Alpha, Romeo, Mike, Alpha, Papa, Sierra.com.
Just like the weather briefing, METAR.
metarmaps.com.
And where do we find you on campus? Do you have a booth? Or?
Yes, I have a double wide this year, A63 and A64.
A6, yeah. Building A.
Yeah,
right.
hangar
Sorry.
A. And Central Isle, and I am so glad and pleased to be here again this year. And the weather's gorgeous, and that's why I didn't bring Florida, because it's all green. It's boring.
Maybe not this morning. It wasn't all green, that's for sure.
No, that's true.
So my wife gave me permission to go out and buy one of these. So I had to come by and check it out. Last year I came by, and or 2 years ago, I can't remember what it is. COVID's got me messed up. And what a gorgeous, not just piece of art, but something that actually is very practical. And I think this is terrific as a gift for any aviator, or just in general. I mean, put it on any wall. So now there's a much larger version of this. How much do those larger ones go for again?
Well, I do have a 3-panel, which is 5 foot by 3 foot. That starts about, I want to 1900, and then goes up from there, because you can do hidden power. There's all sorts of framing options where you don't see a cord. You curl up the cord and plug it in behind the map. It's a deep frame. And so I do want to say we do have a special At the show only is free shipping if you place an order.
At the show.
At the show.
Awesome.
At my booth.
And if they're not here, metarmaps.com. Metarmaps.com.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. And, you know, speaking of weather, coming up next, we actually have a live update from the FA. And joining us today on the deck is Frankie Velazquez. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well, thank you.
Good
morning.
You know, this is really exciting because usually I'm actually online looking at the briefing, and I'm looking at all the weather maps like this, but today I actually get to see you, and I get to see somebody in person that can give me a briefing. It wasn't long ago, well, in my mind, it wasn't long ago, where I would actually show up at Flight Service Station, and the person would give me that personalized briefing. Why are you looking at me like I'm an old man? And
You can still do that. You just have to go all the way to Alaska to do that.
Exactly. I was going to ask you that. Is there any place left
In
where you could
Alaska.
actually do a briefing? But you know, it is terrific having you here. And Robin and Randy, if you want to just hang out for a minute and while we do the live briefing for today's air show. And again, representing the FA, where did you fly in from? I forgot. You told me. Is it?
I flew in from Washington, D.C.
D.C.
Yes.
Awesome. So how's it?
And that's weather right now.
Yes, and I'm missing it, and I'm so glad.
So tell us a little bit about today and that. What happened this morning?
Well, that early morning fog, you are in Florida in March.
Yes.
It's not really that abnormal, and it's going to stick around for the next couple of days. So just be prepared for that. But you saw by 9 o'clock it was completely gone.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, it's interesting. I have a lot of students, instrument students, and they love to get time actually flying in and doing approaches. And I tell them, come to Central Florida because of that.
There you go. Yes,
Absolutely.
that is absolutely right. And it's nothing like actually being in the weather to understand how it feels like.
Right.
You can practice all the instruments all day long, and if you're not actually in the soup, it's not the same. It's not quite the same.
That's true.
But talking about the weather today, like I said, that morning fog's probably going to be around the next couple of days. Otherwise, the rest of the day today, beautiful sunny skies. We were going to have above average temperatures, and that's thanks to that high pressure that is riding across southern Florida. But no watches, no warnings or advisories. Some southwest winds, 6 to 10 knots, so pretty good. A little bit gusty this afternoon, maybe up to 16 knots. So if anybody coming in later in the afternoon after 2, they may see some of that. But otherwise, today it's going to be a beautiful day. It's going to be a great day at the show.
Frankie, you answered my question, gusting up to 60. What time?
16.
Oh, thank you.
16.
I'm glad you
Whoosh,
corrected me.
Yes.
All right.
16.
Hearing that makes me want to go flying, actually. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
It should be pretty good, pretty fun.
Just in time for our air show, we'll get a little poof.
Yes, but I doubt that they're going to have any problems with that. But if anybody needs any actual details on weather, or if they want to talk more weather, they can come see us at the Safety Center, the FAA Safety Center. I'll be there. I can show you things about the website, and we have the researchers. There's going to have virtual reality. There's a simulator, so they can get to play with some of the research that's been going on with the FAA, and there's even a hypoxia safety
great
research going on. So yes,
and that is located where on the campus?
The FAA Safety Center
Yes.
is F4 on the map.
It's a 2-story building, and
Yes.
it's kind of neat because on the top you can see the
There's a little
banners and the
canopy,
canopies,
yes.
right?
It's worth going to because I think of it as the center of the universe.
So do we.
Correctly.
Yes.
I mean, you are the FAA.
Yes.
You know, but I mean, it's sort of right behind the tower.
It's not quite behind the tower. It's very close to center stage.
Center stage,
But
yeah.
about 1 street down. But yes, if people are looking for the 2-story building with the canopy on the top. And on the map, it's labeled as F4.
And do you allow people to go, what's the ability to get up on that to see?
That one, there's VIPs that go up there, and that's about it. But they can come into the hangar and talk to the weather folks and actually get some of the research looked at and play with the simulators, play with the toys.
There's an amazing amount of information
Yes.
per square foot in
Yes.
that area.
And there's some safety forums going on there, too, so check out the schedule.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I have a question for you before we bring our next guest
Sure.
on. Is, you know, there's flight service specialist, I was joking before, that there's nobody left, but how does one become a flight service specialist? I mean, do you have to
Great
have a
question.
background in weather? Or?
You can, and it's advisable to have that either in aviation or in weather, but there are open positions right now for Alaska flight service stations, and it's just like air traffic. You get taught the weather and you get taught the aviation portion of it. So you can join the FAA. If you go to usajobs.gov, you can find openings for that. And we have, just like the air traffic control, we have a flight service school, and you go through an entire process and learning on that you need.
So rather than going to a college, you can get a career right now with the FAA.
Yes.
And what's the title?
Actually, they're air traffic control specialist.
Really?
But they actually position is at a flight service station rather than at a tower or radar or something like that. Yeah.
So very different.
Yes.
Thank you.
In the CONAS, you have to go through our contractor, Leidos, and they only have openings once in a while. You have to go through their website. But right now, you can go to the FAA and find a flight service job in Alaska, and it's
though
awesome.
it were made for this event. Sun and Fun.
Yes.
Right now.
Yes.
Go.
But if you're into weather, though, there's other jobs, right, at the FAA that you can
Oh,
go to?
yeah.
There's a whole bunch, right?
Yes, you're going to be talking
think
to
this-
human factors guy pretty soon, which
Absolutely.
is absolutely awesome. And they're the ones that do the research. We have researchers, we have actual meteorologists that do some of the work. I am actually in headquarters, and I'm a liaison for the National Weather Service, so I deal with the National Weather Service, making sure that GA pilots have the products that they need and that we are working together. So there's a whole lot of different jobs that you can get as a weather geek.
Thank you, Velasquez. It's awesome having
Thank
you
you,
here. This has been
Frankie.
terrific seeing somebody in person to give us that weather briefing. You're going to be back, right?
I'll be back tomorrow.
Tomorrow, same time. Terrific. Thanks so much. And don't forget to go visit them over at the FAA building. Right there at Show Center, 2 stories, and you see the canopies, small canopies at the top.
Thank you.
Thanks again. Well, joining us on the deck, too, right now is somebody from an organization that I love and goes throughout the world and makes a huge difference in people's lives, both physically and spiritually. And that is actually Gene Jordan. Gene, hey, welcome to the deck.
Oh, thank you. It's good to be here. Good to be back at Sun and Fun.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people don't know who Mission Aviation Fellowship is, so why don't you tell us a little bit about MAF.org, by the way. If you're sitting at home listening to this, go check them out on the website right now, MAF.org. So what is Mission Aviation Fellowship?
Well, MAF, Mission Aviation Fellowship, started in 1945, right as World War II ended. It started both in the U.S. and in the U.K., and today we have airplanes around the world in 30-some countries using aviation to get out to the remote areas and provide help, hope, and healing. That's just 3 words we use to quickly describe what we do. Help the community with different needs, whether it's freshwater schools. Healing, about 1/3 of all the flights I did were medical emergency flights. And then hope was an eternal hope that there's a God that loves you and cares for you. And MAF wants to be hands and feet to help you guys wherever you live.
Absolutely. The largest airline you probably never heard of is what I always say about MAF. It's incredible the number of airplanes and the number of operations you do. Do you have any idea about how many aircraft you have and how many different countries you reach?
Oh, yeah. Well, MAF US has about 64 airplanes, but as part of MAF International, I referenced the UK before. There's several other countries that have come together. So we have about 135 airplanes around the world in different countries. Most of the countries are in the equatorial belt, in the jungles and mountains and regions that are hard to get to.
Yeah, one of the experiences I was able to have with them down in Mexico, flew a lot down to Mexico, is the fact that there was a town that actually, I don't know, something happened to their well, and it was either destroyed or contaminated, and Mission Aviation came. MAF came and helped them out. This was years ago.
What, brought bottled water? What'd you do?
Not only did they do that, they went ahead and built another well. That was pretty amazing.
Yeah,
so besides having the people to fly the planes, you have the expertise to create a new well.
Well, we work with people who have that expertise as well. Sorry
Okay.
for the pun.
And how do you find the, I mean, this may be off topic. I'm sorry. Redirect me, Carl, if we need to. But how do you find those people so you get the right people for the job?
Well, first of all, I have to say God brings us together. In other words, we will be working in an area. I flew in the eastern jungles of Ecuador, and we worked with people that we're specializing in bringing healthy water in, clean water in, because everything happened around the river. They fish in the river, the animals in the river, and they would feed babies river water, and they'd get intestinal parasites, they'd get diarrhea, and they'd be gone. They didn't name their kids until they were 2 and 2.5 years old that they were going to make it. But bringing in clean water, they say our kids live. So we want to help them that way, and then tell them about eternal life.
So you're the mission Uber.
That's a good way. That's a good way of put it. I don't know that I've ever thought of it that way. It's been a flying pickup truck.
First time I've ever heard of anybody
Yeah.
explain it that way.
Yeah.
I've heard of the ambulance of the jungle is what I've heard
Yep.
a lot of times, and have saved so many lives. And just hats off to you for that. But the mission Uber, I think this is a great new name. For
We
this.
can
Now-
make the T-shirts.
Yeah, we got to be careful though. Mr. Uber might.
Absolutely might say something about that.
Good work, Gene. Yeah.
So do they, as far as the training is concerned, you touched on that, as far as a mechanic, a pilot, that's done in Idaho still, or is it now?
No, actually, what happens, there's many schools that provide aviation training, and there's some that provide specific training knowing that you're not going to go to the airlines. You're going to go to a small airplane, a 206, a Kodiak, a Caravan at a remote area, and you're going to be making all your decisions. You don't have the ATC environment to operate in. You don't have all the control. You are it.
Bush pilot.
Yes. So we have people that come to us. We require a commercial instrument. Most people go ahead and get their flight instructor rating. And we want them to have 1,000 hours of flight time and their A&P and 12 hours of Bible training. And then they come to our headquarters in Idaho, just outside of Boise, Idaho, in Nampa, and then they go through a tech evaluation. And people who are preparing for this, most of the time, they get through it okay. Often we have to tell a young person, our style of flying isn't for you, and that is hard to do, but we cannot risk have somebody out where everything is on his or her shoulders and not have them confident and capable to do the job.
You really have led the way, though, in mission flying, that's for sure, throughout the world. And I refer everybody to maf.org if they're wanting to get into this. Because what's really cool is the fact that, just like you just said, you're honest with them and tell them exactly what you might be doing and the places that you're going to go. And I tell you, sometimes I counsel some of the young men and women, their parents are like, no, you're not going to go do that. Because there's risk involved. There's a lot of risk involved.
There is risk involved. There's risk when you roll out of bed in the morning.
Absolutely.
You've heard that before. But we try to manage that. I mean, I tied down thousands of loads in case I had to come to a quick stop that what was behind me wouldn't come forward. Never happened.
So
we do it precautionary.
You're sort of like God's Peace Corps, or you're the current evolution of the Peace Corps, going out into places that need you.
Over the years that I was in Ecuador, I had bumped into quite a few Peace Corps volunteers, and I hate to use that term because of the association with the government. We are not associated with any government or with any specific church or group. We are independent, we are interrelational, we are interdenominational, but we want to serve anybody who needs the help. But we're there as servants and representatives of Jesus Christ.
Where do we find you at Sun and Fun?
Well, as you come in the main entrance, hang a right, and about a block down there, we're right there. All the missionary aviation organizations are together in one spot right there. There's Jungle Aviation of Wycliffe Bible Translators, Samaritan's Purses there. We're all there, and we're happy to show off our airplanes and talk to you.
We talked about pilots and mechanics. You kind of touched on that. What about all of the other support personnel that's required to operate an aviation organization? Do you recruit and maintain or retain those folks as part of your staff as well?
Well, we do have specialized people. I mean, in today's world, we have all of MAF connected together through the internet. So we have IT specialists. Some of our bigger bases in Indonesia have like a business administrator, guy that's interested in flying but has a big background that can keep the finance business, because we have to operate with good business principles, but we're not a business. So we run a funny line there. But we have help in the hangar and around and scheduling and buying and government relations, mostly national from the country where we're operating. We work with them.
What kind of commitment are you looking for someone you bring on staff?
Excellent question.
Right. We do our overseas service in a term of 4 years, 3.5 years flying overseas, and then 6 months back in the U.S. For all the training we pour into somebody, we would like them to commit to 2 terms or roughly 8 to 10 years. I did 45 years and loved it.
Wow.
Well, and you are still in it. I mean, clearly.
Absolutely. Well, Gene, we appreciate your coming here. MAF.org. You can find him right here at Sun and Fun as you enter and to the left. God bless you. Thanks so much for helping out those folks all over the world. We're going to go to a commercial break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, this is Mike Harris from Why We Fly General Aviation Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
You can help save lives by donating blood at the Big Red Bus at this year's Sun and Fun Fly-In. You could literally be saving the life of a hospital patient. The annual Sun and Fun Fly-In blood drive is Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. Each day is a great opportunity to help others. All blood donors receive a custom Sun and Fun Fly-In t-shirt plus a $20 e-gift card. You can make an appointment to donate blood at oneblood.org/sunandfun and share your power to save lives.
Gary GPS Reeves, that's the guy in the pink shirt from pilotsafety.org, is an official sponsor of the Sun and Fun Educational Forums. For the best way to fly single-pilot IFR with autopilots, Avidyne, ForeFlight, and Garmin, you can check out the free classes Gary is teaching this week by searching the online Sun and Fun daily schedule for Reeves or visiting pilotsafety.org.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance. Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance is the nation's premier avionics and aircraft maintenance facility. With 5 locations throughout Florida, they are fully equipped to handle anything your plane may need. Their staff of experienced pilots, A&P mechanics, and avionics specialists are ready to help guide you through a custom solution that is right for your aircraft. You can visit them in Hangar C or always online at sarasotaavionics.com.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. You know, the best protection against the harmful rays of the sun is light clothing. That's right. Thin cotton clothing is about the best way to avoid excessive sun exposure. And this protection comes with absolutely no risks of doing harm, especially important for those of us traveling from the northern states. A wide-brimmed hat is another healthy option to reduce excessive sun exposure. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
If you would like a truly first-class, adult-oriented experience at Sun and Fun, consider the 927 Club. Located at Airshow Center on the Warbird Ramp, the air-conditioned 927 Club Chalet features an all-new menu by renowned chef Marcos Fernandez. The 927 Club features amenities such as full breakfast and hot lunch, Wednesday and Saturday evening happy hours and dinners before the night air shows, complimentary soft drinks and snacks, complimentary beer and wine from 3 to 6 p.m. daily, and exclusive airshow seating on the patio facing Airshow Center. The full menu and more information is available at flysnf.org.
A big shout out to Aircraft Spruce and Specialty for their continued support as the hosting sponsor for the Hangar B exhibit hall. The Aircraft Spruce team is here to provide friendly service and help place orders for all your aircraft parts and supply needs. For over 57 years, customers around the world have counted on Aircraft Spruce to keep them flying. They invite you to stop by the Aircraft Spruce booth in Hangar B or visit them online at aircraftspruce.com.
Sun and Fun, thanks to our sponsor, Visit Central Florida. When you land in Polk County, you've landed in Florida's sweetest spot. From theme parks and events to the arts, culture, sports, or fine dining, let us be your launchpad to your next adventure. You can stop by the Visitor Information Center here on site or fly over to their website, visitcentralflorida.org, for more information.
Epic Aircraft. Now here's a company to watch out for. The E1000 is a sleek, sexy, very fast, all-carbon fiber, 6-seat, certified, single-engine turboprop with some pretty impressive performance numbers. With its 1,200 horsepower PT6 engine, this rocket ship offers a 333-knot cruise, 1,560 nautical mile range, 1,100-pound full-fuel payload, a 4,000 foot per minute climb, and a roomy cabin. It even looks fast just sitting on the ramp. You can see the remarkable Epic E1000 at outside booth number 3.
Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun and Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to flysnf.org.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to the deck. We are broadcasting live from Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo 2023. I'm your radio host, Dave Shellbetter. I am joined by my volunteers, Carl Valeri.
Great to be here.
Robin Lamar.
Hello.
And Joker Jack Mason.
Good morning, Dave.
And we have a guest. We have a guest to interview. Who's got the interview sheet?
Of course we have a
Miss
guest.
Robin does.
Take it
Yes.
away, Miss Robin.
Mark Schabel.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah. And what do you do?
So I'm the current owner and president at Sonex, and we're of course located in Oshkosh, and the other mecca for aviation other than Sun and Fun.
The airport whose name shall not be mentioned. That's a running joke. We love our friends at EA. We love AirVenture. They wish they could do it as good as we do.
That's right. Absolutely. Yeah, it's great to be up here on the deck again, and I'd be remiss if I didn't take a quick second to say how much I wish that we were here with our friend Dave Higdon.
Absolutely.
It was wonderful seeing him one last time at Sun and Fun last year. I actually spent some pretty special time up here on the deck with him at the end of one day. Stories I'd never heard before from him, which is hard to do when you know him for long enough, but it was a great time, and we, of course, miss him.
And if the people don't know, Dave Higdon was a radio volunteer. He was one of the 3 founding members of the Uncontrolled Airspace podcast, and he was as close to me as a brother, and I miss him. I was devastated when I got the word that he had passed the opening day of AirVenture.
Yeah.
So he was building a WayX. Tell me about the WayX, because I'm hearing a lot of people talk about the Sonex is one version.
Yeah.
And the WayX. What is the WayX?
So the WayX, the YX is how we pronounce it. There's all kinds of different ways. You can't believe how many pronunciations we hear. It's basically just a Sonex with a Y tail. So it's not a V tail because it actually has a little rudder on the bottom. So it's the shape of a letter Y, and that extra little bit of rudder gives us better stability and yaw authority. So it really just exists because it looks cool. There's no other reason for it.
It's a cool looking airplane.
Yeah.
Now, I remember a story about somebody melting a runway. Was that you guys?
I don't believe that
melting
was
the
us.
Snow off the runway or something?
Oh, sure. Yeah, that was actually.
Sure.
I forgot about that one. When we first started running our jet engine for the Subsonics, it was, February or January, and we were out there on the snowy, icy ramp melting some snow. Yeah.
And now, is that there's somebody actually flies flies the Subsonics in an air show?
There's a couple of people. So we had Bob Carlton flying air shows for a long time. In fact, he debuted the show here at Sun and Fun in 2015, I believe it was. And then now he's kind of retired from that and doing his air show work with his Salto sailplane with the same jet engine. And now we have Tom Larkin based out on the West Coast, and he's got a very full schedule of shows around the country, and he's flying his Subsonics.
And are we going to see the Subsonics here, or is the other commitments?
It will not be here that I know of unless a customer brings one in,
Okay.
but I haven't heard of one being here. So
Now, we're talking about what we're referring to. The Subsonics is actually a jet engine version of a Sonex, or is it a different airframe?
it is a clean sheet design. So it is built like a Sonex in terms of the way that we design and build and construction techniques and all of that. But it is a purpose-built microjet single seat. And we actually have a 2-seat version coming out. We're finishing up the prototype now. So that'll be a great trainer for the single seat and for folks with things like BD5Js and any other microjets that come along, and just for people that want that extra seat to share the experience.
That's great. Now, tell me, so obviously your Sonex, standard Sonex, or your standard configuration Sonex takes what engine, or what's your recommended engine?
So we recommend and support 4 different lines of engines. So our own AeroV engines, of course, the AeroV and the AeroV Turbo, which are VW-derived engines. and also the Jabiru 3300.
Great engine.
It is, and it's a
Outstanding engine.
real performer in the Sonics. We support all of the 4-cylinder UL Power engines from 87 all the way on up to 130 horsepower, and the Rotax 912 series engines as well.
So you can go up to 130 horsepower in the standard engine Sonics. And what is the horsepower or the thrust equivalent in the subsonics?
So that's 260 pounds of thrust with that little check built.
And it's a little tiny guy, right?
It is, yeah. It's about 45 pounds. You can fit it in a Coleman cooler and ship it back to the factory for overhauls in a Coleman cooler via FedEx.
Wow.
What's the TBO on that?
300 hours.
Oh.
Yeah. But, the thing is, the way that you fly that airplane, there's
Is
no
in
baggage
minutes.
compartment,
Seconds.
And so, it's significant calendar time to get to TBO. I mean, for most people, it's a few years at least.
Yeah. And what just out of curiosity, what does a little jet engine like that cost?
So it currently sells for $74,000.
And what does a standard normally aspirated or the turbo engine cost?
We're selling the turbo AeroV for $15,000. Normally aspirated, I believe we're currently at somewhere around $12,500.
So you really got to want a microjet to build a subsonics.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And now subsonics, you offer kits, or I mean the Sonics. I'm sorry, you offer kits. Do you offer build assist? Tell me about what you guys do for your builders.
We do kits. We do sub kits, complete kits, and quick build kits, which are where we build a lot of it for you to the very edge of the 51% rule. So we build the fuselage, the wings. We rig the wings to the fuselage and everything.
I saw a 1 week build. No?
Yeah, so last year at Oshkosh, we did the 1 week wonder, which was a YXB, and it was sponsored by Rotax, so it has a 912 IS engine in it. That airplane is actually over here at the EAA tent. So we were fortunate now for the second year in a row promoting the 1 week wonder of being able to kind of be freeloaders and exhibit in the EAA booth. So the 1 week wonder is out there. So if you came and pulled a rivet, the signatures, all the original signatures are still on the airplane. And so come find your signature and buy a kit. It's our 25th anniversary, and so we're running a 25th anniversary sale right now. 10% off.
Dang, I was going for
kits.
it. Right?
Yeah, right. You almost got me there. 10% off of kits, and that's through the end of next week. So folks have time to go home and think about it and get a check get a check in the mail. Yeah.
What if they want to look at it online while they're driving in right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Go to sonicsaircraft.com, and that's where we're located. And lots of new stuff. We've got, of course, the 2-seat jet coming out. We also have our new high-wing model in development right now, and that'll be debuting at Oshkosh in some kind of physical form, at least something that folks can sit in. And we're really, the market seems to be really excited about that airplane, and I am too.
What are you calling that one?
It is just the Sonics High Wing, but we mashed.
Not like the High X or
no,
you got the Subsonics, the YX.
Everybody wanted to do High X. Everybody wanted to do High X, and I just could not do it
because it reminds too many people about their past lives
absolutely
and dealing with their ex-spouse.
That's right.
High X.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
so, but what we did is we smashed high and wing together, so it's actually SH, or if you put the aerobatic kit on it, Sierra Hotel. So that was kind of the fun little thing we did there with the name. But yeah, we didn't go with the creative mashup of the word Sonics for this one.
For people that are looking at their first kit, why would they be interested in Sonics? What's the selling point of it?
So the big thing about the Sonics is, our tagline, of course, is the best performance per dollar. And, of course, everything's gotten more expensive with inflation. Sonics are no exception because of material costs and everything. But, we are still and have always been competitive with the price of a nice new car. And so we are about half the price of a similar performing experimental. And it's a simple airplane in terms of its construction, so you don't need any special fixturing. You don't need a big investment in tools. It doesn't take a huge amount of time to build. It's a pretty easy airplane to build.
Speaking of building, when you were at Oshkosh, I noticed there was people signing the airplane. What were they signing, and can they actually see them if they come from Oshkosh here?
Right.
At the show?
So all the signatures you see on the airplane, all the rivets that people installed that came up to the One Week Wonder tent and signed up to pull a rivet. And then, of course, there was over 70 other more substantial in terms of their time commitment volunteers in the tent building the airplane throughout the week. And there were some late nights involved and some fun times, and we got an airplane built. And that was from our traditional kit, so not one of our quick build kits. The wings weren't pre-built or anything like that. The only thing that was done, just like all of our kits, is the main wing spars were pre-riveted.
Quickly, over the last 25 years, how many Sonics have you sold?
Oh, boy, we've got several thousand serial numbers out there through the years, and it's one of those things where, we're almost like a movement, out there, a cult following, and it's been snowballing and getting more popular. Of course, it's hard to compete with the 800-pound gorilla on the block that's got, 20,000 airplanes or whatever out there. But it's a really good economical choice, especially for folks looking to go sport pilot. All of our airplanes are sport pilot and aerobatic. So you can really get the biggest bang for your buck as a sport pilot.
Now, where are you guys located here on the grounds?
So
you're just in the EAA tent?
We're in the EAA booth
EAA
with the One Week Wonder, and they're a great host, and our second year in a row partnering with them for that. So you can come and see us there.
All right. Well, we've actually gone over our allotted time this morning. Mark, and I don't have the cheat sheet, so last name?
Jabel, yeah.
Mark Jabel, owner, Grand Poobah at Sonics Aircraft. People want to find you on the web?
SonicsAircraft.com.
SONEX aircraft.com. Sonics Aircraft here on the grounds at the EAA tent. Mark, I appreciate you coming by and talking with us, telling us all about your neat little bird. I'm going to ask one more quick question. If I buy a kit, what's it going to cost me to get a flying aircraft, average avionics, average engine?
You'll be in the $50,000 to $60,000 range,
which is really not a bad price for an LSA. I mean, that puts you in. You said you're all LSA?
Yeah, we are. Everything up to about 120 horse.
All right.
We fit with an LSA.
Cool. Huge shout out. Mark, thank you so much. We're going into our shout out break here because we don't have anything going. So, and since I don't have my cheat sheets in front of me, I'm going to ask Jack to tell me about the parent organization Planes.
Let's take a step back and let's talk about Central Florida Aerospace Academy, a public high school that is actually out here on the ACE Sun and Fun grounds. That's actually been in production now, teaching students for the past, I think, 15 years. Yeah. So
now, does that include when it was back over here as the one?
It does. It sure does. Yep. So this is building number 2.
Started out as one classroom.
It did.
In a maintenance building.
It did. And it's expanded to 2 campuses. So we actually have CFA East and at CFA West. So between Winter Haven and Lakeland, there's 2 campuses taking place right now. But the parent group, Planes, is parents launching a network of educational support, and we're going to do a little plug for them that if you're actually at the CFA building, the high school campus today, they're actually providing lunch for a fee, but a very good meal is provided every day, different meal each day of the week. They're at the CFA building, presented by Planes, the parent PTA.
And Planes, I've been told what PLANES means.
Memorized many years ago. Parents launching a network of educational support.
All right, the Planes group here. We want to thank them for
Absolutely.
being out. They're very active. They're
year-round.
I see their stuff on
Absolutely.
Facebook. They're in a Facebook group. If you're on Facebook, please look up our page, SNF Radio on Facebook. Our website, snfradio.com. Our email, snfradio@gmail.com. Shout out our favorite fan, Tony from Mobile, is out there listening. Hey, Tony.
Hello,
glad
Tony.
You tuned in. We had somebody else from Publix send us an email, so they were listening in.
Hello, Rick.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, if you're listening, tell us where you're listening from. snfradio@gmail.com. Reach out. Send me an email. Tell me where you're listening from. Message me on Facebook, SNF Radio.
Now, Dave, I had a rumor that we had over 31,000 different listeners last year. Can you confirm that?
We did. I'm pretty sure we did. Mr. Pasco, Dave Pasco, liveatc.net. Outstanding, generous sponsor of our audio streaming. and radio volunteer.
Excellent.
Dave could not be with us during the fly-in this year. He came in Friday and spent Friday evening, all day Saturday, all day Sunday, and all day Monday working in the radio station to get us on the air, because this year, not only are we streaming on Live ATC, we're streaming on YouTube, and we're streaming on Facebook. So we have 3 different audio streams out there for folks to listen to.
Very special thank you to Kelly, his beautiful wife, that allowed him to come down and participate in getting everything set up. Definitely.
And thank you to Miss April, my better half,
Absolutely.
who graciously offered to allow them to stay in our camper. So Kelly was like, oh, a luxury extended stay RV. Yeah, I don't mind staying here.
Little different than years past for you. You're more of you're a local now, so you're a Lakelander.
Yep. It took me a whopping no traffic this morning. I was on campus in less than 10 minutes.
Beautiful.
And I'm loving living here. I absolutely love living. I cannot recommend South Lakeland, the Christina area, Lakeland in general, as a place to live. We are so happy here. So glad to be out of the rat race of the coastal South.
Yeah, Lakeland has become a booming town, growing inextensively, just nonstop every day. But you've got so much here. There's so many, and like you always say, you come for the air show, but you stay for the family, which is what Lakeland is. Just one gigantic community that has gotten together and supporting this air show and everything around.
And not only Sun and Fun, but when you're in Lakeland, everybody is so nice. A prime example I gave somebody was I was in South Florida. Was going back to work on my house down there to sell. Anybody looking for a house in Hypoluxo, Florida, reach out. Dave Shellbetter.
Show special, 25% off.
Yeah, right. No, not quite. But no, I was down in South Florida. I had a green light, but I was making a right turn. There was a guy and his toddler age kid in looked like a tricycle, but was a scooter, and they were moving their way across. I was sitting there waiting for him to cross. And I thought it was cute, a father with his kid crossing the road. I'm just there. He's looking at me, and I'm smiling. The man looked at me like I was some kind of lech and took his dear sweet time crossing the road. That same trip, I was getting home here to Lakeland. Pull up. There's somebody there crossing the road, sees me, makes eye contact with me, smiles, and boogies out of the way real fast. That's the difference between
South Florida and Central Florida
and the tourist towns. So, yeah, we love being here. We
Good.
absolutely love being here. And because I'm here now and we are getting settled in, you can expect more from Sun and Fun Radio throughout the year. We are going to be doing more. We're going to be doing interviews. We're going to be doing, I'm not sure how much live we'll be doing, but we will be doing a lot of releases on chatsfromthedeck.com.
Now, 2023 marks what year as far as an anniversary for the radio station?
2023 is our 29th year on the air.
Excellent.
Next year,
Congratulations,
Sun and Fun
Dave.
celebrates 50 next year. We celebrate 30 next year.
And going strong.
And I'm celebrating, this is my 45th year as a Sun and Fun volunteer.
And as you told me yesterday, you're a pioneer from the original EA Sun and Fun days.
Yep. Back in the original days, the Unfreeze Your Bird days. I am a Sun and Fun pioneer. I'm the second youngest Sun and Fun pioneer. Only pioneer younger than I is a gentleman by the name of Brian Geiger. Went by the call sign Gator. Great guy. Absolute great guy. I miss seeing him around. He's had a parting of the ways from volunteering here. And I really miss seeing Gator around here. I hope one day. I tried to get him to come to the radio station. He's that sharp a character.
Sun and Fun cannot happen without the volunteers.
It can't. We've got
thousands of volunteers.
2,500 plus every day. And if you want to volunteer, go to the website, flysnf.org. Anything you need, really. We released a new website this year, a new version of our website this year. It's outstanding. FLYSNF. Remember, Fly, Sun, and Fun. So flysnf.org, everything you want to know about the Aerospace Center for Excellence ACE, about the fly-in, about the schedules, up-to-the-minute information, it is all on FLYSNF.
And as Mr. Crump said this morning, this is not just the Week of Sun and Fun. This is a year-round educational site. The STEM programs they have with the museum nonstop, the educational portion with the students coming and going year-round. Donations are accepted. Any kind of support is well rewarded.
That's right. So, and again, when Eric was here earlier, we were talking about our Junior Aces. Junior Aces is a special program for youngsters. Look it up in the program book. Stop by the museum. You get a passport. I think you said there are 6 or 8 activities. You have your passport signed. Once you do all of the activities, kind of almost like a scavenger hunt per se.
It would be. Yep.
In the
It would be.
passport. You get all your stamps. You take it back to ACE, the Aerospace Center for Excellence, and you get a genuine tool set. We're not talking a child's play school tool set. They actually give you a nice little toolbox.
As he said, metal tools
metal
to
tools
take with you.
Real, and he said he uses his in his office. So we knew Eric was a big child at heart.
Oh, we all are.
Yeah, we all are.
We all are.
All of us. But, huge shout-out to Redbird Flight Simulators, Siemens, NOAA, Tello, Zenith Aircraft, Dayton Freight, Fly Lakeland, all the people that are supporting our Junior Aces program. We are so, so happy and thankful for all of them. A man by the name of James C. Ray. A lot of people don't know that name, but most everybody knows the name Piedmont Airlines. James C. Ray was the founder of Piedmont Airlines. Became very successful, and James believed in paying it forward, paying back and actually paying forward. And the James C. Ray Scholarship Fund is part of what we do here, and it has gotten, I believe the number is 150 plus.
It is.
CFAA students have gotten their flight training complimentary thanks to the Ray Scholarship. Tell you what, you go to high school, they teach you to fly as long as you keep your grades up. If I had been in high school and they said, "Hey, you keep a 3.57 or better, we'll give you free flying lessons," man, I'd have had a 4.0 plus.
With the opportunity for continuing education with Polk State.
Yep.
Polk State has its own flying team, of course, as well.
Absolutely.
But that's the community again. Everybody works together.
All right. Well, we have done some shouting out and off the cuff talking about things, and we have a guest on deck. And I didn't see which one of you talented folk have the I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Carl Valeri.
Hey, thanks, Dave, and big shout-out to the folks at the Polk State Flight Team. Thanks for doing that there, Mr. Mason.
Absolutely.
Right now we have on the deck here FA Weather Technology, Gary Pocotner. Hopefully I said that correct, and welcome to the deck. I'm excited to talk to you about aviation weather.
I'm going to interject for just 1 minute. I have a huge shout-out thank you to you guys for providing our daily weather briefings. I appreciate that. So, and I just mentioned, hey, we'd love to have a daily weather briefing, and you hooked it up. Thank you so much for that.
And
okay, I'm sorry.
People
Go ahead,
come to
Carl.
our booth to see Frankie as well as the rest of us and our exhibits that we'll talk about.
Yeah, and that's over here, Show Center, two-story building, and it's right there in the FAA Center.
Correct.
FAA does a lot of research as far as weather is concerned, and we could talk forever about it. And one of the things that I love is the fact that it keeps us safe as pilots. And I have been a lot of places flying, and I think our weather briefings are the best. So I'm kind of biased.
Great.
Anywhere in the world.
Research. What's there to research about weather?
Well, a lot of things. Things continue to evolve, and that's a big part of it. And GA is always a good test bed. So, you have new aviation coming in with UAS, drones, all that brings new challenges, and the technology that's going in there has to be checked out. And the way you do that a lot of times is in aircraft that are manned. You're not just saying pilots here today, gone tomorrow. That's a little risky. So the role of what pilots have to do is going to continue to evolve as this new automation and technology comes around. You go from making decisions to monitoring decisions to accepting decisions. All that requires new training. Also, during COVID, we've lost a lot, not just pilots, across the industry. So training is becoming a big thing, and young learners learn very differently than older learners. So we have one of the things if you come over that we're hoping to outreach to young pilots is we have a virtual reality training setup where you put on headsets and you can actually experience.
And the big glasses?
And the glasses, and you actually experience different weather phenomena. Instead of reading a text, you can actually see a thunderstorm form, you can see the updrafts, you can see where they flow. And that's how they learn today. They don't sit there and look at a textual picture and take notes that way. You do it all virtually. You can teach virtually as well as look at this. So we're developing different models and ways to convey new weather information for the new set of learners that are coming along.
How absolutely exciting. If I have my virtual headset at home, can you guys hook me up with a download as to how to have this in my own environment?
Our test site, now again, we're research, and I want to continue to emphasize, so we develop, we don't produce products, we're not selling things, but our prototypes, and if you come over there, if you like playing with it, or even, and that's one of the reasons these are important, we like getting pilots' inputs, and these two fly-ins, both Sun and Fun and Air Venture, gives you a bigger cross-section than we can ever get. So as researchers, one of the products we have there is called Flight Profiler. One of the gaps we're trying to solve is a lot of pre-briefs when pilots self-brief, they don't look at the whole flight holistically. They tend to look at, oh, I can get up safely, and I'm going to worry about what's at the end when I'm up there. I can look, I'll see out.
I'll
Well,
find
that
a
negates
cloud.
that
Yeah.
negates the value of the pre-flight. Being able to judge when you're moving, if you're delayed, if the storm moves faster, if there's growth and decay, all these things are difficult. Nobody's saying they're easy, so we have a product called Flight Profiler that we're trying. So we showed that at first up at AirVenture, and it was amazing how many pilots, just looking at it for a few minutes, had comments on things we could do to enhance it. So we've started to make some of those additions. So I'm hoping we'll bring other pilots, they can play around with it a little and give us more ideas how it could help visualize in a 3D scenario a full weather brief, so you get a full mental model. You know how it's changing, and you actually can fly the route like 50 times faster, see where you incur weather, you can see the weather changing, you can change your start and delay times, and actually see it all in a display.
So our input right now can modify the programs that you're creating.
It modifies our research, so you can give us ideas of things and capabilities.
Absolutely. So ADSB research, all sorts of different things that we're doing, and you interface with OEMs, with manufacturers, and give input. They give you input too, which is kind of interesting.
Right.
Too.
We write technical transfer packages that tells industry how to use it. Stuff's free. It's all paid by taxpayers. So industry is very welcome to receive it. It's free research to them.
So where can they find you on campus again if they want to talk more about some of this?
So we are in the FAA hangar. We're right up in front. You have Frankie on one side next to us who's doing flight service stuff and weather information. We have the Aviation Weather Research Program who are meteorologists, and we're right there. Right as you walk in, we've got a whole weather corner with a variety of expertise, engineers, human factors, and meteorologists.
Gary, thanks for coming here. We're going to go to some recorded announcements. Don't go away. Listen to us live, atc.net/SNF. We'll be right back.
Hello, this is Larry Overstreet. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF. They say you need one airplane to go fast, one to go slow, and one to go upside down. If you're into that third category, you can stop by the Sun and Fun Aerobatics Center and the Curtis Pitts Museum. The Aerobatics Center promotes stall spin awareness, unusual attitude recovery training, and better airmanship through aerobatics. All aviation enthusiasts are invited to stop by the center, located adjacent to the aerobatic tent, and enjoy the shade and hospitality. If you or someone you're with requires urgent medical assistance, please call 911 immediately. If practical or less urgent, you can visit Sun and Fun's Medical Hospitality Building and Tent located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across from the big Piedmont jet near the main entrance. Medical Hospitality is staffed from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. by licensed volunteer doctors and nurses. From sunburns, blisters, and dehydration to insect bites, headaches, and stomach pain, they are ready to help. And water and sunscreen are always available, free of charge.
Sun and Fun welcomes our veterans and active duty military. There is so much to see and do at the Veterans Plaza near the main entrance. You can visit the Veterans Welcome Tent, military displays, war reenactors, VA and veteran services, daily presentations in the Air America tent, live entertainment Friday and Saturday at 1700 hours, and much more.
Aeroshell has one of the most comprehensive and proven ranges of aviation lubricant products. This includes aircraft piston engine oils, jet engine oils, greases, and hydraulic fluids. We combine this with what is among the best technical support in the industry. Our Aeroshell brand has been trusted for generations for use in aviation throughout the world. We are located in Hangar C, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Aero LEDs, currently offering 10% off through Sun and Fun. Aero LEDs FAA-approved LED landing, taxi, and navigational lighting products are designed for retrofit or replacement of aircraft legacy lighting systems. They consume less power, output substantially more light, and are rated for more than 30,000 hours of continuous use. Ideal for installation on experimental or certified aircraft. You can see Aero LEDs lights in action, along with some new releases inside Hangar D, booths D6 and D7, or online at aeroleds.com.
If you love all things Italian, you won't want to miss the Vintage Spaghetti Dinner this Wednesday. Tickets are on sale up until dinner time, but they go fast, so don't wait. You can get more information or purchase tickets at the Vintage Headquarters building located near the East Exhibit gates. Gary GPS Reeves, that's the guy in the pink shirt from pilotsafety.org, is an official sponsor of the Sun and Fun Educational Forums. For the best way to fly single pilot IFR with autopilots, Avidyne, ForeFlight, and Garmin, you can check out the free classes Gary is teaching this week by searching the online Sun and Fun daily schedule for Reeves or visiting pilotsafety.org.
Aircraft judging is conducted in the following aircraft categories: home builds, light plane, seaplane, rotorcraft, ultralights, warbirds, and vintage. Judging of airplanes begins on opening day and concludes prior to the awards ceremony Saturday evening. All aircraft must be registered for judging by noon on Friday. The awards ceremony is held Saturday night at 6 p.m. at the Bueller Restoration Hangar.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Shoreline Aviation Insurance. Shoreline Aviation Insurance has a broad aviation background. Chances are, if you're doing it in aviation, they've done it. This experience helps them be a resource to their clients, not just sell a policy. They've owned and operated both piston and turbine aircraft. They are very experienced instructors and even owned a flight school for many years. They have operated a Part 135 operation, and they currently own an antique warbird on floats, as well as the experimental glass air that Glenn built. All of this experience is what they call the Shoreline Advantage. You can learn how to put the Shoreline Advantage to work for you at shorelineaviationinsurance.com.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Sun and Fun Radio's version Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 2023 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. We thank our presenting sponsors, E3 Aviation, for helping us make Sun and Fun happen. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Now, aviation is not just about building an airplane or flying an airplane. People that are in it love it. They love talking about it. They love outreach. And our next guest, Mr. Josh Yoder of U.S. Freedom Flyers.
That's correct.
What is U.S. Freedom Flyers?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. U.S. Freedom Flyers is an organization that was founded back in August of 2021. This was to stand up for pilots' rights in the industry, specifically as it pertained to the vaccine mandates when the airlines were coming out trying to force us to do something that many of us didn't want to do. And so a few pilots, we put our heads together, stood up to the companies, probably about 20% of us across the industry, and that had a huge impact. We were successful in rolling those mandates back largely at the airlines. Most of us maintained our jobs when we were told in no uncertain terms that we would be fired if we weren't force vaccinated. And that obviously didn't go over well. Passengers were also concerned. It was something the airlines absolutely intended to do to passengers. And so our work has greatly grown over the last year and a half. We now have chapters in 7 countries. Wow. It's become a global initiative. We're also focused on some of the failures of the FAA to even allow this to happen in the first case. We're seeing so many pilot injuries now that are coming forward. Just when we opened the booth this morning, within 5 minutes, the very first person that stopped by said, look, I'm having cardiac issues and I need help. A lot of people reach out to us for that because we help pilots anonymously. We provide advocacy. We connect them to doctors who understand these specific types of injuries, especially as it pertains a lot of cardiac symptoms that we're seeing, as well as neurologic dysfunction. So we have doctors that specialize in those types of issues, and some of them will actually be here at our booth. People can come by and ask questions for free. They're doing consults. Another company, Heart Care Corp, is right next to us. They're doing cardiac testing on site with something called a multifunction cardiogram.
I saw that in one of the pieces of publication. What is that? We can come up there and you guys throw us on an EKG type machine?
Yeah, it's actually much more in depth than an EKG, but you can do it in about 15 minutes. The results are your results. It's not a medical visit, so you're not required to tell anyone what your results are,
which is critical for an aviator.
Correct, and that's why we're doing this for pilots, letting them know where they stand with their health, and what they do with it after that is their business. We don't keep their information. We certainly never publicize it, but we are here as a resource. If people need us, and I think people would be shocked. We've done these testing events now across the country, and we're seeing things like 60%, 50 to 60% of pilots that we're testing have markers for myocarditis, which is inflammation of the heart muscle. So highly concerning.
And it's also a cause to lose your medical.
It
right?
is. It is. But
Thank you.
What's truly concerning is the fact that more than 50% of myocarditis cases are subclinical, meaning you have no symptoms. So your first symptom can be sudden death from a rhythm dysfunction. So if you have it, it's something you want to know about. It's certainly something that can be treated. I have many friends now in the aviation industry. It took them 6 to 8 months, but they are now back to flying. But if left untreated, myocarditis has a 20% mortality rate within 2 years.
Wow.
And a 50% mortality rate within 5 years. That's why we're advocating and encouraging pilots to get tested, do something about it. There are solutions. You don't have to suffer in silence. And like I said, many cases subclinical, so you wouldn't know unless you actually look for the issue.
Now, you said that you get these tests and the results are private, and you guys don't release your and you're advocates. So I'm going to play devil's advocate.
Sure.
I go in, I get tested. It shows there's an issue with my heart. I go for my flight medical, and my doctor doesn't catch the heart issue. Playing devil's advocate, am I knowing that I have an issue? Can I get in trouble or lose my ticket for not telling my flight surgeon?
If they found out, yes. There again, that's up to you. We don't give you advice one way or the other. But if you have an issue, it's something you probably want to know about, so you can take decisive action. And there's a lot of people that are alive today because they did catch it early and they've gotten on protocols, even natural protocols, to get rid of myocarditis over a several month period, and we've seen incredible success with that.
So there's a possibility you can discover an issue and get it resolved before your flight medical.
That's correct, and the FAA is never going to catch this. With an EKG, it doesn't detect myocarditis. It's only looking for essentially the electrical rhythm of the heart.
Mm-hmm.
And in most cases, there's not an electrical rhythm malfunction until the point the heart stops, right, or something more severe develops. That's one of the things we're concerned about with the FAA is the testing that they're doing, given the current injuries we're seeing. They're not catching it in FAA flight physicals, and the people that are most are at highest risk for myocarditis are between the ages of 18 and 39 years old.
Wow.
And we know that you don't get males in those age groups, and that's probably half of your airline pilots specifically, and there's no cardiac testing being done at the FAA until the age of 35, and the EKG is something that won't detect the most common side effect, which is myocarditis. So that's why we're raising awareness around this issue. Many pilots aren't aware of it, and I think that we need to take decisive action to ensure safety of the flying public. We've just seen a rash of pilot incapacitations over the past 3 weeks. I think we've had 7 now.
And those are due to what?
Mostly cardiac issues.
Okay. I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying is that a lot of this is stemming from a forced vaccination issue?
That's what our doctors believe, yes. The increase in rates is substantial. Just to give you some statistics, at American Airlines alone between January and July of 2022, there was a 300% increase in long-term disability claims. That came out of nowhere. Same thing's happening at United and other airlines, but we actually have the data. It was published by the union at American Airlines. And just, and then the anecdotal evidence as well. The number of calls that I get, word's getting out. People know that U.S. Freedom Flyers is, we're out to help pilots, and so my phone rings daily from pilots who are experiencing issue and looking for solutions.
Now, Josh, the amount of captains and pilots that are coming to you, are they within a certain age bracket, and are you finding more within a certain age bracket as far as results, or is this across the board?
It's pretty much across the board, but we're definitely seeing issues in a lot of young pilots.
Really?
A lot of younger males in the 20s and 30s seem to be some of the most severely hit.
Wow.
And without naming company names, but is there a higher result based on the company that gave you the vaccination against another company's vaccination, or is it just in general?
It seems that it was the mRNA that's causing the majority of the issues. So Moderna and Pfizer, I would say, are probably 90%. We have the guys who are having issues. About 90% of them have taken one of those 2 vaccines.
Mm.
We've heard rumors and insinuations about this out there. It's nice to have a place. So you've got a website here. Do you have these statistics and this information on that website? Because for me, hearing this, firsthand is like bombarded with all this information. I'd like to go back and read it, research it, and cross-check and verify, trust but verify this information, because it's amazing statistics that you're giving us.
Yeah, absolutely. So we don't have the disability numbers; those aren't up on the website. What we do have is a letter that we sent to the FAA back in December 15th of 2021. And there we took current injuries that we were aware of. We went into the VAERS data. We had a team of doctors like Lieutenant Colonel Teresa Long. She's a Senate whistleblower, senior Army flight surgeon, as well as Lieutenant Colonel Pete Chambers, same thing, cardiologist Dr. Peter McCullough, and others that compiled data. And we put that together. We sent it to the airlines. We sent it to the FAA, warning them of what we believe was coming. We knew we were going to have an issue. We didn't realize just how severe that was going to be. You can look up the stories of pilot Cody Flint. He's a crop duster down in Mississippi, and he had taken off 50 hours after his first Pfizer shot, actually passed out while flying. Both of his inner ears ruptured at the same time, about 200 feet above the ground. He doesn't remember landing his airplane, no recollection, and his career has now been destroyed. He has four specialists that say conclusively that was from the Pfizer shot. Increases intracranial pressure by over 300%. Then you have Captain Bob Snow. He had a case of subclinical myocarditis. didn't realize he had it until he lands American Airlines 1067. That was Denver to Dallas, Fort Worth. 6 minutes after touchdown, they're parked at the gate. He goes to stand up to collect his bags, and he drops over from cardiac arrest. Unfortunately, there was a nurse and a Navy corpsman on that flight, and they were able to revive him. But once again, his career's over. Captain Greg Pearson, another major airline captain, within hours after the first Pfizer shot, goes into atrial fibrillation, almost died.
No.
These are a few of the public stories.
Josh,
Wow.
we're wrapping down to about a minute left here. Tell us again what you can offer out here in the field for a captain, and where you're located again.
Okay, we're located at booth D62,
Okay.
and we're adjacent to Heart Care Corp, who will be doing cardiac testing on site. We'll have doctors there who are doing consults as well. Not today, but starting tomorrow. There'll be a lot of expertise there. We can answer questions. Certainly, guide people, point you in the right direction if you do have concerns.
And if they're not here on the grounds, how do they find you outside of the Sun and Fun grounds? You have a website?
We do. They can find us at usfreedomflyers.org. You can email us there. You can call the number on the website, and someone will get back to you. We try to be very thorough about getting back to people and making sure that we're bringing solutions forward to help.
Great. Well, we appreciate you coming by again, and thank you for being here. Again, Josh Yoder, and he is with usfreedomflyers.org. And again, they're in Hangar D, the fourth of the exhibit hangars. Appreciate you coming by. Thank you so much, Josh.
Thank you.
We are going to go. I'm not sure. Do we have a recorded break? Yes, we are going to go to a recorded break, and we will be back with you in about 5 minutes.
Hello, this is Trevor Semino from Chart It All. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package. They say you need one airplane to go fast, one to go slow, and one to go upside down. If you're into that third category, you can stop by the Sun and Fun Aerobatics Center and the Curtis Pitts Museum. The Aerobatics Center promotes stall spin awareness, unusual attitude recovery training, and better airmanship through aerobatics. All aviation enthusiasts are invited to stop by the center, located adjacent to the aerobatic tent, and enjoy the shade and hospitality. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Lincoln Electric. You can visit the Lincoln Electric booth, N44 and N45, to take advantage of limited-time show special pricing on MIG and TIG welders or plasma cutting equipment. Learn TIG welding in our welding education workshops. Lincoln Electric, ready to help you with all of your welding and cutting projects.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Moto Art. If you're looking to own a piece of aviation history, plane tags might be just what you're in search of. Each collectible plane tag is made from the skin of a real decommissioned aircraft. Would you like to own a piece of an Airbus or a Boeing? Maybe a Grumman Goose, Convair, or MiG, Chinooks to Hueys, and Bonanzas to Starships too. Each oval plane tag is handcrafted with respect for the aircraft that it came from and the stories it carries with it. You can see the whole collection of plane tags at the Moto Art booth, N49 in the North Exhibit area, or online at planetags.com.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Honda Generators, the official generator of Sun and Fun. Be sure to visit the Honda display directly across from Sunset Grill to see the all-new Honda EU 3200i generator. Weighing less than 60 pounds and capable of running a 13.5 BTU air conditioner, it's the perfect power source for your RV. More information is at powerequipment.honda.com.
In it's Dr. David Kolbaba. Did you know that when you're thirsty, you're already dehydrated? That's why good old-fashioned H2O is the way to go. Caffeinated beverages, a choice for many who become thirsty, can actually cause even more dehydration due to the caffeine. The early stages of dehydration cannot be detected, and that's why you got to go with the water every chance you get. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
As GA pilots, we understand the need for proficiency but sometimes lack the resources to accomplish it. That's where Redbird Pro comes in, a new app that measures your proficiency in 9 key areas to generate a personalized training plan full of articles, quizzes, and simulator scenarios that address the weakest parts of your flying. Redbird Pro is available in the App Store and Google Play. You can visit Redbird for more information at booth N76 or online at redbirdflight.com.
Hey kids, are you interested in learning about science or parachutes? If you are between grades K through 6, you can attend a Piedmont Aerospace Labs workshop. These exciting labs run from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily in the Kids Zone, located at the front entrance. The Kids Zone is also packed with many more cool aviation-themed activities, including a rock wall, obstacle course, space shuttle slide, combat trainer, and much more. Remember, the Kids Zone is located near the front entrance. For more information about ride ticket requirements and prices, visit flysnf.org.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to the deck here at Sun and Fun Radio. Don't forget to listen to us on 1510 AM, also liveatc.net/SNF. And on the deck we have here one of my favorite organizations for their outreach. What they do with the cadets is the Civil Air Patrol. Joining us today is Lieutenant Colonel Phil Zdonek.
Very good.
All right. Welcome. It's great to see you actually back again.
Yeah, it's actually good to be here. It's always exciting. Been doing Sun and Fun out here since 2007 and been a member of the organization since the early mid-60s when I was a cadet, earned my flying, earned a scholarship, got a flying license, pilot's license, and been flying ever since and still flying. And it's a great organization nationwide as well here as in Florida. Florida, we have over 3,000 cadets and senior members combined in 71 different locations throughout the state, from Key West to Pensacola. We have 27 aircraft. We flew over almost 4,000 hours, flight hours last year. We're known, we have 3 main missions, and those 3 main missions are aerospace education, where we educate young adults and cadets and everything else about the importance of aviation in our community and state and nation. We're very active. We have actually school-approved curriculum from K through 12 that are in schools throughout the nation and stuff. So that's a big part. That's the aerospace education. Of course, we have our cadet program, which for members, young adults from ages 12 through 20 can become a cadet and go through the program, get promoted, and learn a lot of leadership skills and things of this nature, as well as other personal skills that they can utilize in other parts of their lives. About 10% of all the Air Force Academy entrants every year come from Civil Air Patrol. They either go there or do other service academies. So, and then emergency services is probably what we're best known for, and that's our search and rescue stuff. We work in direct coordination with the Air Force Rescue Coordination Center out of Tyndall Air Force Base. Last year, we were credited with saving over 108 lives. Our phone forensics has been recognized nationwide for finding aircraft and missing individuals, in fact. So it's just a huge part. And the search and rescue part is, like I said, 90% is what we fly throughout the whole nation and stuff. So,
you know, airplanes, we talk a lot about airplanes, but there's so much more. I mean, I love the cadet program. I think it's terrific what you do for the children and also for us, the adults, and getting involved. But here's something that's really cool that people don't realize is the communication network that you all set up. And I've seen that. I live in Florida, and we've seen the results of that. What do you folks do to make sure that communication lines are still open?
We do have a very active high-frequency network, things of that nature that we exercise on a regular basis, as well as we have radio repeaters throughout the whole state of Florida in different locations and stuff, so we can keep command and control type communications. And again, we work very closely with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, as well as the local emergency management organizations in each county. Of course, this last year we were very challenged, of course, with Hurricane Ian down in Southwest Florida and devastation and damage that did. We spent thousands, literally man hours between, and we had folks come in from all over the United States here to support us in that mission. We are known for our aerial photography, our infrared sensing, our 3D scanning, and we can actually do live real-time downloads to FEMA from our aircraft. And we're very economical. We can fly for about $165 an hour as compared to some other military aircraft flying for thousands of dollars an hour. So we're very cost effective. It figures about a $3 to $1 ratio return on investment for what we do as an organization. And again, working with the Florida Emergency Management System and everything else, we provided thousands and thousands. And we're currently right now in the process of mapping the whole coastline again right now, just to see where we are today and, you know, as a result of some kind of a serious incident or storm or something else, and where we're, you know, and that way we actually, they use that data to where they want FEMA to put supplies and response teams and things of that nature.
So can cadets get involved in this? Or
Yes,
just
yes,
really?
Cadets are involved. They can get involved in a ground team, as well as when they're a little older cadets, they can actually fly in the aircraft as observers and things of this nature. We have a very extensive aerial photography requirement that they can go through classes and get qualified. We have 3D scanning, imaging, and things of that nature also. So and we also have getting well known now. We have a small drone program also that we're using drones in certain times of in different scenarios.
Awesome. Now, you said something about scholarships. You got a scholarship when you first
I
started?
won a flying scholarship, yes, back in the late 60s.
Do they still have it?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, it's now it's called the Cadet Wings Program. Cadet Wings Program is a nationwide program. An individual that can get a third-class medical and pass their private pilot's license test, their basic test for FAA test, we will pay for them to go right on through all the way up through the time they get their check ride and everything else. And we right now nationwide have about 165 people, cadets from across the nation that have gotten that. We have about 15 or 20 from Florida alone that have gotten their pilot's license as a result of that program.
You know, you guys are so visible here at Sun and Fun. There's two ways. Number one, they can come visit you, right? Here
Yes.
at Sun and Fun.
Yes.
And number two, your cadets are everywhere. They're always volunteering, and they do such a wonderful job.
Well, yeah, thank you. We have just outside the Aero Club, Lakeland Aero Club, right off James Ray Boulevard. We have one of our static display aircraft set up. It's Cessna 172 there, and most of our aircraft are fairly modern technology. We have the G1000 system in them, the Garmin G1000. That's there, and we'll also have a recruiting tent set up there with brochures and information that people can come by and talk to anyone, or talk to one of our senior members, talk to one of our cadets, or take some brochures and information about the program.
So for some of the students, it might be a bit of a challenge financially. Can they just come and visit? I mean, what's it going to set someone back?
It's really not that bad. We do have an individual who wants to get involved in Civil Air Patrol. We have different ways of help subsidizing and everything else based on need and everything else. So it really should not become a financial burden on anyone to become involved in the program. And the same thing with the flying. It's a Cadet Invest program where we actually said we pay for their flight times and everything else. Florida Wing, like I said, we're located from Key West to Pensacola, so we're spread across with the number of aircraft we have, 33 vehicles and 71 different locations. So
now we're talking about cadets, the initial getting into the
Yes, sir.
CAP. I'm happy to share I just joined the organization as a seasoned pilot, so you don't only seek cadets, pilots of any experience.
Seasoned.
Yes, seasons. That's I've been flying about 25 years, and I just joined. So
that is absolutely perfect. That's what we're looking for. We have a lot of opportunities. I was a mission pilot. I was a transport mission pilot, cadet orientation, taking the cadets up on orientation flights. A lot like the Young Eagle program, things of that nature. We take all our cadets up on, they get five orientation flights, and again, introduce them to the aircraft, introduce them to the thrill of flight, and hopefully encourage them to continue on.
It's not all about flying, right? There are many other aspects of the CAP. It's not about flying. It's all the technical aspects.
That's right. The technical, the leadership skills, the self-confidence they develop as they progress through the ranks. The cadets have to do so many written essays. They have to do some public speaking. I mean, there's a lot of requirements. And we're trying to develop a whole person concept, and that's why, like I said, a lot of the cadets end up going to the service academies and everything else, and 10% of them because they do check all those boxes, both academically, emotionally, socially, and technically. They check them all off.
Yeah, and I know that in the airline industry or flying industry that for every pilot there's 35-ish or so people behind the scenes that actually make that airplane fly. So
that is correct.
Right.
And you don't have to, and again, in the aviation field, a lot of our cadets do. Some air traffic controllers, some people go A&P mechanics, whatever. They branch out and do all kind of different things. But it is a tremendous organization, and like I said, the curriculum from kindergarten through high school, we have that available that teachers can sign up for and get all the materials, and we take them on orientation flights also. During the COVID area, we did a lot of COVID response. We delivered vaccines, we delivered test kits, we delivered samples to labs, and we did that nationwide as part of the COVID response. And so we stand by ready to basically respond to anything that comes up nationally, or especially here in Florida, that we can make sure that we're getting the job done and working with the local folks.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming, Phil. This is terrific. I'd love to hear more about why you'd want to get involved, either as a cadet or as a more seasoned pilot.
There you go.
They can find out more online, though, and that's gocivilairpatrol.com, and also can find you right here on campus.
That is correct.
Phil, we really appreciate you. We appreciate what you do and what the cadets do. They are doing an outstanding job here volunteering.
Well, I thank you very much. My pleasure.
Well, don't forget to listen to us, liveatc.net/SNF. If you're going to drive off and listen to the air show, that's a great way to do it. We're going to go to a commercial break, and then we're going to move on to Women Shine here, Women in Aviation. Let's go to a break.
Hello, this is Russ Rosleski from the Stuck Mike Avcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. Yes, hydration is everything. So what happens in the sun? Our bodies perspire to keep us at 98.6, and that warm breeze across our face evaporates water from our bodies too. And those caffeinated beverages are diuretics, which means that when we drink them, we can become dehydrated. So stay ahead of the curve by drinking water all throughout your stay here at Sun and Fun. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Bernie Little Distributors delivers a wide variety of Anheuser-Busch products as well as many specialized local and national craft beers. Also known for the Miss Budweiser hydroplane racing boat, Bernie Little Distributors has been an Anheuser-Busch distributor for over 50 years. From original Budweiser to the latest craft beer or cider, Bernie Little Distributors has what you want. Go to BernieLittleDistributors.com to find the drinks for your next get-together.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor Moto Art. If you're looking to own a piece of aviation history, plane tags might be just what you're in search of. Each collectible plane tag is made from the skin of a real decommissioned aircraft. Would you like to own a piece of an Airbus or a Boeing? Maybe a Grumman Goose, Convair or MiG, Chinooks to Hueys, and Bonanzas to Starships too. Each oval plane tag is handcrafted with respect for the aircraft that it came from and the stories it carries with it. You can see the whole collection of plane tags at the Moto Art booth, N49 in the North Exhibit area, or online at planetags.com.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the flight line for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks SkySpot Advertising of Lakeland for their continued support. SkySpot Advertising uses a high-tech LED lighting system under the wings of their aircraft to create a unique, effective, and affordable way for you to get your message across. All across the sky, that is. If you're looking to proclaim your love, give a shout-out, or promote your business, SkySpot Advertising is a powerful and unforgettable way to target audiences from Tampa to Orlando. You can see SkySpot Advertising in action right here at Sun and Fun every night. You can also check out their YouTube channel, SkySpot Ads, or their website, skyspotadvertising.com.
Welcome to Sun and Fun. We want everybody to have a great time this year, but there are a few simple rules to be followed. Please be careful around all moving airplanes. Spinning propellers are very dangerous and hard to see. Please make sure your lawn chairs are attended at all times so they do not blow into aircraft or injure people. Please closely supervise your children at all times. No smoking or food is permitted on the flight line. Pets are only allowed in the campground and must be leashed. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. You know, Sun and Fun is synonymous with being outside and walking considerable distances. And the combination of sun exposure, heat, and movement can cause physical challenges to our body. Water, shade, and rest can prevent overheating that can lead to what is known as heat stroke, aka sunstroke. Early warning signs include flushing of the face, nauseousness, rapid breathing, and headache. So pay attention, get your water, shade, and rest. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Veterans Florida helps military veterans transition to civilian life. Florida works hard to be the nation's most veteran-friendly state by providing powerful tools to take advantage of Sunshine State benefits. We connect veterans with employers eager to hire veterans in jobs using their particular military skills. We assist veterans in creating a winning resume and preparing for job interviews. Employers receive veteran recruiting assistance and may apply for our workforce training grant.
Sun and Fun hosts a Type Club tent during the fly-in. Approximately 20 Type Clubs participate, and their members are eager to share information and answer questions about their type of aircraft and how you can become a member in any of the Type Clubs. Whether you're interested in Cubs, Short-Wing Pipers, Cessnas, Blancas, or any of the other aircraft represented by their club, you won't want to miss the Type Club tent, located just across the taxiway from the Vintage Hospitality headquarters.
And now back to the Sun and Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Take it away, guys.
Good morning, Sun and Fun. We're at 11:05 here on opening day with a beautiful turnout. It's getting busy. The weather is beautiful. We could not ask for anything better. We'd like to go ahead and give a special thanks, of course, to E3 Aviation, our presenting sponsor for the year. Thank you, E3. Today, for the next few minutes, we're going to have Women Shine, presented by Women in Aviation. Miss Robin, could you take us over from here?
I'd be thrilled to. Actually, a little bit of history to me. I went to the second Women in Aviation conference ever held. So I'm my number's 105 or something like that. But we're lucky enough to have Kelly Murphy. Sorry, my dear. We're old friends and names aren't what I do. To introduce her guest, Paige Kessler.
Thanks, Robin. Great to be here always at Sun and Fun and to kick off Women Shine this week. I'm Kelly Murphy, Director of Communications for Women in Aviation International. Always a pleasure to be here. We are in Hangar A, 57, our booth, so please do come by and visit us this week. As always, we will have our WI Connect lunch this Friday on the grounds. This year we're going to be at Prop 75, just the old Pilot Mall, just across from our Hangar A. We still have some limited tickets available at $25 a piece during lunch. So please come by our booth this week and purchase those tickets. It's going to be a great venue connecting all of our members, corporate members, as well as our individual members. But my guest today is Paige Kessler, and she is with Piedmont Airlines. She's an FO flying the Embraer 145, and Piedmont Airlines is our sponsor for this week's WI Connect lunch. So we're super excited to have Paige here with us. And Paige was also a first-time conference attendee that we were in Long Beach just a couple of weeks ago where I saw you, Robin.
I was there, yeah.
It was fantastic. Yeah. It was a record-breaking event. Over 4,500 attendees, 196 exhibitors, and we gave away more scholarships. And to date, we have given away over $15.4 million in scholarships because we want women and men to understand that those financial resources we offer through scholarships helps pave your way going forward. Whether you want to be a pilot or air traffic controller or a dispatcher or an engineer, we really at WAI offer all those career aspects. So I'm going to offer, Paige and I met earlier, and I know she has her own interesting story because she's come from a family of aviators. So Paige, why don't you share with us what you're up to these days?
Yeah, so I'm a first officer at Piedmont Airlins. I've been there for about a year and a half. I grew up in aviation. My father was a pilot. My grandfather was a pilot. A couple an aunt and uncle. So it was in my blood. I couldn't stay away from it.
It's true.
Yeah. So flying is it's not work for me. I love it so much, and I was able to have the opportunity to go out to a Women in Aviation conference with Piedmont, and I just had a really good experience there, seeing all the female pilots, all in one area and just enjoying all the same things.
So you were telling me a little bit too. How did your career path start? Because obviously you do some flight instruction, and you were at school.
So I
tell us
started
about that.
flight instructing out of BNA. Worked there for a year, and then obviously COVID kind of shut it all down. So I had to move to West Virginia, where my family's from there. My father owns like a private airstrip there, so I just moved out there to build hours, and I ended up getting a job flight instructing out there.
And so you built your time, and now how long have you been at Piedmont Airlines?
Been with Piedmont a year and a half.
Okay. So what's maybe in the future for you?
So obviously I want to go to American Airlines, and Piedmont's got the fastest flow. I just plan on staying with Piedmont because it's such a great company. Like, we're a little family, and it's just a fun environment.
And I understand Piedmont, you really have a growing number of female pilots and dispatchers, maintenance technicians. How does that feel to be surrounded by other female
great.
members?
It's awesome. I love it. Just flying with multiple female captains, and obviously our flight attendants and dispatchers, and it's awesome.
How many hours did you need to qualify, or what was your entry level to get into Piedmont?
So as a first officer coming into Piedmont, you need the ATP
Right.
requirements. I was not restricted, so I had 1,500 hours and all the requirements for that, but we take them at 1,000 if they are restricted.
Yeah, I've been hearing about that, and it's very interesting. And then you can build your hours knowing you have a job.
Right.
And other things that people that would make you interesting for Piedmont to hire you? What kind of, I don't know, joining
So
air clubs?
we also have like a cadet program that at 500 hours, people that are building hours, they can apply. They'll interview as like an actual interview, and then they have a job at Piedmont once they hit their hours, and we give them like a bonus or.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah. And what's your favorite part about working for Piedmont?
No. Honestly, I don't ever dread going to work. It's just so fun. It's not a job to me. I love the people. Everybody I've flown with has been awesome. Our crew schedulers are awesome. It's a great environment.
So they don't say, "What are you doing as a girl in the cockpit?"
No, I actually have not experienced that yet.
And I had a question and it ran out of my
That's
mind.
okay. Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about where you're based and your commuting?
Yeah, so I'm based in Charlotte. I fly out of Nashville to Charlotte. It's a short flight, an hour. It's not hard at all.
That was the question. What are you flying? What kind of plane?
We fly the Embraer 145.
Okay. So you have how many passengers?
50.
All right.
Like the smallest of the airlines. But it's a really fun jet to fly.
And you were explaining too, you're really going to some of those smaller cities that feed into the main
we fly
hub.
to like all around Virginia and North Carolina, South Carolina, just all over the East Coast, and bring them to the bigger hubs.
Now, have you personally won a Women in Aviation scholarship?
I have not.
Have you applied?
I have not applied.
I will find that that's one of the biggest drawbacks as women is that we don't mucking apply, right? People, men, women, scholarships can only become yours if you apply. And one of the things I found after my teachers, nearly bent my arm into to make me apply, is that never goes off your resume. That scholarship stays there forever. Unlike currency on different airplanes, right? It's yours for the rest of your life. And it does mean that I thought enough of myself to put myself forward. And the other people judging this scholarship saw that potential in me. So I'm going to challenge you, Paige.
Oh, boy. Well, the good news is our WI 2024 scholarship cycle will open up July 1st. So if you are a current member of WAI, and I encourage you to apply to become a member before then, you will have over 120 scholarships to review and to apply for up to 3 every year. And then those scholarships will be awarded next March 2024 in Orlando during our 35th annual conference. So I always say the money is there, and the motto we use at WAI is that scholarships change lives. And they seriously do, because so many of our past recipients have talked about that little financial support, Robin, that you're referring to, and the fact that it was on their resume, it carries forward with them.
You offer training for United Airlines type ratings.
Yes.
I mean, they're things that money can't buy. Pratt & Whitney engine training, money cannot buy that. So for me, the opportunities that are created are far beyond $500, right? And the recognition, the standing on a stage with thousands of people clapping, makes you a little taller when you leave. And I think that's true for all of us involved in Women in Aviation. It's the spirit of, it's not just pilots, it's not just aircraft mechanics, it's not just FAA. It is the spirit of all of aviation coming together.
Now, ladies, sorry, we're going to cut down to about the last minute here, so we thank you very much for Women Shine. It'll be a presentation done daily out here on the deck. So, Kelly, any finishing thoughts for today and location where everybody can come find you again?
Yeah, please stop by Hangar A 57. Come by and buy your lunch ticket, which is this Friday, and always check us out on WAI.org.
Absolutely. And, of course, a quick question that's come up in the past is I am a young lady or young gentleman, or of any age, really, but I'm looking for the chapter in my local area. How's the easiest way to do that as well?
Again, WAI.org /chapters, and our network of 165 chapters all around the world. All the contact details are there on our website. There is certainly a chapter near you, and later this week we're going to be talking to our local chapter representative.
Just that easy. So, Paige, thank you. Piedmont,
Thanks
we
for having
appreciate
me.
everything. Kelly, so much. As always, we will see you tomorrow. Miss Robin, I think we're going to cut out for another break, and we'll be back, so stay tuned.
Sun and Fun
Hello.
Radio.
This is Piper Rose-Lusky from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio,
Thank you.
WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
AOPA is eager to get the airshow season started and get back out there and mingle. Along with Sun and Fun and AirVenture, AOPA will be hosting a new kind of regional events in 2022 with a more casual and laid-back feel. These events will offer educational seminars, aviation displays, and aerial entertainment at a local airport near you. Stay tuned for locations and dates to be announced soon. You can visit AOPA.org and stop by the AOPA tent at Sun and Fun and find out more about how AOPA continues to work hard and to protect and promote general aviation for you.
Hey kids, are you interested in learning about science or parachutes? If you are between grades K through 6, you can attend a Piedmont Aerospace Labs workshop. These exciting labs run from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily in the Kids Zone, located at the front entrance. The Kids Zone is also packed with many more cool aviation-themed activities, including a rock wall, obstacle course, space shuttle slide, combat trainer, and much more. Remember, the Kids Zone is located near the front entrance. For more information about ride ticket requirements and prices, visit flysnf.org.
Hats, shirts, sunglasses, and more, Cirrus has something for everyone. You can stop by the Cirrus store at booth D22 through 25 in Hangar D to restock on all your favorite Cirrus aircraft gear. Now for a limited time, Cirrus will be offering exclusive merchandise at Sun and Fun. You can shop the Cirrus store at booth D22 through D25 today.
Sun and Fun, thanks to our sponsor, Visit Central Florida. When you land in Polk County, you've landed in Florida's sweetest spot. From theme parks and events to the arts, culture, sports, or fine dining, let us be your launch pad to your next adventure. You can stop by the Visitor Information Center here on site or fly over to their website, visitcentralflorida.org, for more information.
While we all have good views of the action here at Sun and Fun, if you're a professional photographer looking for the best views possible, then you will want to check out the preferred photo seating area. This area allows an unobstructed view of the air show and other event activities. It's located adjacent to the preferred seating, along the flight line and the air show announcer stand, so you know that's where the best of the action is. There is an extra fee of just $30 in addition to the event admission, and more details are available at flysnf.org.
It's more important than ever to quit smoking. Tobacco-Free Florida, sponsor of the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, offers tools and services that are free and proven to help you quit. Quit smoking on your own terms with its Quit Your Way program. Quit Your Way offers phone, web, and group quit services to Floridians in every county, regardless of insurance status. Free nicotine replacement therapy, like the patch or gum, are also available. More information is available at tobaccofreeflorida.com.
Are you looking for a part or an instrument to help you complete your latest project? If so, you could come down to the Parts Exchange and see if they have something that fits your need. Not building anything? That's okay. You can come out and add to your memorabilia collection or find that next office, studio, or living room aviation piece. The Parts Exchange is your place for aviation parts and pieces for whatever it is you desire to use them for. The Parts Exchange is located in Hangar E.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Polyfiber. You personally can fabric cover your aircraft affordably and hassle-free. Polyfiber can show you how. You can get hands-on aircraft fabric covering experience by the best in the business by attending a free Polyfiber workshop every day at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. located in the Fabric Building in the workshops area. You can also stop by the Polyfiber booth in Building A and talk to a Polyfiber technical specialist directly. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of quality avionics from name brand manufacturers to keep pilots, aircraft owners, and operators flying. With a comprehensive inventory and its helpful and knowledgeable avionics experts, you're sure to find everything you need in avionics, ADS-B solutions, instruments, headsets, pilot supplies, panel design, avionics repair, and more. And their lowest price guarantee means you'll never overpay. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar Delta or on the web at gulfcoastavionics.com.
If you love a great fish fry, you won't want to miss the Vintage Fish Fry this Friday. Tickets are on sale all week, but they go fast, so don't wait. You can get more information or purchase tickets at the Vintage Headquarters building located near the East Exhibit Gate.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Sun and Fun Radio Live. Chats from the Deck Live. Broadcasting from the grounds here at Sun and Fun. We are at the Sun and Fun Radio Studios, located on the corner of the newly named Leanhout's Way, formerly the Voyager Path. We're right across from the big Honda Generators display. We can't thank our sponsors at Honda enough. They've been with us for years. So thank you, Honda. Great quiet generators. I actually have an EU 1000i. It's a great little generator, excuse me. So, back on deck with me, I actually have 4 of my 5 hosts on with me.
Very
Jack
excited.
Mason. Hello, Jack.
Hello, sir. How are we doing?
I'm doing great. Now, you work in aviation.
Absolutely.
You're a flight scheduler
21
for a corporation.
proud years.
21 proud years.
Absolutely.
You started at a heck of a temporary job, huh?
I did. Foot in the door. Just didn't know it was going to be working out to a career, but with a little bit of a smile, a little bit of a charm maybe, who knows. But that gentleman director at the time said, come have a seat, stared at me for a few minutes, said, you got the job.
That kind of like when you came here.
Yeah. Yeah,
He said,
voluntold.
hello. He came up, he said, hello, I understand you need announcers. I said, you're hired.
it didn't work that way. That was more like, nope, you're doing this. Absolutely.
And Robin Lamar. Robin is an aerospace professional. She retired now, but what did you do before you retired? Were you a mechanic, or what was it that you did? I forget.
Airframe and power plant mechanic for United Airlines.
So you fixed them.
Fixed them and started with TWA.
Wow.
And dating myself here. At LAX, just a small airport on the West Coast.
Yeah, a little tiny airport. Also joined by Mr. Randy Bibb, who is a corporate pilot. Hello, Randy. You can talk now.
Hello, Dave. Hello, Dave.
I've known Randy for years. I finally talked him into coming into volunteering with us as an announcer because of his aviation experience and his good voice.
Well, like Jack said, I was voluntold.
He was voluntold.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, well said.
And another voice in aviation podcasting that everybody should know, Mr. Carl Valeri.
Hey,
Hello, Carl.
Hello. It's awesome being back here on the deck. It's been a wonderful event so far, and I tell you, we're hitting it out of the park, aren't we?
We
There's
are.
people coming from all over, and actually, we're gonna, as we go around, we're going to talk a little bit about careers too. And one of the things that
Thank you for stealing my segue,
yeah,
because
so-
I'm talking about what everybody at the deck does in aviation careers, and Carl steals my segue. I want to get into aviation. How do I do it?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. You can find out more right here at Sun and Fun. And they have this career fair, and I want to mention they've moved it this year to the Southeast exhibit area. It's actually really easy to find. There's a big tent over there, and there's some really wonderful people that have come by to help people in aviation, not just to get hired with their airline, but all different careers. And somebody that's joining us on the deck here is somebody from Piedmont Airlines, and Paige Kessler is somebody that not just represents Piedmont Airlines, but represents aviation careers in general, is a real advocate for aviation. Paige, it's great to have you back
Hey,
again.
thanks for having me.
You know, over at the career fair tent, there's many different airlines, there's many different people that are actually helping people move forward. For instance, we have many speakers to talk about careers. Like, for instance, there's people doing seminars. I'm going to be doing 2 seminars. One of them is going to be, am I too old to fly? And get that question all the time. The next one is challenges in your background, which is something we specialize in at Aviation Careers Podcast as far as the coaching. Whether you have an arrest in your background, you have an other than honorable discharge, maybe you have a medical issue. It's one of the things that we help out with. And just remember that the airlines want to work with you. And that's actually something that hats off to what the airlines are doing for the folks that are looking at careers. They're not only helping us in that manner through these career fairs, but they're also talking one-on-one with youngsters. I mean, the really people that have no idea, really young folks. I mean, it doesn't matter the age. You can go in there and check it out. As far as that's concerned, is it too early to get started for some young?
Oh, of course not.
Because I hear that a lot. People are like, well, I'm only 12, you know, and my son's only 12. Why should I have him go to the career fair? And I
feel like just promoting yourself, getting all the knowledge you need to know what to do. I did not do that, and I was completely lost when I hit my hours and didn't know where to go. So definitely doing your research and knowing what you need and what you have to do to get there.
So Paige, so that people know you're a pilot with the airline,
I'm a first
and also
officer.
First officer on what aircraft?
It's the Embraer 145.
145, great airplane.
I love it.
Awesome airplane. They got the little ram's horns, you know. It's and one of the things that I think people have to realize is that there's this quote unquote pilot shortage. Well, we have ups and downs in the industry all the time. And we have pilot shortages until we don't. But the great thing about Piedmont, that I'm going to plug you guys, hope you don't mind, is that they have this incredible history of helping people. And I'm back from the Henson Aviation days. Used to jump seat on them all the time. But it's a real family environment at Piedmont.
It really is.
And maybe you could speak a little bit more towards that. And we're going to have people come by and talk to you over the career fair.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. Yeah. It's just a camaraderie. We have each other's back. We fly with it's a small company, so we fly with a lot of the same crews. So it's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, as far as meat and potatoes, career progression, if someone's to get hired, how long till they make captain so they can build those hours to make it to the majors?
It's usually about 15 to 18 months.
Wow.
Yeah, as soon as you hit 1,000 hours, 121 time.
Wow. I'm dating myself, but it used to be 5,000 hours to get hired by a regional airline, and it would take 5 years just to upgrade. Now, and going to the majors was like 8,000 to 10,000 hours.
Oh yeah.
Nowadays, that's done. I mean,
it's
you'll actually,
different.
and this is, I get this question a lot. You'll actually talk to anybody right now and give them guidance. Like they'll say, "Hey, I'm a private pilot. I shouldn't be going to a career fair. I'm not ready yet." No, I think they should. Don't you?
We have a cadet program. So at 500 hours, you can apply for the cadet program. We'll give you bonuses to help pay for your flight training. You can do whatever you want to build your hours. And to get into the cadet program, you have to interview just like we went through for our interviews for pilots, and then you have a job.
Right, absolutely. As far as that interview process, do you help people understand what that process is all about at the career fairs? Like, say, hey, this is what
we'll
you need
talk
to
you through it and tell you what to expect.
Times have so much changed. You know? And the beauty of what's happening now, too, is the fact that people are choosing airlines based on what they like and if it fits them as culturally. Like you just talked about Piedmont being kind of a small family environment, which I absolutely love about Piedmont Airlines. But some are choosing it because of the location being on the East Coast, West Coast. So where would they find Piedmont as far as the bases for
So
pilots?
we have 3 bases: Charlotte, Philly, and Harrisburg.
Harrisburg. Wow, Harrisburg. Gotta love Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Right.
And I used to live there, so don't make fun. One of the things that I think we also look at as pilots is, like I'm going to talk about being too old. So I'd like you to kind of comment on that. Don't steal too much of my thunder over there. But if someone comes to you and they look like me, and if you can't see right now on the radio, I have a lot of gray hair.
He's a silver.
We do not age
fox,
discriminate
man.
here.
So if someone looks like me and comes up to you, what would you tell them as far as any type of career progression or opportunities?
Yeah, I mean we don't discriminate. So retirement age is 65. So if you've got some years left in you, come on.
So what else can they do, though? Say they get to that 65. Is there anything else they can do with the
I
airline?
believe they could go into the training department.
Right, absolutely.
We definitely need sim instructors.
Absolutely, yeah. So that's actually what I do for a living. Is I'm a sim instructor, and because of my age, I get to keep working past age 65, and that's actually something that people forget that they can look at.
Thank you, Carl. That's marvelous.
Yeah, it's absolutely, it's so much fun helping folks out. Piedmont too. Hats off to their training department. People ask me which regionals they should go to. Piedmont is definitely one that I recommend because I see a lot of their pilots and I'm training them in the Airbus and looking back at what they've done in their past and their experiences. That experience at Piedmont is great because it's a 121. They understand how to go from the runway, the gate to the runway, runway to the gate. It's absolutely terrific. But what about people that come up to you and like they want to get into corporate aviation and like Randy does here? Say they're trying to decide between the airlines and corporate. What kind of guidance do you give them? Because you're talking to everybody.
Right. So we're looking for direct entry captains. So that's what we are looking for. I'm not too familiar with the corporate world, but I do know that like we have a set schedule, and a lot of people like that versus being on call or however.
I'm glad you said that because that's kind of where I was leading. Is that there's some people that look like me and are in the corporate world like Randy, and then they decide I want to have a schedule, and you will actually look at them. So going back to this, and remember I'm dating myself a little bit, but it used to be if you were past 30, you were done in the airline industry. You can't fly for the airlines. Now that's not true.
No.
I mean, you hire people 40 years old.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. So where can they find you if they want to find out more information about Piedmont Airlines as far as hiring is concerned?
So we are in Hangar A, and then we are over at the Career Fair.
Career Fair, awesome. And it's really easy to find the Career Fair, and it's that big tent that says Career Fair on the way in here.
No
you have to,
way.
Yeah, but you have to pay to get in there. There is a fee, but I highly recommend going in and paying the fee so you can go to some of the seminars, unless that's changed. But there's
cash or credit card.
I think they can take just credit card online and then cash.
$5, $10, $25.
You know, I don't know. That's what I was looking up while we're talking. I was trying to stall here, but it's actually right on their website. You can sign up and purchase Career Fair tickets. It's on Tuesdays through Sunday. They're going to have people there from Piedmont Airlines. It's $45 per day for the Career Fair. It is more than worth it. You have all these airlines and all these corporate departments there, and people like Paige that want to help you move forward in your career and in your life. So big hats off to you. Thanks so much for coming in, Paige Kessler. We're going to go to a break right now. Don't forget to come back. We're going to have some really great guests. Listen to us on liveatc.net/SNF. Let's go to break.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba from HealthQuest Radio Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
If you love all things Italian, you won't want to miss the Vintage Spaghetti Dinner this Wednesday. Tickets are on sale up until dinner time, but they go fast, so don't wait. You can get more information or purchase tickets at the Vintage Headquarters building located near the East Exhibit gates.
AV Nation wants to hear about your journey. What was your aha moment when you knew that aviation was for you? You can stop by the AV Nation display at the Lakeland Aero Club hangar or jump on AV Nation's tram during the Expo to share your journey to help the next generation of leaders. AV Nation is a digital and print magazine focused on attracting, educating, and empowering youth in aviation. You can join the conversation at avinationusa.com or on social media at avinationusa.
Are you an early riser or just want to get started early and take in all of what Sun Fun has to offer? If so, you should come and check out the balloon launch and see balloons in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Daily limited demonstration flights starting at 0700 in Paradise City by commercial firms. You can have your fill of balloons daily. Also, you can see them in the night air shows, and don't forget about the big event, Balloon Race from the main flight line. All excitement begins Saturday between 0630 and 0800. For more information, you can visit the Sun and Fun website at www.flysnep.org.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Shoreline Aviation Insurance. Shoreline Aviation Insurance has a broad aviation background. Chances are, if you're doing it in aviation, they've done it. This experience helps them be a resource to their clients, not just sell a policy. They've owned and operated both piston and turbine aircraft. They are very experienced instructors and even owned a flight school for many years. They have operated a Part 135 operation, and they currently own an antique warbird on floats, as well as the experimental glass air that Glenn built. All of this experience is what they call the Shoreline Advantage. You can learn how to put the Shoreline Advantage to work for you at shorelineaviationinsurance.com.
As GA pilots, we understand the need for proficiency but sometimes lack the resources to accomplish it. That's where Redbird Pro comes in, a new app that measures your proficiency in 9 key areas to generate a personalized training plan full of articles, quizzes, and simulator scenarios that address the weakest parts of your flying. Redbird Pro is available in the App Store and Google Play. You can visit Redbird for more information at booth N76 or online at redbirdflight.com.
Sun and Fun offers many services for our handicapped guests. Handicap parking is available near the registration building. Please let the parking attendant know so they can wave you onto the lot. We have a golf cart that will shuttle people from the handicap parking lot to the ticketing window or the scooter rental. You can bring your own wheelchair or scooter, or we have them available for rent on a daily basis near main registration. Please visit the Handicap Services office located on the west side of the admissions building in the main gate plaza, or go to flysnf.org for more information.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Honda Generators, the official generator of Sun and Fun. Be sure to visit the Honda display directly across from Sunset Grill to see the all-new Honda EU 3200i generator, weighing less than 60 pounds and capable of running a 13.5 BTU air conditioner. It's the perfect power source for your RV. More information is at powerequipment.honda.com.
Let your career take flight with Piedmont Airlines. As a premier regional carrier of American Airlines, Piedmont offers an unprecedented pilot experience bonus, a maintenance tuition payment program, industry-leading benefits, and free travel on the largest airline in the world. Piedmont has something for every aviation enthusiast interested in seeking a career. Are you looking for more information? Stop by booth A42 to talk to a Piedmont recruiter. We can't wait to show you everything Piedmont has to offer.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. Thank you so much to E3, our aviation sponsors our presenting sponsors of the Sun and Fun Fly-In this year. Couldn't do it without our sponsors. Also couldn't do it without our vendors. Lots of really cool stuff out here on the field. But I tell you, this week it's going to be bright, going to have a lot of sun, going to need something to protect your eyes. And obviously, if you're into aviation, you want something really cool. What is cooler than Flying Eyes sunglasses? Dean, welcome to the deck.
Thanks for having me on again.
Now, you are the grand poobah over there at Flying Eyes?
I am. I'm the founder.
You're the founder. Tell me about Flying Eyes.
So I've been a pilot for going up actually more than 25 years, and I was tired of the pain and noise leaks under my headset while I flew, and flying all over the country in various unusual airplanes, and decided to do something about it. And started doing R&D in 2010, and started Flying Eyes in 2013. We have glasses that are patented. I have utility and design patents that show our glasses, that allow our glasses to be extremely comfortable under headsets and helmets. The temples, the things, the arms that go around your ears, these go around your head, are absolutely...
You can't see this because it's radio, but he's got it in his hand, and he's moving this back and forth. It's the temple.
Yeah, the temple.
Arm.
The bow.
Yeah, the bow or arms.
The bow, the part that goes over your ears.
Yeah.
Now, I pay big money. I wear prescription glasses, and I pay big money for titanium frame glasses that do what you're doing to those. I can bend my glasses and they come back, but yours are even beyond that.
They're so flexible.
So the challenge even with titanium is they have a big, thick cap that goes off on the tip that goes around your ears, and that is inflexible. And ours are completely flexible. They're a millimeter thin and completely flexible, and they wrap around your head, not they don't go around your ears, down around your ears. They go around your head, so they actually stay on. And you can take them on and take them off and put them on under your headset without actually having to adjust your headset.
Impressive.
Like that. And we started with sunglasses, and a few years ago we introduced our line of ophthalmics, which is prescription eyewear. And so we can do any prescription lenses that somebody might need in any of our frames.
Now, the thickness of this temple bar looks about 5 sheets of paper or something like that?
It's 1 millimeter.
And it is not only just 1 millimeter thick, but it's only like 2 or 3 millimeters.
Well, tall. We have lots of different frame shapes, and some are taller than others, but they're all a millimeter thin. So they all fit under a headset without any effort. No noise leaks, no pain. If you're flying all day like I do often, at the end of the day, with regular glasses, you're adjusting them and moving them around.
And you have the red marks on the side of your head.
Exactly.
And you're wishing you had special earmuffs to adjust for the glasses.
Our glasses, you will forget you're wearing them. It'll get dark at the end of the day, and you're like, gosh, it's getting darker sooner than I thought. And then you forget you're actually still wearing your flying eyes.
That's an important thing. Now, didn't one of your early versions, wasn't it just a elastic strap?
Yeah, so we had that first frame style had interchangeable temples. So it had a strap and cinch or standard temples. That was not a proof of concept, but it proved that the market was there, and it proved that it was more than just me that had that problem. Went back to continuing R&D and improve the product, and I discovered this material that our glasses are made out of, and was able to. This material is very different. It's injection molded, but the material is one of the most expensive injection molded materials. It's primarily used in aerospace. Its qualities are that you could mold it as thin as these are, and they will be flexible without breaking.
He's bending it all the way beyond the frame.
He's looping it around.
It tied in a knot.
Just about.
And it returns to its original shape.
Yep, always.
Now, you said the material that we found, and of course, back in the 50s and 60s, everybody was into Bakelite. So is this Syracusalite or what?
No, we call it Resilimide.
You do?
Yep.
Okay, resilient amide.
Exactly. And like I said, it's primarily used in aerospace, and we found that it's a great tool, or great utility solution for our eyewear.
Well, they're good looking glasses too. They're not, you're not looking like you're wearing a pair of ski goggles while you're flying.
No, exactly. And we have more every year. We come out with more sunglass shapes and eyeglass shapes as well.
I'm in. Where do I find them?
Northeast 40 NE40. We are actually. I'm looking at our booth from the station
deck.
here. Yeah.
So stand on the deck and look out towards the northeast 40.
Yeah.
Right on the other side of Honda, Robin.
Yeah,
Turn around,
right,
look.
Exactly.
Three big black banana flags with eagles. That's a great idea. Yeah. I love that.
We put
three
those up.
huge banana flags.
Yep.
With the flying eyes eagle on them, which is really cool.
Easy to spot.
And those lenses, those beautiful dark blue glossy lenses, I can have made into my prescription.
That's right. Yeah. And we do full prescriptions, or if you just need, if you're over 40 like me, if you just need readers but you can have distance, you don't have a problem with that, we sell non-prescription bifocals in all of our frames that we can give you here. Not only that, because
like cheaters.
Yeah, cheaters. Exactly.
Yeah,
cheaters. And because it's our company and we do virtually all of our manufacturing in-house, if when you get these cheaters on these lenses, they're part of the lens, and get back to your airplane, and you realize, oh, I wish those readers were a little higher or a little lower. Mark them with a Sharpie. Let us know the
Are you
measurement,
kidding?
and we'll just send you new lenses. And
Wow.
you pop them into the frames, and you get them set exactly the way you want.
Next question.
Yeah.
Do you want my firstborn child to get a pair of these?
No, they are between $200 and $300, depending on the lens and the type. But a 1-year warranty against scratches, and a lifetime warranty against breaking them. You notice the frames are made of this material as well, that I can bend them. If you sit on them, they're not going to break. If you run over them with an airplane, they might break. But we will replace them for free one time. So if you
That's
break
great.
them, even 3 years from now, and if you can actually break them, we'll replace them. So,
And these are aviators' glasses, so
They're a little
pilots,
bigger and
they're a little bigger, but
yeah.
pilots are exposed to a little more UV than your average
That's right.
citizen, and they ever think, oh, I've got my windscreen on my aircraft. That doesn't even the until you get into the really expensive airplanes, do they have any UV correction?
Yeah,
What's the
that's right.
UV correction on that?
So
do you guys do anything
all-
about UV?
Absolutely. All of our glasses block 100% of UV light. They are by default non-polarized. There's a common perception in the world that polarization blocks UV light. It has nothing to do with the other. Polarization is meant to block a certain angle of visible light. So glare on snow or water, polarization is great for that. But it has nothing to do with UV light. Even
And-
your lenses, your clear lenses, they block UV light.
Yeah, they're clear right now because of, these are minor. These are just
Photochromic.
standard. Yeah, they're photogray lenses. They,
Yeah.
they change when I get out in the
Yeah.
sun. But the polarization part of glasses,
Yes.
doesn't that affect how you see your flat panels? And
Exactly,
stuff?
and that's why we by default our glasses are non-polarized. If you really want them, we will sell you polarized glasses, but we sell very, very few. The really different the challenge with UV polarized lenses is that it blocks the LCD displays on your panel.
Rightio.
They will go black, and you can't see. Also, another thing is if ATC is pointing out traffic to you and you're trying to spot it, that glare is what you're going to see, and that polarization will block it.
Yeah, so you got to be safe. Now, you guys are Flying Eyes sunglasses.
FlyingEyesOptics.com.
FlyingEyesOptics.com.
That's right.
If you're out there listening in Radio Land, Flying Eyes Optics. You know, Tony from Mobile, I expect you to go to Flying Eyes and tell them I heard about you on Sun and Fun Radio.
Absolutely.
So if you're listening, folks, I want anybody out there listening to this interview right now, I want you to reach out to Flying Eyes and tell them you heard about him on Sun and Fun Radio. If you're here on the grounds, you are like right in the heart of the core.
We are.
Look for the 3 huge banana flags that say Flying Eyes. And they are, if you know where Sun and Fun Radio is, they are straight out in front of Sun and Fun Radio, right on the other side of the Honda. Look for the big Honda display. They're right across the road from Honda. Dean, thank you so much. We need to go to a break. Anything you want to add before we go?
No. Thanks for having me again. Oh, what?
Will they go over my prescription glasses
No.
Thank
You
you.
actually have to get your own Flying Eyes.
for the prescription? Was a good question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Dean.
All right.
One of the great things about it, you can get one of your local doctors to work
That's
with
right.
Flying Eyes.
Yeah, you
That's
get
right.
your, you have an
Take 'em-
optometrist you prefer. You just get your script.
We have optometrists all across the country, but you can take them to your own optometrist as well.
So I can go to my optometrist and I can say, hey, I need a script because
Yeah.
I'm buying these
That's right.
prescription flying sunglasses.
And we're looking for more optometrists and retailers of any kind around the world. So if they want to sell our glasses, we'd love to help them.
You got to get hold of Dr. Jason Benning in Lantana, Florida, and tell him I said call.
Excellent. Will do.
All the Brazilian pilots, we have a solution for you.
There we go. All right, we have approached the end of our interview here with Mr. Dean. And Dean, somebody told me I'm pronouncing it wrong. I'm saying Syracuse. Is that?
That is perfect. That is
Dean
exactly right.
Syracuse.
Yeah.
Owner, operator, founder of Flying Eyes Optics.com.
That's correct.
Here on the grounds at the Flying Eyes display. Thank you so much for being
you.
with us. We look
Good to
forward to
see you
seeing you again. May have some surprises in line, folks. Make sure you follow us on Facebook, SNF Radio on Facebook.
Wait a minute, do
Follow
you
our
have any
page,
giveaways?
and we'll have some. We may have some good news coming out here after Sun and Fun this year is over. Dean, thank you so much. Now,
Thank you.
do we have a commercial break now, or do we just have a shout out break?
I think we're doing some shout outs here, Dave. And
Shout-outs.
also, one of the things that I love about Dean is that he has some really cool aircraft. Hopefully we'll have you back again sometime to talk about that. But one thing that I do want to mention, though, we haven't done much of this lately, and I know sure people are going to ask, is where they can go if they need help with medical help. And where's first
Thank
aid?
you.
And that's not very far down. Now it's the new road. I got to make sure it's Lean House Way towards where the booth is for the tickets. It's really easy. It's an octagonal building that
You can't confuse pilots with big words like octagonal.
Many-sided.
So
8-sided main registration building.
8-sided main registration. Inside joke that you sent me off on a mission to find the octagonal building. I had to go on the internet to find out what that big word was. And first,
I represent
if it was METAR and TAF, I could figure it out, but not octagonal. Right. But yes, there's the first aid is there. Lost and Found is going to be also in the same area and at that same building. Is that correct? Right there in the octagonal building. I'm just trying
Lost
to
and
use
Found is traditionally at the guest information booth,
information,
which
that's
I
it.
have not pulled out my map and looked at my map to find. But the
I know where
guest information booth is right there, right here at the end of Leanhout's Way. Which, if you're a Sun and Fun veteran, you don't recognize that. It was Voyager Path up until this year or last year when our 10-year, 11-year president and CEO John Leanhout's Lights Leanhout's retired
and gave it to Mr. Gene Conrad.
And Gene Conrad. Now, Gene he's air show royalty. He grew up. His father was the airport manager for Oshkosh.
Whitman Field.
Yeah, Whitman Field. Gene grew up on an airport. He came down here. He was 10 years, 11 years, 12 years, something like that, as the airport director.
I believe
for
12
Lakeland.
years. Yeah,
12 years.
absolutely.
And he's come over. He's our CEO, president and CEO here. A great guy making some great changes. One of the really cool changes this year, and I have yet to get there because I've been so busy playing chairman, is the island.
Mm-hmm.
Down in what was formerly just Paradise City and Antique and Classic display area, they have created the island, and very fittingly, it's sponsored by the Islands of the Bahamas. They've got a grocery store. You can buy groceries there. They've got food there. They've got registration buildings there. If you go on Instacart and order from Publix, thank you, Jack.
Instacart, thank you. You're very welcome. And also Amazon deliveries
And
can be
Amazon
dropped off
deliveries. And it's also an Uber and Lyft pickup and
It sure
drop-off
is.
point. So it's called The Island, and it's down. If you go into Paradise City, it would be north of the main Paradise City area.
Is there a cart? Not a cart.
There's a tram. There is a island shuttle.
Ah.
You can look around for the island shuttle. The island shuttle will take you down to the island. So, and it's a great place. A lot of really cool stuff going on. So
I've been
that's
hearing it's
the
a
island.
wonderful place to cool off and transition from the afternoon to evening. Is there also music there, jam sessions and things in the evening?
That one, I don't know. I don't know if we have that there or not. But we've been yakking away here and talking about the island and the fun stuff that we've got going on. And talking about the island sponsored by the Islands of the Bahamas. Before I jump into the next thing, I'm going to give a quick shout out to Smokin' Jim's House of Barbecue. He got the best butt in town. And of course, we are talking about pork butt.
Pork butts.
Smoked pork butt. Yummy. That is Smokin' Jim's House of Barbecue, and Mr. Jim Robbie, I'm not sure if that's, I'm used to the Italian broccoli Rob, so I'm saying it's Rob, R-A-B-E. You talk to Jim, tell him you heard about him on Sun and Fun Radio, and you want to taste his butt.
Really?
Yes.
Pork
Yes.
butt, pork butt,
I
pork
just
butt.
said that. All right, so over the years, there, everybody, the really old aviators and the guy like me that have been around aviation forever, for the longest time, the standard was Dave Clark headsets. Everybody knew the Dave Clark's, the green earpiece,
color
Dave
had its own
Clark's.
design.
As things progressed, the German company that made stereos and really good equipment, stepped into the aviation world, and as the German engineers have a tendency to do, thank you, Steve Kiss. Steve's back there smiling because I'm raving on German engineers. Folks, I'm talking about Sun and Fun sponsor Bose. Bose has become the leader in aviation gear, aviation audio, headsets, all that good stuff. It's my great pleasure to welcome back to the deck Matt, and please, Ro?
Rui, yeah.
Rui, Matt Rui. I'm sorry, Matt. I know these people. I say their name once a year, and then I goof it up. And we are also joined.
This one's
Herach.
a doozy. don't even try, dude.
Please introduce yourself, sir.
Harach Astarjian.
Harach, okay,
Yeah.
Harach. Thank you for being here.
Pleasure.
Now, you guys released premiered a new product this morning?
We did. We're so happy to announce that we launched the Bose A30 aviation headset this morning at 8 o'clock is our official worldwide announcement here at Sun and Fun. We've got a brand new product. Very exciting for us. We were just talking before we came on air here that it's been 13 years since the A20 headset came out. And
really?
Yes, and we've been working on this headset for at least the last 4. So about a quarter of my career at Bose has been working on this new headset, and the team, the engineering team behind it, amazing team that has, and I've said it many times, blood, sweat, and many, many tears to get this headset out on the market and ready to go for the show today.
So I'm holding this very and typical of a really quality engineered product. It's not light, but oh, look at that! It just comes out. You can switch the ears. Randy is goofing me up and making me lose my concentration because he's changing the mic from one side to the other. Real super simple click, pull 2 levers and swap it over to the other side. That's cool. You can put your mic on the right or the left. Now it's got a very and it's beefy. I can feel there's a little bit of weight to it, but I can tell by the way it looks in my hand and the way the headset band is designed. Once this is on your head, I'm sure you don't feel it. And I'm actually going to sneak my radio headphones off. I got my hat off already. I know, it's scary. Dave never takes off his hat. So let me put them on here. Wow.
All right, Dave can't hear us right now, so he's complete silence from us.
That's right.
It
Go
works
ahead, Jack.
that well.
Say, now's your time to get your revenge.
Let's go
I
for
still
it.
want my quarter. So
well,
I gotta
Sun
talk
and
to
Fun is
no, but I mean,
that Bose
it actually feels lighter
chose
on my
us
head
to bring it up.
than my radio headset. It's comfortable. It's the band and everything is great. Now I've got I'm going to take it back off so I can hear what my guests are saying to me because it's put my headphones back on. There's a pretty impressive control in line. Tell me about that. Okay, so first we got some clips and they look like they're adjustable clips on the cable. What are the clips on the cable for?
Yeah, so clothing clips. Those clips are essentially helpful for people to get that cable out of the way. Obviously, when you're sitting in an airplane, you want to dress that cable so it's just out of the way for you, and that really helps. We have 2 clips that do that. They're kind of cool. They're actually
They're swivel. They're big. I mean, I'm used to the little one I've got on my comm radio here, little thing that you can barely pinch between your fingers. These are nice.
Yeah,
these are nice clips, and
we've got
they're
those clips
they're
that work
substantial.
for not just general aviation, but we have people who actually use those on the military side. So they're very unique. They've actually got a little ring to them. It's a 1/4-inch ring to the top, and it's got a different shape. And that's so our folks flying phenoms can clip it to the visor rails and get that out of the way. So instead of it popping off. So everything about this headset amazingly engineered for the use case for aviation and for pilots. A ton of details like that throughout the headset, really because of 30 plus years of working in this environment and with these customers. It's really helped us to learn what we need to continue to refine, and this is no small task for our engineering team to take all of these different categories, military, helicopter, corporate, airline, general aviation, take all of those requirements, and in this product, I think, address many of the needs across all of those markets in a new and unique way.
Matt, you were telling me pre-interview that you have adapter plugs that you can take this single headset and adapt it seamlessly to any platform.
Yeah, the version we brought over to show you guys is what's called the Flex Power version. It's a 6-pin connector that you see that in most new Cirrus aircraft, and customers who really don't want to use batteries, they can use that particular plug. But what's great about that is it's a locking plug, and you can put any adapter on the end of it to go to a dual plug or UN-74 for helicopters or XLR for potentially for an airline use, whatever you want. It's great. It's something that you can do. And in addition to that, you can buy entire down cables. You saw how the cable can come off with this. But you can buy an entirely new down cable without any adapters needed. It really is flexible, allows pilots or customers to do whatever they want to do.
And I've got a control in my hand, and I'm looking. I've got. Oh, that's got this is a Bluetooth headset.
It has a Bluetooth connection, so you can connect to your electronic flight bags or to your phone and get Amber Alerts. Right.
Yeah, another story to tell there.
The missing pilot. And then now I'm looking. I got some buttons here. I got a mute, mix, and off.
Yeah, that's for the auxiliary input. So just like we talked about, if you're earlier before we came on air, if you get an alert on your phone and it's connected to your headset, it's you can either mute it right away with that switch, you can have it mixed in with ATC, or you can actually turn that off. I call that the stereo cockpit switch. You turn it all the way to off. All of those auxiliary features get turned off really quickly, which can be important for some users. You don't want to get distracted. So
you're coming into the pattern, and you don't want to have your phone ring, or you don't want a text alert. Well, Randy's got his hand up. You don't want to have an Amber Alert mess up you get ask for a readback from ATC and get treated like you're a dummy because you didn't hear him. So then I've got ANC, high, medium, and low. Automatic noise canceling.
Yes, we have a new digital architecture that enables 3 modes of active noise reduction: high, medium, and low. This is fairly new. We did have this feature in our ProFlight Series 2 that we introduced a few years ago, but this new capability is first time in a circumaural headset. What that does for pilots, high is pretty much all your general aviation piston-powered aircraft. Keep it in high. That's all you ever need. But if you're in a quieter aircraft, we have some customers who say, A20 is overkill. I don't need that much noise reduction. And so you can put it in the medium mode, and that provides you an adequate amount of noise reduction so you can still hear some of the things around you in a more comfortable way. The low mode is about interpersonal communication. So a lot of us remove an ear cup if they want to hear something, just to hear what's around them. You don't need to do that anymore. Put it into the low mode. It's going to allow voice, particularly voice, to come through the headset so it's more clear without removing the headset.
And one of the things I like about it, too, we're running out of time. I didn't mean to cut you off. We're running out of time here. One of the things I like about it, too, is I've got left and right volume controls on this. This is great. This is a beautiful, beautiful headset. We're about to go to a break. We're going to have to wrap this up right quick. You are here on the grounds where?
We're right across from the FAA building, which is close to the flight line. So
okay,
if you look for the big, tall FAA building, we're right across there.
And I can't quite see it from here. Usually, they've got big tents and stuff up on top of it. So look for the big, giant 2-story FAA building with the tents on top, and you guys are for flight line side of that?
Flight line side right across.
Okay, and for our general listening audience that may not be lucky enough to be here, how do they find you on the interwebs?
Bose.com, all over the world.
All right, and I apologize we didn't really get a chance to chat with our other friend here, but we did tell you about this beautiful new headset, a great-looking piece. We're going to cut to a break, and when we come back from break, we are going to have, when I look here, we're going to come back from break with Lunch with AOPA, our Sun and Fun partners and sponsors, and we have revived our Lunch with AOPA. AOPA will be bringing us guests every day at noontime. And we cut to break. Go ahead. Take us in, Steve.
Hello, this is Mike Harris from Why We Fly General Aviation Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Do you get as hungry as I do after spending a full day immersing yourself in all things aviation? If so, you could head down to the campground and enjoy corn on the cob roasted daily, so you can come and see why this has been a Sun and Fun tradition from year one, and sit around the fire and enjoy a night of entertainment with great corn and music for everyone. Located at the Sun and Fun's Convention Campground nightly.
Epic Aircraft. Now here's a company to watch out for. The E1000 is a sleek, sexy, very fast, all-carbon fiber, 6-seat, certified, single-engine turboprop with some pretty impressive performance numbers. With its 1,200 horsepower PT6 engine, this rocket ship offers a 333-knot cruise, 1,560 nautical mile range, 1,100-pound full-fuel payload, a 4,000 foot per minute climb, and a roomy cabin. It even looks fast just sitting on the ramp. You can see the remarkable Epic E1000 at outside booth number 3.
Bernie Little Distributors delivers a wide variety of Anheuser-Busch products as well as many specialized local and National Craft Beers. Also known for the Miss Budweiser hydroplane racing boat, Bernie Little Distributors has been an Anheuser-Busch distributor for over 50 years. From original Budweiser to the latest craft beer or cider, Bernie Little Distributors has what you want. Go to BernieLittleDistributors.com to find the drinks for your next get-together.
You are invited to be right here on the flight line Wednesday and Saturday evenings starting at 7:30 for 2 spectacular night air shows. Featured performers include some of the most beloved and some of the newest and most innovative acts. You'll see skillful, world-class, and memorable performances with breathtaking lights and pyrotechnics unlike any others. There will also be a drone light show featuring over 60 synchronized, mesmerizing drones. You won't want to miss this one-of-a-kind aerial display Wednesday and Saturday evenings.
Pilots trust Phillips 66 lubricants to keep engines running smoothly, and this week you can trust them to put the fun in Sun and Fun as it proudly sponsors every takeoff and touchdown. Visit the Phillips 66 Pilot Welcome Center and booth N30 to learn about our aviation products and get some cool giveaways. And if you need proven engine protection for the flight home, you can buy Phillips 66 Aviation Oil at a special price all week long. Phillips 66 lubricants, keeping the world running smoothly. Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Flying Eyes sunglasses and prescription eyewear are designed by pilots with comfort and functionality in mind. The temples are millimeter thin and flexible for headset compatibility with shatterproof, non-polarized lenses that offer a clear view of your instrument panel. Experience the comfort and clarity you deserve with Flying Eyes, available at booth NE40 or online at flyingeyesoptics.com.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks SkySpot Advertising of Lakeland for their continued support. SkySpot Advertising uses a high-tech LED lighting system under the wings of their aircraft to create a unique, effective, and affordable way for you to get your message across. All across the sky, that is. If you're looking to proclaim your love, give a shout-out, or promote your business, SkySpot Advertising is a powerful and unforgettable way to target audiences from Tampa to Orlando. You can see SkySpot Advertising in action right here at Sun and Fun every night. You can also check out their YouTube channel, SkySpot Ads, or their website, skyspotadvertising.com. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Textron Aviation. If you like trivia, you can put your Cessna and Beechcraft knowledge to the test. Tell us the year any of our display aircraft were certified and you'll receive a special edition giveaway. Only at the Textron Aviation booth east of the FAA building while supplies last.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. You know, Sun and Fun is synonymous with being outside and walking considerable distances, and the combination of sun exposure, heat, and movement can cause physical challenges to our body. Water, shade, and rest can prevent overheating that can lead to what is known as heat stroke, aka sunstroke. Early warning signs include flushing of the face, nauseousness, rapid breathing, and headache. So pay attention to get your water, shade, and rest. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. That's right, they are our presenting sponsors, but one of our big sponsors is the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association, otherwise known as AOPA. For several years, we've been doing a special feature every day, Lunch with AOPA. They bring us different guests every day. Sometimes we do the interviewing, sometimes they do the interviewing, and today is going to be one of those days that they're going to do their own interviewing. So I'm going to turn control of the radio deck over to Mr. Eric Blinderman with AOPA.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Colin Stagnato, who is our Senior Vice President of Media and Marketing. Hello. I had the pleasure of flying down in a Bonanza with Colin from our headquarters in Frederick, Maryland.
Absolutely.
All the way down. It was an interesting flight, Colin, but how many Sun and Funs is this for you?
Maybe 5 or 6.
Okay, well, you got me. I have 3.
Okay.
So we have a lot going on at AOPA, but we also have a lot going on at our campus. And I think one of the first things that strike people when they come to our campus is they see 2 amazing aircraft that they can own, right?
Absolutely. And you mentioned that we flew down in the Bonanza. We actually stopped off at DeLand before we went to Lakeland, and we did that to pick up an extra 300L that was donated to AOPA by Bruce Williams about 1.5 years ago. And we've used it for safety videos. We've used it for upset recovery and spin training. And now we are going to give somebody an opportunity to buy this airplane at auction. The auction ends on Friday at 1 o'clock. So we went to DeLand. We dropped off Dave Hirschman. He flew the extra 300L into Lakeland, and you can see it for yourself. The Aircraft Bidders is the company that is helping us auction it. They are there to answer any questions.
And you know, Colin, I had the pleasure, maybe, of flying with Richard McSpadden. Talk about upset recovery. There was some upset that we had to recover in the extra, and that a couple months ago, that was just a lot of fun. Did you get a chance to?
I sure did. I did the upset recovery with Dave Hirschman and also did some aerobatics training. And I mean, it's an airplane that will roll faster than 360 degrees per second. So you just think about it, and you've done an aileron roll.
Exactly.
Just so amazing.
But there's another interesting aircraft that's kind of on the other spectrum.
Yeah, on longer term, AOPA has its 26th sweepstakes airplane that we have showcased here at Sun and Fun. And for those who are members, you've seen a lot of this. For others who are pilots and are interested in a Cessna 170, we are going to be giving away a Cessna 170B. It's a 1953. We have a drawing for this on December 29th. And a lot of people will ask when they come by and see the airplane, they'll ask how they can enter. Well, one way to enter is to be an AOPA member. That's the most simple thing. You're automatically entered. You can't pay money to enter this sweepstakes. You have to enter by either being a member, or there are other ways to enter if you go to aopa.org/sweeps. But what you would get is not just a restored 1953 Cessna 170. We've put a monster engine in it, a Continental Prime IO 370, 195 horsepower engine. That's up from 145 horsepower stock. A constant speed Hartzell propeller. We have big Alaska Bush wheels on this airplane. We're going to be redoing paint and interior. All new avionics featuring PS Engineering, Garmin, and Aspen. It's just going to be one heck of a backcountry plane.
Well, looking at that backcountry 170 compared to some of the aircraft we have, that really mirrors AOPA's mantra of the freedom to fly for all kinds of different aircraft. So we've had a myriad different types of aircraft.
Absolutely, and that's a great point. You know, some people think of us as an association that advocates for big aircraft or expensive aircraft, and you know, yes, those are. We advocate for all general aviation, everything from business aviation to ultralights. Really, anything that anybody can fly, we have a passion for. We want to make sure they can continue to fly in the future. In our sweepstakes airplanes, we've had everything from LSAs, Remos, to twin-engine aircraft, and everything, and historic aircraft. As this is actually the oldest one that we've done in 1953 to brand new Cirruses.
I'm not going to ask you to tip your hand, but I'm sure you and the team are already thinking about what's next.
We are absolutely thinking about what's next, because next year, not only do we have a new sweepstakes, but we have a special celebration at AOPA. And, you know, we're always thinking forward, more for thinking forward than thinking back. But every once in a while, we look back and we realize that we were founded in 1939, just before World War II, to make sure that pilots could continue to fly in the United States during World War II, during that military time period. So 85 years next year is our celebration.
And it's interesting that in 1939, FDR just happened to sign in National Aviation Day. So two important aviation things were born that year.
Exactly right. So those are terrific things to celebrate next year. We'll be doing something very different with the sweepstakes, and it's going to be honoring part of that history of AOPA.
There are a lot of folks in our tent on our campus because we do so many things for the pilot community. You want to talk a little bit about what services we offer in the tent and why members and prospective members should stop by?
Absolutely. Well, you know, for those who don't know, I mean, we're Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. We have over 300,000 members in the United States, primarily in the United States. We have another 80 AOPA affiliate organizations around the world. We're the largest aviation association and the oldest. But, you know, every pilot is important, and everybody's ability to continue to fly is important. So we bring to Sun and Fun all of the different resources from AOPA. So whether you are a current member or you're a pilot and you're thinking about joining AOPA, you would like help in different resources, we have a staff member who can help. And some of those are, we have a member services that can answer anybody's question about their current membership with AOPA or joining. And we do have a special, and that's if people join during Sun and Fun and put themselves on what's called auto renewal with a credit card, they can get a special Sun and Fun AOPA t-shirt. So stop by and claim one of those. And those who are interested in joining, we can give them all of their options. We also have one of the most important things at AOPA for our members is what we call pilot protection services. And these are legal and in some cases medical services that we can help a pilot if they were to have any issues gaining their or keeping their medical, any incidents or accidents that they might have. We have a legal team who can advise them so that we can preserve their freedom to fly so that they don't get run afoul of the FAA. So we can answer any of those questions. We have a gear store in the tent so people can buy hats and socks.
Great new products.
Yeah, really fun products that we come out with all the time. We have the foundation. So if you're new to flying and you would like to potentially apply for a scholarship to become a private pilot or to get an advanced rating, or if you're a teacher and you are teaching AOPA's STEM curriculum that's taught in over 400 stores, high schools rather, and has over 15,000 students enrolled in that, you could potentially, as a teacher, get a scholarship to learn to fly. What else am I missing here? The Air Safety Institute, we have videos, we have people that you can talk to about safe flying techniques, and if you're a pilot who hasn't flown in a number of years, you should talk to us about our Rusty Pilots program so we can get you back in the sky.
And Colin, a lot of your background is in media, and one of the things we're very proud of, the different ways that pilots, members, aviation aficionados can connect with us through all of our media channels. You want to talk about them?
Absolutely. I'm the editor-in-chief of AOPA Pilot Magazine. That magazine's been around for 65 years. And that's how most people know about AOPA, frankly, and how members stay connected with us. But beyond that, we're on all social media channels. We have AOPA Pilot on YouTube. We do podcasts. So there's just we have online articles that we're posting every day throughout the day, and it's not a one-way street. We connect with our members in terms of what's going on with general aviation as a push to them, but members call us and email us every day. They tell us things that we should be looking at in general aviation from a media and from an advocacy perspective. We have a lot of conversations with the members, and that's a real win-win.
Now, gentlemen, we're coming into just the last 45 seconds of this, so we appreciate you coming on deck today. Any finishing comments and just a brief description of where all this list of things that can be obtained, where can they find you today?
Well, why don't we talk about where we are physically and online?
So physically, we are right next to the FAA building. So just ask somebody where the FAA building is. You'll find the AOPA tent, and you can find out everything about AOPA at www.aopa.org.
Thank you, gentlemen. Eric will be back every day. Where we're seeing a different person. Who are we going to see tomorrow?
I'm going to share the love. Tomorrow
Excellent.
We're going to have Mike Ginter and Jim McClay from our advocacy government affairs team.
We're looking forward to it. So this is Lunch with AOPA, live on the deck. So we're going to go to a commercial break here. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank
We'll
you.
see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Trevor Semino from Chart It All. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Church services. A non-denominational church service will be held on Sunday prior to the event at 9 a.m. in the MASA tent in the Light Plain Paradise City area. Daily devotionals will be held every day in the MASA tent in the Light Plain Paradise City area from 9 to 9:30 a.m. Catholic Mass will be held on Saturday of the event at 5 p.m. at the CFAA building, the high school. A non-denominational church service will also be held on Sunday of the event at 8:30 a.m. in the Light Plain Paradise City area.
Looking to enjoy the air show up close and personal? Want to be right where the action is? Come to the preferred seating area, which is located on the flight line, right in front of the announcer stand. You'll have access to restrooms, some shaded areas, bag storage, and complimentary water. Seating is provided, so you don't even need to bring your own chair. All-day access to the preferred seating area is just $25 per person in addition to the regular admission, and a separate ticket is required. More information and ticket purchases can be found online at flysnf.org.
Visit the Bahamas' vibrant and immersive booth at Hangar D, booths 20 and 21, to see how easy it is to fly to the islands of the Bahamas. Representatives from tourism, customs, and civil aviation are available, making the Bahamas booth your one-stop shop for planning your next fly-in to the 16 islands of the Bahamas.
Sun and Fun welcomes our veterans and active duty military. There is so much to see and do at the Veterans Plaza near the main entrance. You can visit the Veterans Welcome Tent, military displays, war reenactors, VA and veteran services, daily presentations in the Air America tent, live entertainment Friday and Saturday at 1700 hours, and much more.
Gary GPS Reeves, that's the guy in the pink shirt from pilotsafety.org, is an official sponsor of the Sun and Fun Educational Forums. For the best way to fly single pilot IFR with autopilots, Avidyne, ForeFlight, and Garmin, you can check out the free classes Gary is teaching this week by searching the online Sun and Fun daily schedule for Reeves or visiting pilotsafety.org.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Polyfiber. You personally can fabric cover your aircraft affordably and hassle-free. Polyfiber can show you how. You can get hands-on aircraft fabric covering experience by the best in the business by attending a free Polyfiber workshop every day at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. located in the Fabric Building in the workshops area. You can also stop by the Polyfiber booth in Building A and talk to a Polyfiber technical specialist directly.
Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun and Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to flysnf.org.
As GA pilots, we understand the need for proficiency but sometimes lack the resources to accomplish it. That's where Redbird Pro comes in, a new app that measures your proficiency in 9 key areas to generate a personalized training plan full of articles, quizzes, and simulator scenarios that address the weakest parts of your flying. Redbird Pro is available in the App Store and Google Play. You can visit Redbird for more information at booth N76 or online at redbirdflight.com.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Travel Shoreline. Travel Shoreline offers the personal service and expertise you just can't get with the online discount services at no additional cost to you. Our travel professionals have the knowledge and expertise to do the legwork for you and can help find options you otherwise may not realize are available, ensuring a hassle-free experience. Travel Shoreline can arrange airline or private charter air travel, cruises and resort packages, ground transportation, any type of travel. They have Disney and Sandals specialists on staff, and their corporate travel management services allow the client to focus on their business. You can learn more at travelshoreline.com.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. Several years ago, I was talking to somebody about aviation, and I knew that he wasn't really who he claimed to be when he said, "Oh, I'm a real wingnut. I love airplanes." And I thought to myself, Wingnuts, that was a show on Discovery Channel, wasn't it?
That's right, 2004.
And that was a show all about these guys out in the desert that took decommissioned aircraft and turned them into furniture. And we're not talking, I've got a fighter seat in my hangar. We are talking absolutely stunning pieces of furniture, beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Thank you, Dave.
That was a company called Moto Art. And we're gonna bring the owner of Moto Art and the founder of Moto Art up on deck. But Moto Art, their pieces are stunning, and I would give my eye teeth to have a Moto Art desk in my office. But in my small business sole proprietorship, I'd have to sell a kidney to get a Moto Art desk. Dave Hall, founder of Moto Art, realized that people want this stuff. They want memories of aviation, but your average citizen is not going to fork out 5, 10, 20. I don't even know where your stuff. I know that the sky is the limit on the stuff you have.
Right.
But they're not going to shell out thousands of dollars because people like me don't have $10,000 to buy a desk. They wanted something that your average person could get to keep aviation history alive, and they came up with the idea of plane tags. We're joined on deck by Dave Hall, founder and owner of Moto Art, and the lovely and talented sky chick Ramona Cox, who is also with Moto Art and dealing with the plane tags. And I'm going to turn this over to my volunteer announcer extraordinaire, Randy Bibb, because Randy spent some time prepping with you guys. So take it away, Randy.
Okay, Dave. Yeah, thank you. I've been friends with Ramona for many years. We've done the air show circuit together for over a decade now. So
Right.
we're dear friends with Ramona, and I've recently met Dave and just enamored with his his new product. I say new product, it's new to me. I don't know how long you've been around. Perhaps you can tell us how you've been around. But plane tags, amazing.
Moto Art, we've been doing it for 22 years now. And so I started at my garage 22 years ago, and everyone thought I was a little bit crazy. And we really did appeal to a whole new audience with the functional art that we were building from these airplanes. And it was really catering to mostly corporate. Boeing, Rolls-Royce, General Electric, AOL, these were who our clients were. So the everyday Joe couldn't afford what we were doing because hundreds of hours were going into these pieces, and I get it. I couldn't afford it myself. So one day we were working with a P-51 Mustang, and I had some leftover skin, and I'm like, well, I can't get rid of this.
It's a P-51.
It's a P-51,
it would
right?
be sacrilege to put this in a scrap pile.
Exactly. So I created myself my first plane tag, and it's a little oval piece of the genuine skin, and I laser etched in the schematic and the serial number off the P-51. And I said, I really got to do something with this. And that sucker sat in my pocket for 5 years until one day for Christmas I introduced 6 plane tags. I did an Airbus, a Boeing, I did a B-25 and a DC-3, and it just skyrocketed at that point. And so now we're I think 6 years in, we've done over 150 different aircraft.
Wow.
We're trying to really kind of document aviation history at this point. They're no longer just a luggage tag. People are collecting these, and it's not unheard of to hear that some of our clients have hundreds of plane tags. And there's even a big aftermarket for the plane tags. I've seen one of our earlier plane tags online sold for $4,600, one plane tag.
Was that for a charity auction, or
No,
that wasn't like
that
people threw money at it because
it was
a nonprofit was getting it?
It was a private.
This is a private sale.
Right,
Wow.
private sale. So it's gotten. I always say no one learns more than I do. Right? There's so much aviation history out there, and every 2 weeks now we're introducing a brand new aircraft, and a lot of people are participating. The Smithsonian is getting involved. Pima Air and Space is getting involved. Museum of Flight. Pima, it's not unheard of that they're sending us derelicts. I mean, I don't even know what's coming next. In fact, I do. They just donated some P-38 skins that they donated from their Dumbo that they're restoring down in Australia right now. So it's been a lot of fun. It's been exciting to see it grow. This is our second year here at Sun and Fun offering the plane tags, and we've got a brand new location. So far, so good.
Now, you're right out in front of Hangar A, right? Because I
Right.
was visiting Carl Valeri's office the other day, and you guys are right outside his window. So you're right here where I'm sitting, where Sun and Fun Radio is. If you make a diagonal across the Honda display, you find plane tags.
That's right. That's right.
Did you guys, am I remembering correctly, didn't you guys have like a piece of a space shuttle, a plane tag of a space shuttle or something?
Yeah, that was the mobile launch platform.
Okay.
That they retired, the MLP-2 in Cape Canaveral. So they took the tail service mast off and literally shipped it across country. It's now sitting in the Mojave Desert, and we create a plane tag from the MLP.
That is cool. Now, and Ramona and I were talking pre-season here, and welcome back to the Sun and Fun Radio deck, Ramona.
Thank you.
We still got about 5 minutes here, so we can keep going.
Right.
She was mentioning something about a puzzle.
Yeah. So there is a fan club on Facebook that we don't own, but we certainly appreciate everything they do. And they have made up of a couple thousand members. It's called the Moto Art Plane Tag Collection. And so what we did for them for the 2023 air show season, by the way, 17 air shows that we're doing this season. That's something I'd love to talk about. But we made 500 little puzzles, and we're giving away pieces of the puzzle. And on back of the puzzles, there's a little barcode that will take you to that Facebook fan club. And we're trying to see how many puzzles we can put together at the end of the year. We made 500. I'd be happy to see maybe 50 puzzles because we're handing out 6,000 pieces to people who come up to the booth.
That's great. But my understanding is that these are becoming, back when like McDonald's had their Monopoly game, you had to have a certain number of pieces, and people were like, well, I've got a park place that I'm willing to trade for a Reading Railroad.
Right.
Right. And my understanding is this puzzle thing has really taken on a life of its own.
Right. It's exciting to see. I mean, people love to collect, and I think that's the market we tapped into. I mean, look, what's exciting is when we go to these air shows and a kid comes up here and he's holding a P-51 Mustang, and he's like, look, Dad, I got a P-51 Mustang. Well, how cool is that? I mean, that kid's learning all about that P-51 Mustang just by in the back with a card. And I think that's why the museums are becoming huge advocates of what we're doing. It is educational.
Well, touching on that, Dave, I know it's a very functional. It's like a little piece of art in your pocket. Like you mentioned, you carried yours for 5 years, but each plane tag has a card associated with it that tells the history, like a data plate for this aircraft, like biography of the aircraft that it came off of. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, I've got one of those in my hand right here. They brought in a sample of their Boeing 737-200 series, and on the back, not only does it tell you about the 737, they got the tail number of the airplane it came off of. And it talked about a low-wing, dual-engine, narrow-body aircraft, and it carries on a really great description on what it does here. And what I also like about your plane tags, I'm really hard on keychains.
Right.
Forget these stupid. A lot of times you get keychains. They got these stupid little ball chain type keychains.
Okay.
You guys actually have a solid cable on your chain and a heavy-duty binder ring holding it on.
Right.
But every tag comes with the history.
The
This
history
is
of it,
serial number.
when it was made, when it was retired, where we found it. If you go online, we do a very extensive blog telling you everything that we can about this aircraft.
Where online?
Planetags.com. And also, if you guys come by the booth, we not only have that puzzle that we're giving away, but we have our big Aloha campaign. Before we started this air show season, they were tearing down this 737-200. It was the Bird of Paradise Aloha. So I said, hey, look, let's just take the whole crown of that aircraft, and that will be our giveaway for people signing up on plane tags. So if you come up, it's a 1 in 4 chance that you will actually win a 737 plane tag, and we're giving away $10 gift cards just for visiting the booth. Come up, we'll give you a gift card. You can use it here at the show, or take it home and enter a code, and you get $10 off any purchase.
And how do I get that? I walk up and I say, hey, I heard you on Sun and Fun Radio.
I want my $10
card. I want my $10. Jack, I still want my quarter.
I'll give you $2. A little interest, tiny bit of interest. Dave, how many of these would you say would be limited edition?
Well, you'll see that one's a series of 7,500. We try to keep them under 10,000. Like that P-38 we were talking about, that'll probably be one of 1,000. The quicker they sell out, the more value they get. As I mentioned before, this is really big aftermarket. And so all the collectors love our low series editions. But we have to be fair to ourselves. When we introduce one every 2 weeks, we want to make sure there's enough to go around and that we can keep the lights on.
Now, are these... So you've got this, and again, as Jack said, this is a one of 7,500.
Right.
But you said the P-38 is going to be one of 1,000. Does the production run dictate the price of the plane tags?
Of course. The thing is, we've gotten a little bit... I hate to pat ourselves on the back, but we've gotten pretty popular that every release that we sell, we're doing up to almost 1,000 tags. There's so many people who are following this. So that's why we have to have a larger number series, just so we can keep it online and continue to sell it. I always like more the better, but of course our collectors like the lower series because they buy it and then in 2 years they can double the price on it.
Wow, that's great. Okay, so we're running out of time here. You are here on the field, I said, right in front of the Elevate building on an outside display. You have a beautiful cargo trailer. It's all wrapped. That's stunning, by the way. That's a gorgeous trailer.
Thank you. It's parked out there now. You can't see it.
Oh, okay. It was out there yesterday. And then if they want you online, it is?
Planetags.com.
Planetags.com. Jack, Bib, anything to add before we go? Because we're running into our break.
Yeah, I was just going to
Ramona,
say,
please.
some of the tags, like the first B-1B bomber, I mean, there are amazing tags out there, and if you see it announced, you better get online because some of them sell out within 10 minutes, and they can have hundreds of them.
A lot of times you won't even see them because we sell it so quick.
Yeah, instantly they're sold.
All right, well,
Thank you.
again, Dave Hall, Ramona Cox from Moto Art and Plane Tags, thank you guys so much for coming. We're going to go ahead and cut to break, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Hello, this is Larry Overstreet. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF. Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Looking to enjoy the air show up close and personal? Want to be right where the action is? Come to the preferred seating area, which is located on the flight line, right in front of the announcer stand. You'll have access to restrooms, some shaded areas, bag storage, and complimentary water. Seating is provided, so you don't even need to bring your own chair. All-day access to the preferred seating area is just $25 per person in addition to the regular admission, and a separate ticket is required. More information and ticket purchases can be found online at flysnf.org.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Lincoln Electric. You can visit the Lincoln Electric booth, N44 and N45, to take advantage of limited-time show special pricing on MIG and TIG welders or plasma cutting equipment. Learn TIG welding in our welding education workshops. Lincoln Electric, ready to help you with all of your welding and cutting projects. If you or someone you're with requires urgent medical assistance, please call 911 immediately. If practical or less urgent, you can visit Sun and Fun's Medical Hospitality Building and Tent located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across from the big Piedmont jet near the main entrance. Medical Hospitality is staffed from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. by licensed volunteer doctors and nurses. From sunburns, blisters, and dehydration to insect bites, headaches, and stomach pain, they are ready to help. And water and sunscreen are always available, free of charge. Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor LiveATC.net, the worldwide leader in live rebroadcasting and recording of ATC radio communications. You can listen to aviation radio on any device, from the busiest airline hubs to your small local airport. It's aviation in action at LiveATC.net. You can even volunteer to be a part of this unique network, helping to bring new airports and frequencies online. LiveATC's pre-configured compact receiver systems make it easy to add your local airport. You can follow them on Twitter at LiveATC or like them on Facebook. LiveATC.net, live air traffic from their headsets to you. Sun and Fun hosts a Type Club tent during the fly-in. Approximately 20 Type Clubs participate, and their members are eager to share information and answer questions about their type of aircraft and how you can become a member in any of the Type Clubs. Whether you're interested in Cubs, short-wing Pipers, Cessnas, Blancas, or any of the other aircraft represented by their club, you won't want to miss the Type Club tent, located just across the taxiway from the Vintage Hospitality headquarters. Since 2016, Piedmont Airlines has been a proud sponsor of Sun and Fun. As the premier regional carrier of American Airlines, they have unprecedented pilot bonuses, a maintenance tuition payment program, industry-leading benefits, and free travel on the largest airline in the world. Piedmont has something for every aviation enthusiast interested in seeking a career in the industry. You can visit a recruiter in Hangar A, booth A42. Piedmont can't wait to meet you and share the exciting career opportunities they have to offer.
Hey kids, are you interested in learning about science or parachutes? If you are between grades K through 6, you can attend a Piedmont Aerospace Labs workshop. These exciting labs run from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily in the Kids Zone, located at the front entrance. The Kids Zone is also packed with many more cool aviation-themed activities, including a rock wall, obstacle course, space shuttle slide, combat trainer, and much more. Remember, the Kids Zone is located near the front entrance. For more information about ride ticket requirements and prices, visit flysnf.org.
Sun and Fun thanks our official sponsor, the island of Bahamas. Whether you're into fishing, diving, boating, or maybe just a little romance, the 16 major islands of the Bahamas and its 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean may be just what you need. Did you know that in addition to cruises and the airlines, you can fly your own private plane to the islands of Bahamas? It's easy, hassle-free, and oh so close. You can find out more about our beautiful islands at booth D20 and D21 in Hangar D or online at Bahamas.com. Grand Bahama is waiting.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to the deck here at Sun and Fun Radio. It's amazing the weather that we ordered here. That weather brief this morning was great, especially since the fact that we're going to have good weather every day.
Every day this week.
Yeah.
Could
Jack
not ask for
Mason.
anything better.
Yeah, we couldn't. You know, joining us on the deck here is Randy Bibb and also Jack Mason. Jack, how you doing, man?
Very good, Carl. How are we doing today?
You know, one of the things that I think is incredible is that interview we did with the cadets, you know, that and just the fact that Civil Air Patrol does so much here in the U.S. And they really have an incredible program for youth. They have an incredible program that includes seniors, too. But it's we're not alone, though, in having a cadet program here in the U.S. And one of the programs that was actually started at the same time has a somewhat similar mission was the Royal Air Force cadets. And joining us today on the deck here are some Royal Air Force cadets, and I think this is awesome that you guys have shown up. And let's just talk a little bit about the Royal Air Force cadets and how they're a little bit different, and then some of the history here, and your connection, a very deep connection here with Florida and Arcadia, Florida. But first of all, welcome to the deck, and I'm just going to go from left to right and have you introduce yourself. So welcome.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for having us.
And you're a flight sergeant?
I am indeed, yeah. My name's Dana. Yeah.
Dana? Okay,
yeah.
great. And where you're from in England? Because you guys are from all over.
Yeah, so we're all over from London and the southeast, so
okay.
all over really. But I'm personally from Kent.
Kent? Okay,
yeah.
Terrific. Wonderful. And lovely voice. And to my right?
Then, hi, yeah. My name's Flight Sergeant Jamie Onions. I'm from Sussex, so 50-minute drive from Gatwick Airport. Absolutely
Awesome.
loving it out here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You like this warm weather. It's a little
Brilliant
cooler.
weather.
A little cooler back home. Yeah, absolutely. And then to your right.
Yep, hi. I'm Corporal Caitlin Garlick, and I'm from the outskirts of London, so around Surrey, really.
Awesome. So now you all were able to get together and come over here as a group. So first of all, before we get started into what you folks do, how many are there out here?
So at the moment on the camp, we've got 40 cadets out here.
And 12 staff.
12 staff? Great. So one of the things I think is really cool, I alluded to it before, is the history of the Royal Air Force Cadets. What a lot of folks don't realize is that before we even got involved with the war here in the U.S., a lot of cadets trained here in the U.S. First they went to Canada, and then they got on trains and came down Central Florida. And unfortunately, during some of their training, there was some fatalities. And just south of here, there's a cemetery. And one of the things that I love that you guys do is every year you come out here and you refurbish that cemetery. And going out there to the cemetery in Arcadia, where some of the Royal Air Force cadets have been buried, I think it's about 23, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's amazing how you can eat off everything. I mean, everything is so clean. You guys do a great job cleaning that up and preparing it every single year. So I really appreciate that and appreciate everything you folks do there. So tell us, first of all, as part of your mission, that's one thing, is to go out and support, the Royal Air Force cadets, those that have passed also. But what else do you folks do? If anybody wants to start, I'll have you start first.
Yeah, so there's a massive variety of opportunities that you can have in the cadets. So obviously 2 weeks out here in Florida, absolutely brilliant opportunity. Also more locally in the UK, we have opportunities to go flying, gliding, adventure training, something called DFE, where we go out hiking in the hills, camping.
Awesome. Do you guys get to do search and rescue? Have you done any of those type of things?
I haven't personally done anything like that, but I have done gliding before, field craft as well, all sorts of things like that.
Awesome. And when you do these things, do you get credit so that you can move up in the ranks? Is that how that works?
Yeah, so you start off as a cadet, and then you move up to corporal, sergeant, flight sergeant, cadet warrant officer, and you also have classifications as you move up, and you can also get badges as well, so you can fill up your brassard.
Oh, awesome. Are there also senior members, like other officers that are involved?
Yeah, so different rank structures. So you've got the rank structure within the cadets, which Caitlin just said. And then within the staff, it goes from sergeant all the way through to the officers. So you can have CIs as well, civilian instructors. So we have quite a lot of civilians, which make up quite a lot of our team.
And they can get involved in this Royal Air Force Cadet program, and they get same rankings, similar rankings
So the civilians are all adults, and then you've got the cadets.
Gotcha. So they actually can be volunteering to do all sorts of things, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So what are some of the things that they would do to help the cadets out, like an example?
So joining these guys in America, we have to have a lot of staff come over to do this. So stuff like that, helping organise different activities for them, as well as taking part in them themselves, going out, getting different qualifications and stuff like that. It's a lot of volunteering, but it's good. It's good.
That's
good
cool.
fun.
Yeah. So what do you do as far as joining? Do you want to become like a pilot, or do you want to get into the military? Why would people
So
join?
a lot of people do, but it's not the only option. So a lot of our cadets and staff members join. It's good for both civilian. We provide training for both civilian and service life. So we do have quite a lot go in the military, but it's not essential. But it's good fun, and a lot of them do progress very well in the military after being in cadets.
Well, I'm assuming that being part of this would help you if you wanted to go in the military, right?
Yeah, definitely gives you a really good baseline. You've already got a lot of training that you would do in the military.
That's cool. Is that what you are thinking of doing? Is going in the military, or you don't know yet?
Potentially one day. I mean, maybe for these guys, they're a bit younger than me. So.
Absolutely. So is that what you're thinking of, is military life?
Yeah, so my plan is after college, which would be high school over here, is to join the RAF as a pilot, and that's my end goal. It looks completely amazing.
Cool. What do you want to fly?
Fighter jets.
Fighters? Awesome. So how about you? Where do you want to go? Military, civilian?
Yeah, I'm sort of similar with the military side. I want to find a role within the military, but I don't know which role just yet.
Absolutely. So what is your, as far as here at Sun and Fun, what's your favorite part of the show so far? I mean, it's only a day in.
Probably directing the planes around, volunteering, helping parking the planes, that sort of stuff. It's really interesting.
So how did you learn to do that, to do the parking?
So we did a training day with cadets before we flew out here, and we did some practice here as well.
Wow. That's amazing. I mean, I was thinking they park in cars. They're parking airplanes, so that's terrific.
Doing the real deal. Now, you're doing the parking of the aircraft. Are there other positions that everybody else is doing as well, or is this general the concept that everybody, as far as your group, coming out and doing the airplane parking? Or are there other positions out there that you're volunteering with?
Yeah, so we're going as part of the section. So general aircraft parking, we would help them park the planes with the marshalling and stuff like that.
Amazing. Thank you so much. You're doing great.
Yeah,
yes.
Keeping us safe, keeping the aircraft, the captains, doing a very, very good job.
The part of the Royal Air Force cadets, and correct me if I'm wrong, is there is somebody that oversees the cadets, and I think it's a royal. I'm not sure. So who actually is that person that oversees the Royal Air Force cadets? Is it just a commander, or is it also one of the royals too? I can't remember who it was that was actually. It may have been a position that they just gave her at the time, but can't remember. That's all right. I just
So the king would always be like at the top.
Gotcha.
But we do have a Air Commodore in Chief.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. So as far as that history is going back, so in the U.S., one of the things that we did is we actually formed the Civil Air Patrol to help patrol, our coasts and all. It was very war-based, but as far as the cadets, the Royal Air Force cadets, it also had something to do with the war too, but it sure has morphed into so much more. Our cadets, they obviously get involved with aviation. They also get involved with doing like HF radio and things like that, and go out and do support within disaster relief. Is that something you guys also get involved with?
Not so much that, no. They do lots of volunteering and helping out with lots of other different things though, but not necessarily disaster stuff.
And I think you're also, correct me if I'm wrong, gotten into drones and things like that.
Yeah, so we're trying to very much keep up with technology. So lots of drones now is coming in.
And that was now, and along with drones, you talked about doing other things like physical things and training. What other type of things that you have that you can be trained in?
So we've got a plethora of courses that you can do. There's radio, shooting, cyber, first aid. And within those different courses, you can gain a more senior badge. So take first aid, for example. We've got 4 first aid badges going from blue to bronze, silver, then gold. And it goes up with more experience to the point where gold first aid, you're qualified to teach other cadets first aid.
That's interesting. So why did you join?
So I found out about it from my mum. She was just looking on Facebook one day, scrolling through, and an advertisement came up. And she came and told me about it, and I was like, yep, that is what I want to do. Joined when I was 12 years old, been in for 4.5 years now, absolutely loving it. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it was kind of a hint, wasn't it? So, hey, we got to find something for him to do. But, and it's very healthy. It's something that I think I think will help you later on in your career. Whether it's becoming a fighter pilot or anything else in the military. So hats off to you in there. But how about you? I mean, as far as different skills that you've learned there, what's like the number one skill you've learned so far?
I've probably the most best skill I've done is probably the first aid. I think it's really helpful just in general life and in cadets. It's a really useful skill.
Awesome. This organization, and we're talking about the southeast England, is that right?
Yep.
So you're from the southeast England. Do they have other squadrons, or how do you cordon that off?
Yeah, so there's squadrons all across the UK from Cornwall right up to northern Scotland. There's tons and tons of squadrons across the country, and they're split into different regions. So I believe we have 6 regions across the country. So that'll be, we're Laser, London and South East region. Then you've got Scotland, Southwest.
So, and I know in England it's a little more expensive to fly airplanes than here in the U.S. So is that why you have a lot of the glide air programs?
So, yeah, it is definitely a lot more expensive to fly. And it's subsidised by the RAF, the
Gotcha.
cadets. So we can go flying and that's completely free of charge for us. And gliding as well is just a different opportunity, a different path to go down.
Yeah, I tell you, I can't say enough about what you guys do here. And always very polite, I have to say that, and just such a wonderful group of people that I've been able to work with. This is a very large organization. I mean, there's over how many folks in about 40? I can look it up real quick. 40,000 Air Force cadets, Royal Air Force cadets, absolutely phenomenal. And as far as with your friends, family, that type of thing, I'm hoping they're very supportive. Your mom obviously was. How about your family?
Yeah, my parents really like that I do it. You know, it's something that you gain a lot of discipline from, a lot of skills, and yeah, everyone is really supporting.
Absolutely. So, are you go on from college, and you're gonna go on to university also? Is that what you're thinking of doing next?
I'm not really sure at the moment. I'd probably just want to do something in the military though.
Yeah, and they'll pay for all that too. That's the wonderful thing about that. And so I want to know when I come over where I can go and visit you guys. So I can come into London and come visit one of your squadrons. I'd love to do that. So I'm gonna start flying over there next year. So I know you've been over there before. The Royal Air Force Society actually is a really cool thing. I don't know if you know much about that, but a lot of people can get involved, even those that aren't in the UK. They have some memberships also for foreigners as a guest. And that's one thing that I think is really cool about the Royal Air Force. I don't know if you know this, but you can actually be there as a guest to go visit and go to the Royal Air Force Societies all over the world. So I'd visit Royal Air Force Society in Trinidad, say. And there's more adult, but usually it's because they have adult beverages for free for visitors from other countries, so they've been very open to us. But anyway, where can they find you online? Before I forget to mention that, if there's somebody that's interested, say they want to come out here, they're listening to us overseas on liveatc.net/SNF. They can go to the website and find out.
Yeah, so we have the main website, and then you can look up all the different activities we do. A lot of us also have social media accounts. That's probably the best way to have photos and all sorts of things that we keep up to date on there. I mean, you probably see some photos of us out there out here now as well.
Absolutely, I'm trying to look that up right now. We're going to have our next guest come on here and start bringing them on. But okay, here it is. The Air Cadets. It's on. If you're on I love Instagram, by the way. Air Cadets on Instagram, and I think I see a bunch of you in here. And it looks. Where is this? Gosh, it's cold wherever that picture is.
It's cold in the UK at the moment.
It's definitely very cold in the UK, and you're gonna miss the nice warm weather here. What do you guys get to do after this? I mean, I know you're doing so much here in volunteering. What's next? I mean, do you get some time off after Sun and Fun?
Yeah, so we're really lucky we're here for 2 weeks. The first week we're helping out here, all sorts of volunteering, which we're really excited about. And then the second week we'll go to hopefully Disney, Kennedy Space Center, and go and take the cadets to more aviation sort of things, and see what we can do.
Awesome. So you've done everything at the cemetery? You're done with that?
Yeah. So we went to the cemetery the other day, had a sort of parade there. And
that's really cool. You know, just a side note here, a personal story. I actually, my friend has a Stearman that was used by the Royal Air Force cadets actually in Arcadia to train the students and the Air Force cadets down there. And it was kind of cool. He's actually has the airplane out here. So I'm going to try to get you guys hooked up. So don't forget to get together with me so you can actually see the plane that the cadets, the Air Force cadets, trained in when they were here in Arcadia. Guys, I really appreciate your being here. The Royal Air Force Cadets, go check them out. And their Instagram page is real easy to find. It's Air Cadets on Instagram, and just a wonderful organization, and really hats off to you, and I really appreciate everything you do, and thanks for coming.
Thank you for having us.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next guest here, Randy.
Oh, I don't have the bio sheet.
So
here.
we're going to have, actually it's Victor. Victor Vogel, who's the founder and president of, Susquehanna STEM. Awesome. And the SusquehannaSTEM.org. And welcome to the deck, first of all. I appreciate your coming today. And I know a little bit about the organization, but I have to say, though, from what you've done so far, I think it's terrific. So tell us a little bit about your mission and what Susquehanna STEM is.
Well, we're very much aware that aviation has some tremendous opportunities and employment needs in the next 20 years. Estimates are that we're going to need 160,000 new pilots and probably more than that, 170 to 180,000 A&P mechanics. And I think there's a lot of folks in our area of South Central Pennsylvania and around the world who don't realize that these opportunities are there. So in late 2020, we founded a 501c3, a public charity that we call Susquehanna STEM to the Skies, because we're hard by the Susquehanna River in South Central Pennsylvania in a town called Selinsgrove. And we formed this nonprofit specifically to get the information out to the schools and our career technical centers that when I was in school used to be called VOTEC schools,
yeah.
but now they're CTCs or career technical centers. And we're getting the message out to them that there are enormous employment opportunities and career opportunities in aviation. And we're not just looking to recruit and train pilots, although we certainly need them, but we know there's multiple career opportunities. And so we're trying to point kids and their teachers and their parents to these opportunities that exist.
Besides just the opportunities that are out there, what are the other benefits to getting into STEM? Employment as far as salaries, possibly?
Well, and you probably know the unfortunate data over the last 10 years or so that the U.S. math and science scores on standardized tests have literally plummeted. And the pandemic didn't help us, and we need to improve that. And we believe that the STEM opportunities, the STEM learning opportunities in aviation are a foundation for any career that requires STEM knowledge. So whether you're going to be an engineer or a pharmacist or a mechanic or a teacher, you simply have to know these basic STEM concepts. And by giving kids an opportunity in our aviation camps and in our short one-day STEM experiences, we open up their eyes that science and math can be fun. Technology is all around them and it's intriguing. And this generation, this current generation that spends a whole lot of time on their iPads and doing things that are with electronic devices, we believe that they're going to be the future avionics designers and digital designers. And so everything from robotics to aircraft control to machinery to merchandise production, it's all open to kids with a good STEM background. So that's really what we're doing. Now, we have in our program a full motion Redbird FMX simulator.
That's cool.
And that's a hook.
Yeah.
But it tells people that anybody really could learn to fly an airplane, but it also opens them up to this possibility of these other employment and educational opportunities.
So is there anything like within your group that's an example that they could use as to a STEM type of education and how it's affected their life? For instance, in your life, were you in that type of background, science, technology, engineering, and math, and did it help you move forward?
You might say it did. I was a medical school professor for 36 years.
There you go.
So, yeah, science and math had a little bit to do with my career, and I did clinical research in breast cancer. And, you know, I got to the end of a very productive 36-year career, and I'd been a pilot for 40 years. And I said, well, what do I do with this now? So at the tender age of 67, I became a flight instructor, and then founded this nonprofit. And we have a board that includes pilots and educators and it's based at the local airport where I teach, and it's where we house our simulator. And I believe that teaching is teaching. It's fascinating to me that teaching medicine and teaching STEM and teaching aviation are very much the same. Good teaching is good teaching. And we have put together experiences with, for example, the career technical centers, where at this technical center, the student learns precision metalworking and welding, and then they have them come to the airport and they meet with A&P mechanics, and they talk to pilots. And so we don't necessarily have flying airplanes at the center of our STEM experience, but we have hands-on things that kids can do to know that, yeah, these concepts of science and math, of technology and engineering can help them in a whole range of fields, and we expose them to those by showing them people that do that on a daily basis.
Now, Victor, you're talking about an age level that is not just for the high school level, but a parent can bring their younger child and go ahead and be introduced to the STEM activities at a young age.
We have had 6-year-olds there. You can't do quite as much with a 6-year-old as you
Nope,
can with a
nope.
16-year-old.
But get them involved.
But we get them involved and get them exposed. We had a 6-year-old sit on his father's lap, and they were about to make a trip to San Francisco. So we put him in the simulator, and we took a bay tour and flew over the Bay Bridge in Alcatraz. And that little 6-year-old will never, ever forget that experience. And even if he wants to do nothing in aviation, he will know that some of the concepts we talked about, like time, speed, distance problems and altitude and airspeed and all those things, those are concepts that can help no matter what that young man wants to do in the future.
We spoke earlier, an earlier interview, about all the ancillary, all the support staff requirements in aviation, not just the pilot or the mechanic or the flight controllers, airport managers, on and on. You guys can lead folks in those directions.
And we're blessed in Pennsylvania. We have north of Pittsburgh in Beaver Falls, we have an air traffic control school at at the Beaver County Community College. Just north of us in Williamsport, where everybody knows about the Little League World Series, there is a superb Penn Technical College where kids can learn how to be an A&P mechanic and even get a degree in aviation technology. So we point them to that, and I'm always amazed that kids and their parents aren't aware of these school and career opportunities. So we point them to those things, give them some hands-on experience, and hopefully open their eyes to these opportunities.
Well, that's amazing, fantastic. Where can we find you guys online if we want to look at you online?
So we're online at www.susquehannastem.org. Susquehanna is spelled just like the river because we're by the river, and you can also come see us if you live in the Mid-Atlantic states on Saturday, June 3rd at the Penn Valley Airport in Selinsgrove. We're having an open house, and there will be firemen and policemen and one of our local healthcare organizations, Geisinger Health System, has a Life Flight helicopter. There are helicopter rides that are available by another company, and we have programs all day long, and of course the simulator will be running. So they can find us online, or they can come visit us at the airport on June the 3rd.
Awesome. Next time I'm in Lewisburg, go Bison. I'm going to go visit you folks at susquehannastem.org. We really appreciate you coming out here and what you do for everybody and the young folks in
Thanks
STEM.
for giving me time to tell about our program. Thank
Absolutely. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio on liveatc.net/SNF for 1510 a.m. We're going to go to a break, but hang around. We're going to have some really cool guests coming up next.
Hello, this is Russ Roslewski from the Stuck Mike Avcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Honda Generators, the official generator of Sun and Fun. Be sure to visit the Honda display directly across from Sunset Grill to see the all-new Honda EU 3200i generator. Weighing less than 60 pounds and capable of running a 13.5 BTU air conditioner, it's the perfect power source for your RV. More information is at powerequipment.honda.com. Higher Power Hydraulic Doors is a family-owned and operated business with over 30 years construction experience. They are the premier hangar door manufacturer on the market today because of their proprietary design. While traditional hangar doors put additional stress on the building, our hangar doors are engineered to eliminate this significant and expensive problem. Stop by to see us at booths 22 and 23 in Hangar A.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba.
Yes, hydration is everything. So what happens in the sun? Our bodies perspire to keep us at 98.6, and that warm breeze across our face evaporates water from our bodies too. And those caffeinated beverages are diuretics, which means that when we drink them, we can become dehydrated. So stay ahead of the curve by drinking water all throughout your stay here at Sun and Fun. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Let your career take flight with Piedmont Airlines. As a premier regional carrier of American Airlines, Piedmont offers an unprecedented pilot experience bonus, a maintenance tuition payment program, industry-leading benefits, and free travel on the largest airline in the world. Piedmont has something for every aviation enthusiast interested in seeking a career. Are you looking for more information? Stop by booth A42 to talk to a Piedmont recruiter. We can't wait to show you everything Piedmont has to offer.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor Moto Art. If you're looking to own a piece of aviation history, plane tags might be just what you're in search of. Each collectible plane tag is made from the skin of a real decommissioned aircraft. Would you like to own a piece of an Airbus or a Boeing? Maybe a Grumman Goose, Convair or MiG, Chinooks to Hueys, and Bonanzas to Starships too. Each oval plane tag is handcrafted with respect for the aircraft that it came from and the stories it carries with it. You can see the whole collection of plane tags at the Moto Art booth N49 in the North Exhibit area or online at planetags.com.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the flight line for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
Epic Aircraft. Now here's a company to watch out for. The E1000 is a sleek, sexy, very fast, all-carbon fiber, 6-seat, certified, single-engine turboprop with some pretty impressive performance numbers. With its 1,200 horsepower PT6 engine, this rocket ship offers a 333-knot cruise, 1,560 nautical mile range, 1,100-pound full-fuel payload, a 4,000 foot per minute climb, and a roomy cabin. It even looks fast just sitting on the ramp. You can see the remarkable Epic E1000 at outside booth number 3.
While we all have good views of the action here at Sun and Fun, if you're a professional photographer looking for the best views possible, then you will want to check out the preferred photo seating area. This area allows an unobstructed view of the air show and other event activities. It's located adjacent to the preferred seating along the flight line and the air show announcer stand, so you know that's where the best of the action is. There is an extra fee of just $30 in addition to the event admission, and more details are available at flysnf.org.
And now back to the Sun and Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Take it away, guys.
Why, thank you, Dr. Dave. That was Dr. Dave Kolbaba out of Chicago, Health Quest Radio, longest-running health radio program. Dave had business commitments. He's usually here with us on the air, but he couldn't make it this year. So, Dr. Dave, we really miss you, but we love hearing your voice on our public service announcements. Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. We love all of our sponsors, all of our vendors, and all of our attendees. I have a guest on deck with me now that is a vendor with us here. They're showing their aircraft, and I haven't been out and seen it in person, but I did see a Facebook photo of it, and my first thought was, wait a minute, that's like a 1930s airplane, that's not a brand new airplane. And I got looking at it, oh, wait a minute, no, Dar did that one up really, really well. We want to welcome Wayman Louis. Wayman Louis. He is the Director of Training and Standards at Daher's Aircraft Division. Welcome.
Hey, thank you for having me here. Glad to be here at Sun and Fun 2023, as you said.
Yep.
I've been coming here since 1991.
Wow.
I came with my instructor as a student pilot. I learned to fly at Opelika down in South Florida. I've been coming every year by flight or by car.
Almost as long as I have. My first one was 1979.
Almost there. I'm getting close.
45 years.
Remember that year.
Yeah, somebody's trying to reach me. Oh, here we go. Say, hey, Sun and Fun Radio, you are on the air. Kevin Streeter, one of our volunteers, is trying to call me and doesn't realize that the chairman's on the air right now. So, Kevin Streeter, I will call you back. Poor Kevin. Okay, so you've been coming for a while. You've seen us grow and change, and
Indeed.
And now you're here, and I'm pronouncing that right, Daher?
Dyer, yep.
Dyer, okay. Tell me about this new airplane.
Well, here we have the new 2023 TBM 960. It was debuted last year here at Sun and Fun, our U.S. introduction, and we're 1 year back. We've delivered 56 TBMs around the world last year.
Wow.
A very fast turboprop, 330 knots, flies up to flight level 310. If you want a lot of jargon, it is RVSM, CPDLC, and all those things. But it is a joy to fly. I've been very happy to have the opportunity to fly for the last 18 years, 7,000 hours in TBMs. I'm catching up on my Kodiak time, 100 hours Kodiak, and what a blast of an aircraft that is too. A great addition to the company lineup. Our TBM 960 arrived in the U.S. 2 weeks ago from France. We ferry all of our aircraft. They come from France to England, Iceland, Greenland, Canada, and down to the U.S. We deliver everywhere.
Now, do you fly them into a center here in the U.S. to be checked out before delivery, or do you take them straight when you come from Canada, you fly straight to your client?
We come to either Pompano, Florida, where is our U.S. headquarters.
FXE?
Pompano Beach, PMP.
PMP, okay. Oh, FXE is Fort Lauderdale.
Exactly.
My mistake.
I won't hold that against you.
That's okay. I only lived there for 40 years. I shouldn't know the airport codes.
Exactly, a little bit. But nowadays, they go directly to our distributors, Camarillo for AVEX, Muncie, Indiana, Columbia, Grand Connecticut, San Antonio for Qatar. The only thing we do to the aircraft, wash and wax it.
Yeah.
And vacuum the carpet. The extremely reliable PT6, what a reliable aircraft.
Wow.
Garmin Avionics G3000.
Sweet.
So right now you can't take a chance crossing North Atlantic if you don't have a good reliable product.
Yeah.
I've been very fortunate to be able to do 30 ferries. We have 5 professional ferry pilots that bring them across. I go to France for training 3 to 4 times a year, so I always try to sneak a ferry back with one of our clients. It's a phenomenal aircraft. You know, I go to Cedar Key at 2,200 feet, Everglades City 2,300, or we go to MCO, Orlando International, and we land with all the Southwest guys in there. So what a versatility, you know. We stall at 65 knots. We're at 31,000, doing 330 knots.
Wow.
True airspeed. We're usually indicating about 190 knots. So the envelope is just amazing on the aircraft. It's the fastest single-engine aircraft in production that a private pilot can fly. Easy handling, short field capability. We can go from South Florida, Grand Connecticut, Bangor, Maine, Flying Cloud, Minnesota, Muncie, Indiana. We'll go to Dallas, San Antonio nonstop. We can hit all the Caribbean, Panama, Cartagena, Colombia, Guatemala, Trinidad and Tobago, Puerto Rico in 3.5 hours. What a time machine.
Absolutely.
It is, and I'm very fortunate to be able to fly this bird, and I don't have to pay for the fuel.
So you just said technology and the avionics. You mentioned CPDLC.
Yes, sir.
CPDLC and ADSC. You can actually communicate just by texting over the ocean?
Well, we are CPDLC for the U.S. and Europe, but not over the ocean because we
Okay.
don't have a SATCOM dedicated to it.
Ah.
But here in the U.S. over the last year, CPDLC has really blossomed finally.
Absolutely.
Jacksonville Center is not CPDLC qualified yet, but in Miami, Jackson, Atlanta, we do have CPDLC. What a game changer. You no longer miss the radios.
Right.
You have a 120-second window to answer to ATC. So now they text you the instructions. They can only do 2, but independently. They either say climb to 280 or turn left 10 degrees. They cannot combine them. You have 120 seconds to acknowledge. You press enter, and it'll set the altitude on the altitude pre-selector, and you just go engage.
Wow.
Now, for our non-pilot listening audience, See, you're throwing that out really fast. Carl, what is that?
So CPDLC, Controller Pilot Data Link Connection, and that's actually where that's where we actually communicate using, just like your cell phone, a messaging system.
Cool. Okay.
Yep.
And that's the simple explanation for that. And it really works well, but you have to make sure that you both have communication and the receiving of that command. It's really a neat technology that, honestly, I think is going to move forward in the U.S. even further. And as you know, now throughout Indianapolis Center, all these different places you can use that, right? It's absolutely phenomenal.
No, it's great. It reduces miscommunication because did they say to do a 360 or turn left 360?
Yeah.
What altitude? It was at altitude 210 or left turn 2 heading 210. So it's very clear, spelled out. And the system, the Garmin, puts that in your heading.
Airplane noise.
Yep.
As Steve Tupper's song about fly-in radio says, there's silence at certain points because something big just flew over, but that's okay. As good as our audio is, you get an airplane, you get 4 aircraft swinging an 11-foot prop. Ain't no noise canceling going to help you there.
Not at all.
Getting back, sorry about that. So getting back to what we were saying.
No. For me, we're always afraid to go NORAD and then having somebody escorting us next to us because we lost the last radio comm.
Absolutely.
And this decreases that in the airlines is big, and I think it's going to take over more and more as the aircraft are equipped. And we're very lucky to be flying this aircraft, this equipment on the TBM nowadays, and I love it.
So along those lines, you guys are at the forefront of technology with this. How about for the students? I know you have a very large educational background as far as aviation. What are you doing? Are you doing anything here at Sun and Fun to help folks transition possibly to this aircraft?
Yeah, we're hosting 2 sessions at the forums tomorrow at 1 p.m. and also on Friday.
Oh, cool.
Stepping up to the turboprop, specifically the TBM 960, we always have a lot of questions. Hey, Wayman, what can I do to prepare myself? I see a TBM in my future, new or pre-owned, and we're going to go over how to prepare yourselves. We're all good pilots, but we have to be proficient. And what does it mean to be proficient? Yeah, I've been flying by Bonanza 30 years, but how about getting a mentor pilot to sharp you up again? When we go to training, a TBM is going twice as fast as your Bonanza, twice as high, and completely different panel. So do you really want to be practicing 200 knots around the traffic pattern? Not really. But we want to have our clients be good, sharp, polished instrument pilots, because if that's already in, we just teach you the differences. And we bring you up in the airs. We help you to think a little bit faster. So we want to make sure that pilots can shoot and approach ILS, non-precision, down the chute, go miss, hold at an airport that is not your home airfield, and you can do it fully coupled with the autopilot, raw data, no assistance, and just follow the command bars. And it's a little bit of exercise, and we try to match with mentor instructor pilots that fly the TBM so they could take you from the 182, the Bonanza. It's amazing how many different aircraft people come up because their mission has changed, and that's where the TBM and the Kodiak come in.
I'll tell you that's
we're
awesome
running out
what
of
you're
time
doing.
here. I don't mean to cut you off. We're running out of time. You're on the grounds where?
We're right in front of the FAA.
Right in front
building.
of the FAA building, the big 2-story building with the canopies up on top. You're on the grounds. And people that aren't here, they're listening out on the internet. Where can they find you on the internet?
TBM.aero.
TBM.aero, A-E-R-O, TBM.aero. We've been speaking with Wayman Louie, pilot extraordinaire, engineer. You got the full pedigree after you. We appreciate you making time to talk to us. We're going to go to a short announcement break, and when we come back, we're going to talk to our friend Jacob Peed with AV Nation right before the air show. We will be carrying the air show commentary when it starts up about 1:30. Thank you, guys. Go ahead and take us into break.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Piper Ozlowski from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Pilots trust Phillips 66 lubricants to keep engines running smoothly, and this week you can trust them to put the fun in Sun and Fun as it proudly sponsors every takeoff and touchdown. Visit the Phillips 66 Pilot Welcome Center and booth N30 to learn about our aviation products and get some cool giveaways. And if you need proven engine protection for the flight home, you can buy Phillips 66 Aviation Oil at a special price all week long. Phillips 66 lubricants, keeping the world running smoothly.
It's Dr. David Goldbaba.
You know, the best protection against the harmful rays of the sun is light clothing. That's right. Thin cotton clothing is about the best way to avoid excessive sun exposure. And this protection comes with absolutely no risks of doing harm, especially important for those of us traveling from the northern states. A wide-brimmed hat is another healthy option to reduce excessive sun exposure. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Polyfiber. You personally can fabric cover your aircraft affordably and hassle-free. Polyfiber can show you how. You can get hands-on aircraft fabric covering experience by the best in the business by attending a free Polyfiber workshop every day at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. located in the Fabric Building in the workshops area. You can also stop by the Polyfiber booth in Building A and talk to a Polyfiber technical specialist directly.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance. Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance is the nation's premier avionics and aircraft maintenance facility. With 5 locations throughout Florida, they are fully equipped to handle anything your plane may need. Their staff of experienced pilots, A&P mechanics, and avionics specialists are ready to help guide you through a custom solution that is right for your aircraft. You can visit them in Hangar C or always online at sarasotaavionics.com.
You are invited to be right here on the flight line Wednesday and Saturday evenings starting at 7:30 for 2 spectacular night air shows. Featured performers include some of the most beloved and some of the newest and most innovative acts. You'll see skillful, world-class, and memorable performances with breathtaking lights and pyrotechnics unlike any others. There will also be a drone light show featuring over 60 synchronized, mesmerizing drones. You won't want to miss this one-of-a-kind aerial display Wednesday and Saturday evenings. Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Shoreline Aviation Insurance. Shoreline Aviation Insurance has a broad aviation background. Chances are, if you're doing it in aviation, they've done it. This experience helps them be a resource to their clients, not just sell a policy. They've owned and operated both piston and turbine aircraft. They are very experienced instructors and even owned a flight school for many years. They have operated a Part 135 operation, and they currently own an antique warbird on floats, as well as the experimental glass air that Glenn built. All of this experience is what they call the Shoreline Advantage. You can learn how to put the Shoreline Advantage to work for you at shorelineaviationinsurance.com. They say you need one airplane to go fast, one to go slow, and one to go upside down. If you're into that third category, you can stop by the Sun and Fun Aerobatics Center and the Curtis Pitts Museum. The Aerobatics Center promotes stall spin awareness, unusual attitude recovery training, and better airmanship through aerobatics. All aviation enthusiasts are invited to stop by the center, located adjacent to the aerobatic tent, and enjoy the shade and hospitality.
Visit the Bahamas' vibrant and immersive booth at Hangar D, booths 20 and 21, to see how easy it is to fly to the islands of the Bahamas. Representatives from tourism, customs, and civil aviation are available, making the Bahamas booth your one-stop shop for planning your next fly-in to the 16 islands of the Bahamas.
If you love all things Italian, you won't want to miss the Vintage Spaghetti Dinner this Wednesday. Tickets are on sale up until dinner time, but they go fast, so don't wait. You can get more information or purchase tickets at the Vintage Headquarters building, located near the East Exhibit gates.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live 2023 edition, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. Thank you very much to E3 for being our name sponsor this year, presenting sponsor. Now, we are here, we talk with guests, we talk with sponsors, and we talk with exhibitors. Sun and Fun is all about getting youth involved in aviation. And a name that's not at all unfamiliar to those in aviation, Mr. Jacob Peed, is joining us here on deck to tell us all about AV Nation, which is a magazine I'm looking at here, and it has the First Lady of Aerobatics, Patty Wagstaff, on the cover of the spring edition. Welcome, Jacob.
Thank you for having me.
So, tell me about what you guys are. What is AV Nation, and what are you doing here at Sun and Fun?
So Aviation is a brand, a magazine media brand, online, print, and we have other platforms that's used to get young people interested in aviation aerospace. And we use young people's stories to motivate young people. It's not the old guy telling young people what to do. It's young people, sharing their journey and their advice. And so we produce a quarterly magazine, and we also have several outreach products that we do as well. We do American Dream Tour, which is we go through high schools and present industry panels into different high schools and different locales. And then here at Sun and Fun, we have a platform called Tram Talk, which we sponsor a tram and do interviews going around that as well. So they're all really, Aviation creates platforms for young people to use.
And what kind of stuff is in your Tram Talk? Is that you're talking to the people on the tram, or you're interviewing people that are taking the tram?
Again, I smell old. So so what we do is we get young people to volunteer to get on the tram, and they interview other people. Now, not all the interviewees are young people. We go after some cool people in the industry as well. But the premise is that young people are running the tram as it's going around right now, interviewing each other.
Awesome.
Where do those interviews go? Are they're audio recorded interviews?
They're video and audio. They'll go on our YouTube channel. They're not going to be live time. There'll probably be a few day delay on each of them. But yeah, they will be on a YouTube channel. We'll share that out socially. And yep, that's what we're doing with that. It's really neat because, we roll around and we'll see somebody, or somebody will say, hey, what are you doing there? And they'll jump on the tram. And it's jump on the bus. So it's pretty cool to see. We get quite the following with it, and we have people that want to, from last year that wanted to schedule to interview people this year. So it's pretty cool. And we put out some social stuff, and from people all around the country said, hey, I'm gonna be at Sun and Fun. I want to get on, be interviewed.
And do you have one particular tram that you guys, is this your tram, or is this just one of the Sun and Fun transport trams?
Well, so I like to call it our personal limousine. That's not probably official or technical, but we are a show sponsor. We have been for the last 2 years, and as part of our sponsorship, that's the platform we want to use. So we do have a tram. We're trying to run it as close as we can from 10 to 2 every day.
Yeah.
And you could come to the tram station. The Lakeland Aero Club, we stop there. We have our main booth is out of Lakeland Aero Club, so we'll stop and drop people there, pick people up there. But we don't really have, this year we don't have any set points, which, that probably next year we'll have set points for that. We're still kind of getting everything figured out. So we have our own tram, and it runs from that time. When we're not using it, we throw it back into the whole thing, the whole mix, but yep.
Okay. So it's not like you guys are on a Sun and Fun transport tram riding the blue route and just grabbing people. You guys, this is your own dedicated deal.
Yes.
Let's step back to the American Dream Tour. Tell me about your recent edition, the American Dream Tour. Tell me more about it. You just kind of said you had panels come up and speak. What does the Dream Tour do?
American Dream Tour was started last May in Peoria, Illinois, and we did it. We actually paired with a group. My business partner, Tom Flavin, he's created this whole thing and has really worked on it. And we reached out to a program in Peoria. They had no aviation background, but they had this summer camp. And we had found it from Mike Rose. Mike Rowe has a new thing, and that's how we found this group. And we contacted them about 6 months later and said, hey, we'll have you in for this summer session. And all we're doing is bringing in aviation aerospace career possibilities. And what they were doing is they had it was for character building, and they were underserved. These were underserved young people, and this was a character building program. And so we came in, we plugged in a speaker, a couple motivational speakers who themselves came from underserved backgrounds and could easily relate. And then we had a drone program, Tello drones, that we had 25 drones that everybody operated drone. We had drone races.
Oh, cool.
So at the beginning, we always ask every time, how many of you see yourself in aviation or aerospace as a job or career? And 3 reluctant hands of 120 young people.
Wow.
By the time we were done, there was at least 60 hands up when we asked the same question.
That's
so
cool.
So we were like, okay, bingo. So we decided to take that further. So we were invited by the Air National Guard of Louisiana to one of their summer camps for the children of the Guard. And so we did that. That was successful, but since we were in town, we actually decided to hit a couple more camps. So we hit 2 other camps that were younger, probably middle school age kids. And then we did an event that we put together at Baton Rouge Community College, which they were out of session, but we put together a little thing. Had a small audience, but we ended up signing up a young person to take the A&P course. So we're like, okay, there's success happening here. So then we decided to step it up, and we took it out to California, and we did 4 stops there, three school stops, and that we started in Santa Monica, and then we went up to Bakersfield, and then to Palmdale, and then we were a media sponsor of the Edwards 75th anniversary air show and STEM event. And so we did those tours, and it was phenomenal. We had helicopters land, and we tried to do that at most locations. Not all locations have, are accessible to that. So we had big success there. Decided, hey, let's get this thing moving full time, and so we did. And so our first tour started last month. We went through Louisiana. I've been on the road for now 3 weeks from home.
Wow.
I drove from Iowa,
Wow.
and we went to Louisiana. We started in Belle Chase. We actually had a Coast Guard helicopter land there, and it was interesting because we had a really good speaker there, Kenneth Morris. He's from Houston. He flew in, and he's got a really good story. After we started doing whole school presentations, because we go into these schools and they want to give us, so many of the students that are interested in aviation, and we want to really. And the American Dream Tour is designed to reach outside the choir. I mean, we do a good job of getting our choir kids together and into the industry, but we need more, right? So that's really why we did this, is to get the message out to kids that don't hear about this, that may see a plane fly over but think that's not for me, right? So that's where we're trying to go, into areas where they're not hearing this message yet, or it's not loud enough. And so we did that. We went Belle Chase, and then Lafayette, and then Lake Charles, and then after that we went to the Swamp Stoll at Jennings and had an appearance there, and then went into Pensacola and Tallahassee, and that's where we ended the tour, in Tallahassee, and then on here. So it's really neat because we do the whole school presentation, like I was saying. And in Belle Chase, when we did that, we had 40 additional students sign up for the presentations.
Right.
And so what we do after the main school presentation, we break down. So usually we have 10 to 12 leaders, all from different backgrounds. None of them have the same job title. And we bring them in, we tell them to tell their story. We break out into about anywhere from 10 to 15 students, and then we do kind of like a speed dating. It's 10 to 20 minutes, depending on the schedule, but they get real quality time. And we see all the hands up at the table. The magic is breaking it down into the small groups.
Now do you have an upcoming schedule of where the American Dream Tour is going to be? Can people go to your website for that, or what?
They can go to the website to see our past tour stuff. Louisiana's up there right now. We do have plans. We're going to Texas, Illinois. We've got a couple other. The way we do it is we work through sponsorships. We don't charge the school students anything. We get corporate sponsors to come in and help do it. And so usually when we have a sponsor say, hey, I'd like it here, then we start working on those areas. So Texas is next, and then probably Illinois. We're open to travel all over the country to do this.
Great. We're running out of time here. So here on the field, people can find you out at the Lakeland Aero Club.
In the island.
And the island.
Yep.
And on the web?
www.avnationusa.com.
avnationusa.com.
avinationusa.com.
All right. I was going to do that, but you did it better than I did. Jacob Peed, founder, chairman, grand poobah of Aviation. I appreciate you making time to stop by and talk with us, Jacob. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to see you. And we have an air show to go to, and are we ready to go? All right. We're going to turn control of the radio station over to the Sun and Fun Air Show control for the next 4 hours for our daily air show. We will be back with you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with more great interviews. Take us to the air show. Okay, they're not.